Hello.
Hey.
What's up? I'm
Uh,
back live again. I just reset it.
huh?
So I'm back live again. I just reset it.
Oh, okay. Dang, does the resetting do some? Dang, does the resetting do some?
No, I was just gonna get back on topic because I see I
Oh,
ain't about to keep on trying to fight to get on my own stuff though. So I'm not about to talk
we
about that
didn't
no
even
more.
hear you.
It is obvious, right? It's obvious.
No, but we all hear you.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. They should hear me now that I reset. I don't know. They should hear me now that I reset it.
All right, I'm just gonna stay off the live tonight. Uh, might be a might be might be a might be best just for tonight. It's not anything. I just like I don't know. You might be in a certain mood.
So the main discussion now is okay, so who, how, when, where, and why should you judge? I could say this from a different perspective, not from my own, but from my experience working with, a specific community that I worked in. I think, I believe that they judge. Hello, is anyone here? Hello?
Yo,
Okay.
you said what?
So basically, the question is who, how, when, where, and why should you judge, right?
Yeah,
I was answering this question not from my own perspective, but how, from a different perspective, how I could see, how, from a different perspective, how I could see, like the last place that I worked at, their community was very tight knit, obviously predominantly white, but I could see why they judge. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
So their whole reason for judging me, from my experience, was because I you kind of think of it as kind of like think of it like this, like what was that one game where all the imposter game where you could like sense an
You
imposter.
talking about
I forgot what it's called.
Among Us?
Yeah, what is it called?
Among Us.
Like those high school like cliche movies where it's like they have the foreign exchange student and they're brown and you can't tell what kind of brown they are. They could be either Indian, they could be Mexican, they could be, like just brown, and the white kids, they don't know what they are. Or like in that 70s show, how Fez, like the ongoing running joke was he's brown, but they don't know what kind of brown he was, right?
Yeah.
So from my experience, I think they judge because they like do background checks on you because they want to keep their kids and neighborhoods safe at all times.
Yeah.
B, like they're very, what is the word? Um they're very entitled, so they think that they need to know everything that's going on all the time. And they're very territorial. So,
Yes.
you know what I mean? So they're very territorial. They want to just, I think that's why they judge and that's why they pick on who they pick on, because they just want to know everything about you because they're entitled in that way. You know what I mean? They think they deserve like everything, like an explanation to why you have a background, you know what I mean? And stuff like that.
Yeah. So
So
in this topic, I'm trying to see. So this is about you judging, not somebody judging you, right? So I'm trying to
right.
see. So
I don't
first off, do
consider
you even
myself as
agree?
non-judgmental.
You say you're not just.
I don't think
I
so.
don't think a human is impossible. It's impossible for a human to be non-judgmental. But I'm about to say if you. So the topic itself say if you give unsolicited personals, You deserve unsolicited opinions. How you feel about that? Do you agree or disagree?
If you, so it says, if you give unsolicited personals, you deserve unsolicited opinions. I mean, I think so. I mean, everybody's like opinions are like assholes. Everybody has them. You know, everybody's always gonna have their own perception of seeing things and getting information and how perceiving things. You know,
Hmm.
so everybody sees things differently. So of course you're bound to get some like unsolicited opinions, just like
Hmm.
how I was over there. I had opinions coming from every fucking angle, like every corner. Somebody like had something to say about me, or they thought that they knew me, they thought they could read me, they thought they could form their own opinions about me, and it's like, but they were wrong. But it's like if you don't know, if you're not confident in yourself, and if you don't know yourself and you don't know who you are, then you end up like losing yourself and making every like you start believing all the things that people think say and think about you, you know.
Hmm.
So you got to be sure about the person that you are and not let anybody else like tell you who you are, you know.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Now we're gonna get on. Who should you judge?
I definitely believe you should judge people that like that judge you, like maybe give them a taste of their own medicine, because that's kind of
Mm.
what I did to them. Like I was very much like, okay, you guys come into like our workplace thinking you guys are perfect, and you guys like think, you know, just because we're in your area that you guys are entitled to everything, but it's not like that. You know, they just it's a different mindset. They're just the entitlement, the sense of entitlement, the bouginess that they deal with over there. It's different. Like it's the majority of them are white. They're, you know, Republicans. They're, you know, MAGA. They want, the way I look at it as, and I always say like my last job should definitely like run a case study there, because the way that things were like happening there, it was so freaking crazy. But they're very much like tit for tat. They're very much like their way or the highway. You know what I mean? They're very opinionated, and they're very much it's like everything that they're never wrong. That's just what it is. They're very egotistical people. They're not humble whatsoever. So yeah, those are the type of people that we should judge. Like they shouldn't be, if they don't they're the type of people that do wrong and then point the fucking finger at someone else. You know, those are the people that are like they're they don't have any morals. You know what I mean? Those are the type of people you should judge. Like, you know, people with no morals and a high ego, you know?
Mhm. So, how do you judge those type of people? How now?
I guess just making sure that you like don't become them. Like you don't want to be that type of person. Like observe the type of person that they are and just make an agreement with yourself that you don't want to be that type of person, you know? That's
Hmm.
just the way I see it. Like, okay, you observe them, you've seen how they are, you've seen how egotistical they are. They're all ego, they're all money, they're all like bougie. They think they're better than everyone. They think they're entitled. They think this whole land belongs to them. They don't want to like share. They think they have to share when first of all this land was stolen, but that's a whole nother subject. But it's crazy because I'm like, becoming from someone that works like or that grew up in an inner city, like I'm an inner city kid. I grew up in Chicago, and then going to a north suburb where you see like these people were fucking had a silver spoon in their mouth their whole entire lives. It does cause a little bit of jealousy, because it's like, you know, these people stole this land to begin with, you know, like they're not. And then with this whole MAGA situation, they're trying to like point fingers at like, you know, South American immigrants, when it's like, how could you like claim land and be so entitled for land that you guys stole and killed for? They slaughtered like, you know, native Indians for this land, and then they think that, you know what I mean? It's just this whole thing. So that's how I judge them, you know, because I'm like, because their mindset is very much that. It's very much that I'm the owner. This is me. They're territorial. You know what I mean? Territorial people. And it's like, it's not like that. We live on this earth. It's borrowed. We're not like, it's not like we don't have ownership of anything in this life. We're living on borrowed time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this land is everybody. Like the song, "This land is my land," but they're not like that. They think everything is theirs. Like, you just gotta see it in person to be like, damn, they really be thinking like that. They're really racist. They really, like, ugh.
Interesting. When you call somebody racist, isn't that a judgment?
I believe so. They're racist, but I think everybody sees race. Like, even me. Like, I mean, growing up, I never seen race or anything. But like, after my experience working in a predominantly white area, yeah, of course I'm gonna be like, well, they got it fucking made. Like, area, yeah, of course I'm gonna be like, well, they got it fucking made. Like, and they box us. They purposely segregate us. Like, the way Chicago is so fucking segregated. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we have our south side fucking segregated. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we have our south side, we have our north side that, like, then we have our north suburbs. We have like, and it's all gentrified, because it's just messed up. It's really messed up the way, like, I just think that they stole land. First they stole land, then they put a price tag on it, then they upped the price on everything and then told you that you can afford it. That's fucked up. Like, I just think that it's really messed up.
Mm.
Like, I don't know. And then they caused like and then they made generational wealth, and they made sure to, like, keep that wealth in their own families. So that's how they have money for the rest of their fucking generations, because of land that they stole, property that they stole. You get it? Like, and it's just fucked up. Because it's like,
How were they able to steal though?
I'm saying, like, generations ago, like, when they fucking stole this land from, like, Native Americans, and they slaughtered and killed Native Americans for this land when they
But
came
they
from
say
India.
unalive. I know you've been on TikTok before. You can't say the K word.
I'm sorry. Well, when they, like, they did that from when they settled, and they colonized,
Mm.
and that's how they did it. Massachusetts, like, all that, North Carolina, South Carolina, that's all predominantly, white. So, and
Mm.
that's how they got their generational wealth. That's why they call it old money. You get it? Because their old money comes from property and lands and businesses that they stole.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But it is like difficult to see, when you, like, when you're from the inner city and then go to, like, a nice area, a nice suburb, and they were sheltered their whole life. Like, they don't know anything else besides, like, a silver spoon, and they don't understand people that are not, like, the same color as them, or, like, they look at them as the odd one out. Like, they don't understand the struggle, like, to them, like, their whole life is all about gossip. Oh, our grass and their grass is not, like, the same. He didn't manicure his lawn today. Like, it's just like the pettiest disagreements, but they don't know anything, like, outside of their little bubble for a
Mm.
reason. And then that's why they and it's so funny because literally, the neighborhood that I was working at or whatever, um, like, the suburb that I was working at is only like 40 minutes away from Chicago. But the way that they talk about Chicago, oh, I would never go to Chicago. I'm like, you guys live 40 minutes away. Like, if they talk about Chicago like that, why do you think, like, nobody comes visit Chicago? Like, that's why we have low tourism, because everybody just thinks the worst of Chicago, that there's all shootings and this and that and third. And it's like, it's not really like that all the time, but it's just funny to see that they box themselves in. That's just what it is.
Mm.
So,
I see that. I see that. How do you so let's get another one. Not wanting to be judged shows a shame more than proud. You agree or disagree?
Not wanting to be judged, show you.
First off, let me ask this: is judging, is that a bad thing? Because every time is it bad or good?
I think I think judgment is just like I think it is bad. I think nobody should judge each other, you know.
Why?
Well, because we should all be helping each other, like the way they help each other. But
Like if
but
somebody
like
give you advice, that's a form of a judge. Like if
but
somebody
like
give you advice, that's a form of a judgment.
we judge.
When somebody give you a compliment, don't that make you feel good? That's a judgment.
That what?
When somebody give you a compliment, that is a judgment. That make you feel good, don't it?
I like to think I've had an ego death before, and I like to think of myself as not having an ego. When you get compliments, that's just stroking your ego. Like I try to kill the ego, you know what I mean? I try to be humble. I try to like I just don't I
If you
don't
was
feel
humble, you wouldn't have had that picture up, so you can't say that one.
that what?
If you was so humble, you wouldn't have had that picture up. You said that was of the other
No, it's
girl.
because they traumatize me like no other. Like I
If you traumatized, why you got a whole picture up? That don't make sense.
because I'm
Why would you
saying
need something
like
to remind you of the person that
like
traumatized
I always say it's tit for tat. Like what they did because it wasn't just multiple people, but it was more of like she was the she was like
How old
the
are you, by the way? I
ringleader.
meant to ask that.
Huh?
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 28. So she was like, and she was twice my age. She was like 44. So she should know better. She's very much into like the gossip and the manipulation and the twisting of the narratives and all that.
Is y'all friends? Y'all used to be friends or something?
Well, we were coworkers, and she was the assistant manager, and she just had so many connections. So we're hairstylists, and so she would have people come to my job request me when I've never like cut their hair before, and they would just like start saying like antagonizing, like provoking things to
Yeah.
try to get a reaction out of me. And I always was the type of person that like could figure that out right away. Like I know how to shut that stuff down right away. I always like either turn like switch the conversation back to hair, or I just say, oh well, they must be going through something that they want to feel better, they want to stroke their own ego. Whenever they get a reaction out of you, it's because they want that satisfaction of knowing that they got under your skin. And I would always be like, I don't want to give them that satisfaction, but it was just so many of them. I'm like, god damn, like how many people does this bitch know? But it's only because she grew up in that area. So she's grew up in that area her whole life, sheltered in that little box. So of course she's gonna have those like connections, you know what I mean? Like she's gonna know all the people, she's gonna know her neighbors, she's gonna know the people that she goes to the store with. It's like it's very much that. Like so people would just come and harass me at work and just like provoking things to me to try to like get under my skin, and I would never give them the satisfaction, but I would kind of
Do
like
you
flip the
believe
bird.
she causing you to go to therapy or something?
I did honestly at the time because it was a lot. I did have to go to therapy after, but
He did some damage then to be your
he
coworker,
really
right?
did. Like it was so messed, but it wasn't just her. It was multiple. It was like all of her peoples. You get what I'm saying? Like it was her friends, her family, her neighbors. Like it was a.
I even feel like your answers based off of that. You just seem
I
like you
was
got a
I was like genuinely attacked and harassed and bullied by these people, all because I didn't get along with her for whatever reason. Like if she felt like it was very much, if she didn't fuck with you, like you're out the door, and it was messed up. Like she did that to the man. She did that to like four other fucking hairstylists before, and they were and nobody like
selfless.
like management couldn't figure out why they had such a high turnover rate, why so many people would like crash out on the customers. But I figured it out, and my manager was new, so she just got that place, and then she figured it out along with me. She's like, "Oh shit, this is really going on," or whatever. Yeah. So along with me, she's like, "Oh shit, this is really going on," or whatever. Yeah. So then, so obviously my manager's still there because she gets paid salary, but like, I fucking left because I couldn't handle it anymore. Like, it was too much. Like, it
Mm.
was too much. And then not only that, like they were stalking me on my social media pages. They did a background check on me. They like, which I do have a dirty background. I never said I was perfect, and I never thought, like, you know what I mean? Like, it was just like, it was very much like Among Us. Like, they made me feel very like I didn't belong there, and they're
What happened? This thing kicked everybody out? Where's on? Hold on. It did kick everybody out. Wow. Yeah, I tried to reset the thing. I thought I was gonna keep everybody in there, right? And then let it reset. Is it still buffering, y'all? Is it still buffering, y'all? I try to. That's what I did. Yeah, I was literally doing that before you resetting the Wi-Fi. I reset the Wi-Fi and the. I can pop back up. I, I don't know if it's still buffering. Is it still buffering, y'all? I'll try to reset it. I didn't think I'm gonna kick everybody out. So I usually can leave out and come back. Anything, y'all? Anything? Is it still glitching? Can y'all? Hold on, let me talk about. Sound like it's catching. So y'all can hear? Is it? Yeah, I try to see if it's done. Is it still glitching or? So I refreshed the internet. I can hear. I can hear clearly now. Unless it's a super delay. I don't know. I don't know what's going on now. Yes or no? And, I don't want to refresh the live again, man. I'm about to give me some chips and dip. I'm not feeling it. Feel sick. So it wasn't no buffering? Okay. Cool. I'm gonna give you some chips and dip. Sick and tired. That's it. No, this is my throat. I don't know if it's gonna get to something because I know a lot of things start from the throat first. Here's the tired throat now. And I know I'm tired at the same time too, so that's all it is. AJ in the building. Yeah. That poet in the building, poet, and she ain't know it. What we gonna disagree on today? It's like, bro, me and poet always be disagreeing. It was a time we agreed sometimes. One of my main supporters that didn't support. No, I mean you supported it. Supporters that didn't support. No, I mean you supported it in other ways, but I'm talking about I was being funny. He was a supporter, but we just didn't agree in that type of support. The latest, it's like that though. Everybody come from different views, point of views, and stuff. You know, it's all right. Yeah. Remember the times we used to be on? Oh yeah, being on your cousin panel. The cousin crew. Looking at. No, stop. Latest thing has made it to. Oh my. Yeah, I done caught that stuff, so man. I remember I think I caught it again sometime last year. But I could tell. I guess I couldn't tell at first. I just realized I couldn't taste water. That's when I knew it was real. Oh yeah, I gotta have it. It don't know I got it. I went what? I went. Oh shoot.
So what was the next question?
Oh yeah. Because it was all glitching. I had to reset it, but I didn't think it was gonna kick everybody out. I just reset my Wi-Fi. So the next question is, not wanting to be judged shows you're ashamed more than proud. Do you agree or disagree?
Why are we judged? I don't. I can't wrap my head around that question.
Do you like to be judged?
I don't like to be judged. I don't like to be
Why?
perceived at all. But it's gonna happen whether I like it or not. Like people just.
So if
Are
you
these
basically, I'm saying
serious?
if so if
Are
you
these
basically, I'm
serious?
saying if you proud of who you are, why do you let that affect you?
Mm, if you're proud of who you are, well then no. Like that's why I say whenever you just have to know who you are, so you don't, you know, let other people's judgments get to you or whatever. But people are gonna judge people no matter
Hey,
what.
Touche, guess who down in the comments? Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Oh yeah,
I remember y'all too.
you can pointing out. Hey, look, not too much. Relax.
Not too much. My bad, my bad. I had to bring back memories.
And that's still my boo.
Quit it. You ain't crushed on her till she crushed on you first. Quit it.
I'm always crushing.
He said, "Oh, you like me? Okay, I like you."
I'm crushing like a fat person on weight.
Oh my. So Jasmine, you say you don't. Okay. Let's get to this one now.
No, but I do agree then that yeah, okay, now I understand the question. Yes, I agree. If you don't like to be judged, then that shows that you are ashamed more than proud. Yes.
Okay, you agree? What? Okay, we up point. We up point. Let's go ahead and hit you with that last one real quick now. How do you vet? Do you know how to vet and search for red flags?
What kind of red flags?
That's a personal thing. That's whatever you don't like. What's red flags to
Okay,
you?
when they probe, like when they ask too many questions, like
Mhm.
when they ask you too many questions to get to know about you or whatever, or
Wow.
like when they purposely like flirt, like I think that's a red flag. Like if they wanna just, I just think like getting to know everything about you, I think that's a red flag. Does that make
Hmm.
sense? But maybe like in a workplace setting. I don't know about anywhere else, you know.
Hmm. That's a red
Like
flag.
whenever they probe and ask you too many personal like things, then yeah, I think that's a red flag.
So how did you come up with
In a
that?
work setting.
Did you come up with that without making judgment?
No, you have to have good judgment to know when to open up and when to be
So you put the
quiet, you
G word in
know.
front of it, not judging it all good. Nah, okay. I try to make sure though. I try to make sure. I'm trying to get
You gotta
somewhere.
make sure
Mm.
you gotta know when to talk and when to keep quiet, you know. When to pop
Okay.
your shit, when to just be quiet and not tell anybody anything. Because when you tell everybody everything about your business and your personal life and all that stuff, then it just causes like downfall, you know. People prey on
Mm.
your downfall, basically.
Straight faction down there. I see you, my brother. Y'all can all come up. Y'all acting like y'all scared of the panel. Y'all better come on, bring y'all butts in the panel, man. all y'all down there talking. Touche, let's go, my brother. What you got for? Uh-oh, the mom is in the building. You already know my You already know.
Mr.
Oh,
Deal.
y'all bring y'all buns up here.
Mr.
All
Deal.
right,
Yeah.
what you got for me, man? So the topic is if you give unsolicited. See, my boo made me think of this though, because I was like, oh, there's such thing as unsolicited
He's
opinions, I guess. Oh, y'all really scared? They came at the bottom of the thing too. They like, oh, we gonna get away.
I'm gonna sit up
She
here.
came to the bottom right corner. She down at the bottom. Don't be scared.
What you
I'm
said?
just,
Yeah. So what you basically asking if somebody give an unsolicited personal? Yeah, you open the door. If you don't want nobody to say that to you, just quiet.
mm, mm.
Mm. If you cool with it, I mean, then handle your candle the way you handle it. But I think that people just be talking sometimes and they be venting, and I think they don't know that. Like I said, venting comes when you open the door for venting. I like to be like definitely like pinpointed when I'm with them. Like, are you just talking or are you looking for a solution? Because some people would just come and talk to you and they really don't want no solution. You feel me? They just kind of like willing to say whatever's on their mind and they hard in their chest. So I think after a certain period of time, I'm just kind of like, are you venting or are you looking for a solution? Or are we having a conversation for you to just talk or you want me to give you my opinion? Because like I said, I've heard many times people like, oh, I don't want to be judged. Yeah, you don't want to be judged. Everybody gets judged. Like, and I think it's different tiers of judging. I absolutely hate when people say, "Oh, nobody can judge me but God." Okay, cool, but you still getting judged by God. So how you like? What are we talking about? People just, I almost said a word that almost got me banana. Let me be quiet, though. Well, I mean, it's on you, Kev, because I think he was asking me some stuff.
All right. So, okay, you got that one. Okay, let's get this. How about let's see if anybody else agree or disagree with that. Let's go with Poet, man. I ain't picked on her in about 2 years now.
Oh, leave my woman alone,
Okay,
Jesus.
my bad. I ain't gonna do that. My bad, my bad, my bad. All right, so how do you feel about it? If you give unsolicited personals, you deserve unsolicited opinions. Agree or disagree?
It was 83 degrees in this house.
It's 100. Um, if you on social media, like you gotta expect it. Like people gonna have opinions. I think that's common sense, right? Like if you are sharing your personal details to a room full of unknown amount of people, then that's how many people are gonna be looking and watching and judging. So I just think that comes with the territory. If you share your personal details with somebody in particular, then you have the opportunity to say, "Hey, I don't want this to go past us," or "I want to tell you something," and just confidential. But you can't really say that online, so it just don't depends on where you at.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. Okay, I couldn't argue with that one. Okay, I'm gonna let it slide.
You looking for an argument?
You know it. It's like, no, I'm talking to no, no. All right, let's get mom in the building with that one bar. She been having that one bar for a minute. You might have switched spots, whatever you had.
No, I'm not even. I'm not home. Can you hear me? Like, can you
Yeah, I
hear
hear
me?
you though.
Okay. Um. So this reminds me.
Oh, she got snatched.
But yeah, I do agree. If you give unsolicited personal like situations by yourself, people are allowed to give their opinions. You know.
Did you say anything?
Mm,
Because we couldn't hear you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Hmm.
yeah.
Okay. If you give unsolicited personals, you deserve unsolicited opinions. I mean, I guess I just think you know how far is too far in your opinion? You know, I think sometimes people want to give an opinion, but they like they almost purposely want to be hurtful. You know, and it's like if I'm sharing something, like I think Poet just said, if you're sharing something on social media, if you're putting yourself out there, you're guaranteed to get unsolicited opinions, advice, everything. But I think some of it is just some of it is just underlying bullying, and it's like, okay, you know, I understand I'm putting myself in a vulnerable situation, but that doesn't mean that I also like want to be eaten alive by people just for the sake of eating me alive.
Right.
You know, so I don't know if it's something that people deserve, but you can certainly expect it.
That's what I was thinking.
I
Yep.
think if you don't want, for instance, right? I get what y'all saying, but I feel like if you deep down inside don't want no trouble, right? And you take yourself where trouble is, and you know that trouble is there, you're kind of asking for it, right? That's like me going to a party in the hood, like, oh man, I don't want to be around nobody with no pew pews, and then look at the dynamic that I'm putting myself in, though. The dynamic is I didn't want to be there, so I shouldn't even win that area. I didn't want to be around that, so I shouldn't even win in that area. So if I feel like if you don't care about somebody else's opinion, cool. Say what you gotta say. But if you go be what's the word? If you go be tender about what somebody else's response is because of whatever situation, then maybe it shouldn't even be said. Like I'm a firm believer on that. Like sometimes you don't just
Yeah, I
gotta
agree.
keep it to yourself. If you feel like your friends are judgmental and they go judge you for what you gonna say, when you don't want to hear it, maybe it's best you don't tell them.
But okay, to the point of deserve, um, like let's just say we're having a discussion, right? And we're talking about whatever. I'm telling a story that included me cheating on my husband, right? That wasn't the point of the story, but that was
You
one of the
cheating on me?
points. No, I'm just never. Of course not. Um
I just had to ask.
once I go to another room, right? Somebody from this live goes into the comments is like hearing my conversation and was like, well, she's a cheater anyway, so I don't know why y'all listening to her. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? And it's like
well,
that's but that has nothing to do with what I'm saying, but that person knows that that's going to discredit my conversation.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You gotta. So then
Did,
now
but here's
that
my
goes
question. Did I
into
deserve that?
if you preaching the wrong thing, yes, you deserve that.
No,
If
not if
if
I'm
you're
preaching the wrong thing. If I'm saying like I still love love, right? I still love love and I want to be married and we're having this whole conversation about, do women respect uh courting or dating or whatever. And in this conversation I'm saying that I love love and I want to be married. That doesn't mean that I am without flaw, right? So the fact that you come in here and bring it up, but you cheated on your husband, it's like,
I'm sorry.
Wait
If
for
you don't
that
want,
one.
I ain't gonna lie to you. If you don't want nobody to bring that up, maybe you shouldn't tell nobody
well,
that.
that's what I'm saying. It ain't a matter of wanting. I'm saying just on the point that do I deserve, right? The question is, do you deserve? So do I deserve for people to follow me around the app and counteract everything I say with you should have cheated on your husband?
I'm gonna be honest
right,
with you.
your flaws don't become your character. Your flaws don't become like your personality.
Right.
You
Um,
know,
But
some of them do. I'm gonna say like if you go to jail and you got a felony, you can't get that expunged. Like you can't come back from it. That's on your record for the rest of your life.
Right? Like not everything needs to be thrown back into your face, basically. Like
No,
if
right.
you're,
but
you
that's
know,
regardless. It's some things that you can recover from, and it's like okay, good and hurt, right? There's some stuff you can recover from, and there's gonna be some stuff that you got to scar. That's just it. That's just it.
right. But remember, that story was not the point of the conversation, right?
Well, I'm saying if it ties into that, if it was a random thing like, oh, you shouldn't listen to them because they do A, B, C, D, F, G, then I would just be, oh, okay. I don't know, man. If it has to do with the conversation and you are a person that has had that and has mishandled that, I would say the same thing.
That's fine, but do I deserve that? That's the question.
I don't think anyone deserves anything.
Yeah, if
Okay.
we want to be real, let's get to it
Okay.
then.
Because you
Like,
asked it.
like
What
let me
it
be
deserve?
Because
100. I'm
deserve
a,
so subjective, then yeah.
I deserve is a little bit of entitlement. Like nobody deserves.
Ooh, my boy Too Shay been learning some things over the years. Say
Like,
no to.
that's what I like. I absolutely despise it. Be like, I deserve to be a housewife. Why do you deserve that?
Mmm.
Like, why do you deserve that? Oh, because I be this. It'd be like, bro, it'd be a whole bunch of like it's
That's what entitlement is, though, and a lot of people have it. A lot of people have entitlement where they think that they deserve more and that they could do a better job, or
But this is my issue though. When it comes to stuff like that, we out in front. Like, no, you don't deserve it, right? You think too highly of yourself. But what about the situation I just brought up? Do I actually deserve to be followed around and my personal details brought up in every other
oh,
live that
definitely
I'm in?
not.
I don't think you.
Nobody deserves to have any part of their life or their timeline of their life thrown back into their face. If you're a cheater, you want to be a cheater. That's your
But
prerogative.
what
That
if
doesn't
somebody feel that way
make you
though?
a
Who's to say
that
who's right or wrong?
that
That's
doesn't
what I'm
make. I
saying.
don't believe that makes her a bad person. That's just her
Yeah, but
prerogative.
what if somebody do believe it though? Like
That's
you, it's not one person can't make the final decision of who's telling the truth or not.
I mean, like I said, if she wants to be a cheater, that's her prerogative. But that doesn't
Yeah,
mean people could keep throwing that in her face. Oh, you're a cheater.
they
You're a cheater.
can.
You're a cheater. You're a
can. Yes,
cheater.
we
Like,
They
can.
okay,
can though.
she knows
That's the
that
thing.
she's a cheater. She's gonna cheat, and
This
that's
is
just
But listen, if you
you
go
gotta
to
listen. I mean, yeah, you gotta pay attention to how
you,
life work though. We'll go
you
ahead
go
to
to jail, sweetheart, and you have a felony, you can never erase that. That's not erasable. Misdemeanors are erasable. So if you have a misdemeanor and it's not that which is minor offenses, yeah, those can be wiped off. But felonies you cannot wipe off. So it's
felonies to be expunged.
no, they can't, not all felonies can be expunged, right?
Some of them aren't can't like
Okay, see,
depending on the.
we talking about the generalization of it.
But
Not
are we putting me in the category with felon now?
you committed a crime. Pardon.
I'm a
it.
felon. I
That
committed a
makes us
crime,
equal.
and what about it? Not
You
crazy.
you
So
I
committed a
now,
learned
crime
my
against the
lesson
Father.
from 10 years ago, but
so
that
now,
doesn't mean I need to be. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean I need to be reminded about it 10 years later. Oh, you're a felon. You got a felony on your background, so that makes you this, that, and the third. That doesn't make me like whatever you like assume about me. That doesn't make me a bad person. I've learned from my mistakes. You know what I mean?
Of course.
I don't need
But
to
it
be
doesn't take
constantly reminded that
you
I'm a
did it.
felon. You know what I mean?
But it doesn't take that you still did it.
I still did
Yeah,
it, and
but you
I
can't.
learned
You
from
still
it, and
did
I
it.
grew
But
from
people
it.
can't.
But
But
that's
this is
what
why there's reform. This is why there's. This is where reform comes in. Yes, listen. You can't. You can't hold somebody's feet to the fire every opportunity that you get, and be a constant reminder of maybe just a time in their lives where they were fucked up or they made terrible decisions.
exactly.
Okay, so
That person
Exactly.
that you were then maybe is not the same person you are now. How many people say like, man, when I was much younger, I was people, how many people say like, man, when I was much younger, I was a terrible person, and maybe something major happened and they've turned their lives around. Are we going to continue to be like, oh, well, you were still out, you were still doing X, Y, and Z 20, 30 years ago?
People do that.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
Right.
What's
If
the
you're the same
deal?
person you were 10 years ago, then that's called
You
arrested
don't care about that.
development,
I
and
can tell
that's
you right
called
now. I can tell you
stagnicity.
right now.
But if
As a
you
man,
grew
I was
from
a
it, and
female.
if you learn from it, and if you're a better person because of it,
You
then
got it.
there's no reason why people should be making their assumptions and judging you for a mistake that you made like 10 years ago. For my
They
case,
do.
you know what I mean? Like just because I'm a felon, I'm a lot of things, and felon is one of them. But that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. You know what I
No,
mean?
you're not
Like
a bad
it's just
person
one of
because
my
you will
many
get hired by God
characteristics.
and God for that. That's what I'm saying. Like you won't
It's
get hired because
there's there's a lot to me. I'm more of a deep person. Like I'm
You
not
think they
just a
care about that though?
felon.
That's the thing. You got to
You
realize that
know?
in this world, because you feel a certain way, you can't stop the world from doing. That's why. That's why. I
Right,
like
right. I
what
can't stop people from
you,
making their assumptions and
you,
jumping to their conclusions. That's fine. That's their
right.
prerogative. But I'm just saying, just because I am yeah, you know,
But
classified as a felon doesn't mean I'm a bad person
yeah,
or
that's cool though. But who? Yeah, but that's how you feel. You can't tell other people how you feel. That's what you perceive of yourself. If somebody perceive the opposite, that's how they feel. We can't stop people. That's one thing we can't do is stop stuff. So that's something to
exactly.
be prepared for. If we find
Right.
ourselves
That's
in a
why you just gotta
situation.
have like a tough shell
Hey Jazz,
out
you
and
gonna let me
about or
finish or
learn,
not, boy? I'll let you
you
talk the
know.
most out of everybody. Sure, let me finish talking. Let me finish up. All I'm just saying, I know that y'all might not be feeling what I'm saying, but overall, this is just reality. We can't live in a delusional world to think that nobody's not gonna say anything or not keep using the same thing. So you can say one thing if you're not, and that's why I love what Jen said down there is that if you're not healed with something, don't voice it, right? Because it's people that's out here that's going to do that, and that's only to save your own self because that's what people tend to do. I mean, that's why it's best to try to either heal as quick as you can, find a way to be confident in your mistakes that you made and all that stuff or whatever, because you can't shut people up. We can say, "Hey, you shouldn't do that," and you should like
Exactly.
if they felt that way, they would have never did it from the beginning. So if they feel a certain way about you, they gonna keep using that same ammo against you. It's either up to you to be embracing it or not. That's all that is.
Exactly. Like that's why you gotta have a tough shell and be confident in the person you are because people are gonna judge regardless. It's just human nature.
There you go.
Right, you know?
See,
Like
yeah.
it's human nature for people to judge and it's okay. There's a saying that says there people judge the way you look within like 7 seconds of seeing you. Like it's reality, you know? And one of the first things that people see about you, your race, your ethnicity, your eye shape, your weight. Are you skinny? Are you tall? Are you small? You know, it's just human nature for everybody to just not jump to conclusions, but just have their like form their opinions on you within a certain time frame. It's just what it is.
I mean, I ain't with the throwing it
The
in
way
my
you
face.
speak,
I'm just saying, like,
okay, it's one thing to judge, but it's one thing to throw stones. I feel like those are two different things. Like, yeah,
I think if
you
it's,
could
I think it's
judge,
only
you
a
could have your
stone.
own opinion on someone, but that doesn't mean you got to throw it in their face. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
if
Like
you
that
did
doesn't
it,
mean you
well, I
got to
think if
let them
you
know
did it, then you
how
should be
you feel
prepared.
about them. You know?
I think you should be prepared for it if you did it.
Right. That's the
Right.
point.
Like okay, for me, for example, like mm, let's say, oh, okay, I think that person has big fucking ears. Like, I'm not gonna go and say, oh, hey, you have some big fucking humongous. I'm not gonna do that.
You said
But
I.
I still think about it in my head. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
don't know
it's
if you're
just
getting the
like,
You're not
point. It's like
verbalizing.
you can't see past yourself sometimes. I notice in most of your answers you can't see past yourself. You gotta, even though you said I, right? Because I wouldn't do a lot of these things though. But in
oh, you
reality,
wouldn't?
right? In
Then,
reality,
oh,
people
then I'm
will.
gonna
So
have
there's
to.
no point in saying I.
All I'm saying is, we talking
I'm,
general. Every
I'm
time,
saying,
every time you do something, regardless, you need to know that if you tell somebody that you did that, you're gonna get judged for it, right? So
Right.
if you make something like you can say the past don't define you. You're right. It don't. But if you tell a dude that you was a 3 or 4 back in younger days, it's gonna be some dudes that judge you for that and be like, oh no, I'm cool. And then
and
it's
that's the point I'm trying to make. Everybody
but listen to what I'm
judges.
saying. But
Yeah, right.
listen,
That's just like a dude. Say if a dude said he got popped in his buns, right? Would you go date him, or do you automatically just gonna judge him off rip? Would you date a dude that got hit by Diddy or something?
we're gonna call it the diddler. Would you
You said
date
what,
a
Jay?
would you date a dude that been diddler?
No.
Yeah.
Why?
Why would I?
I can't.
Well, he could be a changed man. He could be a man that you know what I'm saying. He can learn from his mistakes, know how to use the bathroom. Now, let me stop.
Wow.
Well, the other things, like, I think we need to normalize things that people should not know about us. You know what I'm saying?
No, no,
Exactly.
and that's facts. That's
Like,
true. That's why they
wh-
say like
Let
if
her
you
speak, man.
that's
You been you I ain't hear the other two women speak for a minute.
if I'm not something that I used to be, I literally don't have to bring it up. And that will take
Mm.
care of all the judgment.
Amen.
that's why I said earlier, you got to know when to speak and when not to speak and when not to share about yourself or not to tell any personal details about yourself. that was another point I was trying to make. You know what I mean? Because it's like you got to know when to speak or not to speak.
But I
Or
think it also no. I think it also somebody mentioned it. It depends on how healed the person is. So,
yep, that's what I was about to say.
um, perfect example. Growing up, my best friend. We've been best friends for over 30 years. She was very promiscuous. She was active at a very young age. By the time we were 20, she was already in double digits in body count.
Wait.
A lot of things, she used that as a coping mechanism for a lot of things she was dealing with, and so on and so forth. Now at 41, she is fully immersed in her faith. She's a missionary. She's out,
She a missionary.
she was out in Dominican
Don't talk about
Republic,
her.
spreading the word, and helping people learn about about Christ and the Bible and things like that. And she is never afraid to tell her story. Anyone who knows her knows her lifestyle, knows her background, knows her history, because that is a part of who she is. You can't erase that. Yes, there's going to be people who are going to judge you. There's going to be people who are going to look at you and say, well, how can you teach me about this when you were about that? That's on them. That's
Mm-hmm.
how you feel. That is on you. But for me, as far as I go, I've grown from that. And she is unbothered by anybody who has anything negative to say about her, because she's like, you know what? I don't live that life anymore. I am a better woman now than I was then. I am healed, and I'm a woman of God, and that is all that matters. And like they say, like the only valid judgment to me is God, and that's the only forgiveness that I care about. Anybody else, I don't care.
Well, that's a good example, but like it only matters when it matters, right? Like, so it don't matter to me, it don't matter to Touche, it don't matter to, a lot of the people. But if someone is trying to look at her for marriage, or if she's interested in being in a relationship with a guy, right? Then it would matter. It would have.
Depending on the guy. Depending on the guy.
I mean,
It
right?
does depend on the guy, and you know what? That very well may not be the man for her. If he's not willing to look past that, I mean, we're 41 years old. She was doing these things before she was even 20. If you
And
can't
that's
see past that,
fine.
then that's okay.
I'm not saying that it's not going to work for her. I'm saying that that is a conversation, and that's something that maybe he would care about and want to know. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it just matters the audience.
Yeah, your past, yeah, the sad part about that, it can disqualify you in your future from many of things, though. But yeah, I would say overall, because
But
everybody ain't meant to be picked by everybody, anyways, though.
but that's a
So
small percentage of the population. If I only have to worry about what my person thinks of me,
You
you know what
shouldn't
I'm
want to
saying?
be
Like,
picked by
right,
anybody else.
you gotta first
Can I
get.
ask a
The thing is,
question?
at first you gotta get a person, but you gotta get a person that actually take you for who you are and be able to accept you, though. But that's why I say, like,
You get a
sometimes
bad
we
person
gotta
in your life,
realize
and that's
that.
what you want.
Well, sometimes we gotta realize that's well, it is consequences that we pay for later down the line. Like that's like a person that might sleep with somebody and catch some, right? So that's going to disqualify them from the dating scene from a lot of certain, but it's going to be certain people that may accept it, right?
That is a great
But
example,
we still
Ken.
got to realize that it's always going to be consequences for our actions, regardless. You know what I'm saying? So
That is a great example because that shows you that your past still matters.
yeah, I do. It do.
You catch
But
you
can
take
I can I ask you, like, what if the person is promiscuous and doesn't disclose that to like her future husband, and he doesn't know any of her
yeah.
past and how promiscuous she was? Is that a right thing to judge her for not
Yes. Because why did you
opening?
not tell me
Yeah,
that?
right.
well, you can't judge what you don't know. Is that some information that
Exactly.
he wants to know?
Right.
All men don't want to
Absolutely.
know.
All
But
men don't want to know. Oh, that's crazy.
if I find out that you had a wicked past and you didn't tell me, now it's betrayal and fraud.
I
Okay.
think so too.
Why
I
does
Nah,
feel
that?
like
that's
But why does
not
that
touche. Now
matter?
that's entitlement. They ain't got to tell you.
No, you don't have
Nobody
to
has
tell
to.
me. But I'm saying I didn't say you have to tell me. I didn't say you had to tell me. I said if I find that out, that's
We
betrayal and
we
fraud.
can't call it
But
betrayal
you're
though
saying,
because
but you're
it's hella
saying it's
time. Right.
betrayal. You're
Right. I'm
saying
about
you
to say
don't
you
have
can't
to
say
tell
betrayal.
me. But
Right.
you're saying you don't have to tell me. But it's betrayal if you don't. So they do have to tell you.
Right.
No,
yeah.
That's why I said that contradicts. Right.
okay, now let me say this, right? Let me reword this. If we're dating and it's something that you feel like I should know and you choose not to tell me, and I'm trusting you with my entirety, that is betrayal. Because I trusted you and I told you everything and you didn't.
But here's the thing, my past, if I'm if there's something that I did 10, 15, 20 years ago and I'm meeting you and we're dating and I don't tell you, it's no longer relevant. If it comes up in conversation or if it comes up in whatever and I decide, like, because first of all, some things we're not even thinking about in the forefront. There's some things that we just, it's like, okay, yeah, I've done so much in my life, like how can I remember every little thing? I'm not going to just be like, hi, my name is such and such, and I have a body count of, I don't know, 40. I mean, or hi, my name is such and such, and I've cheated on, I don't know. It just,
I'm talking about
why
like
do I?
wise, right? Like some people can be sitting here doing different stuff, and I've almost been gotten by a girl. A girl had to come out and tell me. I was talking to her, we were going on dates, everything was cool, and she came out and told me, "Oh yeah, I had sex one time. I mean, smacked in one time. Yeah, I had sex one time. I mean, smacked in one time, and I caught herpes." Like if she had not told me that, and we had been like in a
Yeah, that's
stuff like
crazy.
that, that would have been betrayal.
Yeah, that's something you
Absolutely.
would think. I would say, but
But
dang, yeah, that is heavy though. But I
that's what
also,
I'm getting
that's
at.
a
I'm not
deep one though, because it is some things you would think that somebody should say, especially if you yeah, I guess I get you in the way when you put it that way though. If a
But that's
person
what I'm
did,
saying. Some people is like
yeah,
y'all may be the people that are open to tell people certain stuff in your life, right? But not everybody is as open as you are. And if it's something to do with my life or my being, yes, that is betrayal because I trusted you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so basically, a person could be promiscuous and have a very like long list of promiscuity, but as long as she's clean, she doesn't have to tell you. Is what you're saying?
No, that's not. I never.
but also you gotta. I would say this too though, just because I still don't stand on the entitlement, even though it's a messed up situation. That's why I think it's best to have a list of questions because everybody not gonna they're not gonna be off rip. Then
That's
if they
true.
lie to you, then that'll be betrayal. You know, if they lie to you, but off rip, I think that's what a lot of us tend to not do is ask good questions or things that we feel like that's important. And
Now I'm
then
not. I'm not also asking Kev though, but I'm not also asking, hey, how many people have you been with in your entirety? I'm not asking that, but I
Right.
am like certain stuff about your past. I feel like you should be open and honest and tell me about it
no, I
because
can feel that. I
because
can
they
feel
But
that.
nobody's sitting there like, hey, okay, so question number one, blah blah, 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 question number two, but like it's in conversation. It's like, you're just like, these conversations are flowing. You're getting to know that person. I don't think that it's no longer relevant now. Yes, I agree with Touche. If it's something that is related to a person's health that could
Yeah,
potentially compromise your
right.
own,
Used to be a man. Yeah, that's
absolutely.
serious.
Yes, there are some things 100% that should
even
be
disorders,
disclosed.
even disorders,
Full
right?
stop.
Because you
But would
might
you
date
tell them
somebody,
before or after
but wait,
marriage? Would you
but what I'm
wait
saying,
until after you
what I'm
guys are
saying is,
married to be
look,
like, oh,
you can sit there and you can be talking to somebody, and they could be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and now your kids having bipolar disorder
That's
could be a
important.
problem. Like
That
this,
is important.
like
Yes.
these things
Yes.
matter. So like that, like I get what y'all. You can't look at it from one point of view. I'm talking about in the generalization. I'm not talking about it with just in intimacy.
So it just depends. It depends though, and I think both of y'all right when I listen to it. It's just some things you don't have to talk like that body count. I don't think that's that serious to talk about though. But
But
I
if
don't
you
what
care.
talk
you're
about
saying,
like
what
I
you're
care about.
saying, what you're
I
saying is
care.
the exception, Touche. Like, there's the general consensus, I think, is certain things don't matter, but there's an exception to that, and that exception is, were you a man at one point?
hmm
Have you ever had? Do you have any health issues that could potentially be passed on to our children? Do you
oh,
have,
that's
like,
true.
things that absolutely those things should be disclosed.
So
Well,
those.
that's why I said it doesn't matter until it does, right?
mm,
Because
Yeah.
we don't always know the
that
questions
sound
to
messed up.
ask. But I have another scenario, right? Say you are dating a guy, or not even a guy, let's do a girl. So you're dating this chick, whatever. It's just easier because I'm a woman. You're dating this chick, and her dad was accused of sexual assault. Nothing came of it, but it was a whole big thing in their family, right? It's not something she's going to tell you. But when you have children, would you want to know that?
Exactly why I need to know that before we have kids.
But
Exactly.
when would you have this
But
conversation
Well,
before
why
you're
would
married
she
or
have it around
after?
her daddy then? That'd be crazy.
exactly. But this is a conversation that you want to have with your mate, right? Now that we have a little girl, I need to tell you that there was this situation.
That,
Like,
yeah, you said that probably in the middle of the thing though, but
The
yeah,
middle
you
with
don't
your
have to say that
cousin.
at the beginning though. That was just
well, that's what I'm saying. Some people might say, like, I wasn't thinking about that the whole time we were
true.
dating,
I can see
right?
that.
You see what I'm saying? Like, some
But
things
that, if you
just
talk
don't.
about the herp or something, all that stuff, Lord, being
So
a man,
just
that
because
got to be
some
on.
things don't come up in
They
conversation don't
know
make
that's
it okay
important to
for it,
say.
you know,
Right.
not to be talked about is what that's my question. Like just because some things don't come up in conversation, does it mean it's okay for you not to talk about it?
What?
I'm sorry. What are you
Say
saying?
that again?
I'm saying like, okay, so if something doesn't come up in conversation, does that make it okay for you not to talk about it? Like if it doesn't come up in the context of the conversation.
It's
I think
different.
it's the format
No,
when you
no,
go
I'm
talk
saying what
about it.
Touche is saying. If you know you
Right.
got some things going on and you know you should say it, but you don't for whatever reason, I'm seeing it as betrayal. I ain't gonna lie to
Yeah, I
you
can see
because
that.
it
Yeah.
came up for a reason, right?
Yep.
Now, as soon as you get pregnant, you want to have this deep ass conversation about your father we've been having barbecues with for 2 years.
Right.
That shit is crazy.
And
So I'm
Hey,
absolutely
hold
not
on. So
saying
would
that.
you not? Oh, let's ask this then. Wait, because that's a whole other thing though. So if her father, if he had a, okay, say if your dude had a father that was doing that, right? Would you not be with him no more because of his father?
Wait, if the father was doing what? I think I missed
He
something.
said she basically said if she
I
found out
just
her,
said that there was something in the family, like
yeah,
something
yeah,
happened with somebody's child. It
yeah,
came to be unfounded, right? But it's a thing. Everybody knew about it, right?
yeah.
And the family has gotten over it. But now you're dating somebody and y'all have a kid and it comes up in your mind. You need to share that.
Well, I'm just saying if he did share that, would you be with him anymore or not have a kid anymore with him?
It depends. It depends on the relationship that we have.
Mm.
No, seriously, it depends on the relationship we have. If
You
you,
and your
if you hold
If
on,
a girl
if you
tell me
are
her daddy was at the Diddy freak offs and he was a member
right,
of it,
no,
I'm not
listen,
dealing with her no
and that's
more
what I'm
because
saying. Like
so
if you are buddy buddy with your daddy, right, and your daddy is God to you, right, and everything. My daddy always said, and my daddy said, and my daddy will fix it. And now I hear this about your daddy. Oh yeah, we probably done because you're not gonna like me saying your daddy needs to stay however many feet away from my child. I don't care if
but
it's your
wait,
daddy, if it's your
but you
uncle, if
said
your
it's
brother.
unfounded. But you said it's unfounded and it turned out to be nothing.
The family might have turned out to be nothing.
your
No,
daddy is weird.
What
I'm
does
not
that
dealing
mean?
with
but,
him.
but wait, but if you're saying okay, if you're saying like, hey, there's this, allegation and it eventually turned out to be nothing, it was unfounded, there was nothing there.
Unfounded means that they didn't find anything. I would have to do an investigation myself.
So let me ask this. When is a good time to have those intimate conversations with
As
your
soon as
significant other?
Wait,
possible.
before y'all answer that, I gotta get Silo in. I did invite him earlier. Didn't get Cassidy. Y'all go back open. What you got, Shiloh? Anything
No,
you
no,
got?
y'all good. I didn't want to interrupt. I was letting y'all go,
Oh, you
but I
go
got the
ahead.
lead.
You can go ahead
Uh,
and right now because they go back and forth and you ain't gonna get a turn. So what you got on your
no,
mind,
you
man?
good. No, I was kind of going back to the conversation about the promiscuity. I think the way the conversation is going currently, I'm kind of curious of what y'all have to say, but about the promiscuity thing, personally, I think the older, and I'm not saying that obviously I'm the most confident person in the world. I think I can only speak for the guys, but like as a guy, for the promiscuity thing, I've dated a girl that was pretty promiscuous previously, and a girl that was not at all promiscuous. Actually, quite the opposite. Quite frankly, I don't think that shouldn't matter because a lot of times we get in a relationship. Um, a lot of people talk about bringing like past, like my ex used to always say, "Don't bring past trauma," but like you can't not bring past trauma in a relationship, but also be angry about someone's previous promiscuity. Like
Yeah.
that.
Did you marry any of them?
Well, I mean, obviously those things are
Or you-
gonna, but I don't think a person was is exactly who they're gonna be. I mean,
I
because
agree.
I don't think I don't think when you're gonna marry somebody or you're taking the next step, you're not really marrying the person you go on a first date with. You marry the person that you create a relationship with. I think those are two different things.
I can feel that.
So that's just my opinion. Like, um, but yeah, I'll let somebody else touch.
All right.
Let me say
Hold
this
on.
real quick.
What's that? Oh shit.
70% of divorces are initiated by women in the United States. 70% of
What the
divorces
heck?
are initiated by women in the United States. Most of the reason is because they're not happy. So we can break that down to why they are not happy, right? It's because of um, substance abuse issues. It could be bedroom issues. It could be financial issues, but whatever. 70% of divorces are initiated by women, right?
Solo,
So,
hold up, Solo. What you have in your own? What that got to do with judgment? That threw me off.
what does that have to do with judgment?
Yeah, you just came in here with your own topic. What that come from? Who's
I'm
talking
not
about?
coming with my own topic. I'm coming off of what you're saying. So let me get to the point where this is right. So a woman that has a higher body count, right? You said that she's been with men, whatever. They ain't got nothing to do with it, right? Is that what you said? That if she has previous sex partners, it has nothing to do with anything?
Well, are you
Uh,
asking him or me? I'm sorry.
How you talking about Shiloh? You
The
talking about
person
you?
that was speaking, I'm not talking to the host. I'm talking to the person that was
Okay.
speaking
Yeah, yeah.
before I said
Yeah,
something.
yeah. No, no.
Shiloh,
Yeah, what I said. Yeah, I said
you
like
said that
previous.
her body count doesn't matter. How many men she's been with doesn't matter, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's in my opinion. Yeah.
My brother
Your
CD
opinion.
in the building.
What?
I'm talking to my person coming up.
he said yeah. So go ahead, Solo.
Who was talking before me? Was it you, Shiloh? Were you
Yeah.
talking before?
Yes, yes. I'm the one that said that her previous promiscuity has nothing to do with your current relationship.
Her previous promiscuity, sex life with other men doesn't have nothing to do with whether you want to make this woman your wife, correct?
I mean, unless you're getting married on the first date, then correct. I agree. That's what I'm saying.
No. So you're telling me that the woman that you want, like, do you have kids?
I hope to God not.
No, do
Damn.
you have kids right now?
Dang,
Nah,
right.
Right now, speakingly, like, do you know that you have a child? Like,
no,
do you
I
have
don't have.
kids?
No, I don't have a kid, brother. No,
Do you want kids?
of course.
Okay, would you prefer to have kids with a woman that was a virgin and B never had kids with anybody else? So if you had to choose between a woman that had sex with another man or was a virgin, which one would you choose?
Oh, brother.
Well,
Oh,
I mean, I feel like
Lord.
we. So, can I answer this
No,
real
no,
quick?
no. We're getting to a point though. I'm
Yeah.
asking these questions for a reason.
Well,
Which
I
one would
no.
you choose? A
Well, first
woman
of
that
all,
had
I'm gonna go
a
with the
woman
woman.
that
I'm gonna go with a woman that doesn't have any kids, of course, because that brings a whole another
no, no,
angle.
no. I didn't say a woman that doesn't have kids. I
You
said
did.
a woman that was a virgin or a woman that has had sex before and she doesn't have kids.
But what if
Which one would you
the
choose?
virgin is ugly and fat and like a loser
No,
and
no, no.
Well,
looks
We're not going to
infertile?
hypotheticals.
let me
I'm
answer.
What
Let
if
talking
me
to
she's
answer.
him.
infertile?
I'm asking you this question. Would all things equal, right? All things equal, right? They both look the same.
Oh,
This
okay.
woman is a virgin. This woman has had a sexual partner, 5 of them on average, is what the American woman has. 5 of them.
Dang.
And okay, she's had smacks with 5 different men, and then you have this woman that's a virgin. Which one would you choose?
Okay, can you give me a second to answer?
He's
Sure.
definitely having his own
Okay.
conversation.
Yeah, yeah. No. So I understand the point that you're trying to make. I think as men, yes. I mean the. I mean, I ain't going to beat around the bush. We all would rather prefer, just because you want to feel like you're the only one of woman that's a virgin, based on
You
my
don't have to
experience.
press. Continue.
But based on my experience, because like, you're asking me, so I'm going to answer from my answer.
No, no, no,
I
no, no. I'm not asking about your experience. I'm saying which one would you rather
okay.
have? I
Well,
know your experience
okay.
can be taken into account. I'm just saying
Yeah.
right now. If I'm like, okay, hey, okay,
What is the
bro,
point? What I don't
like
My
understand.
I'm
What's the
gonna get
I
point?
to the
guess
point. I'm gonna get to the
My
point though.
ADHD is
so.
kicking
I'm
in.
gonna get
Like,
to the
let's.
point if you stop
Boy.
interrupting. I'm gonna
Okay,
get
so
to the point though.
so I'm gonna answer, and you're not gonna like it. I can already tell by where you're going, respectfully. But I genuinely don't have a preference. It's gonna be based on the
Okay, so
relationship.
you have no preference whether she's a virgin or she slept with 5 different men. You have no preference at all.
No, like in the slightest, not at all.
Very good.
Okay, all right. So what happens is that when we get men that's agreeable to women that are doing things like having multiple sexual partners outside of marriage and outside of a committed relationship, then we let women know and accept that we're okay with that. And the majority of us men are not. We're not okay with you being
Would you prefer a woman that been
promiscuous. We're
married and
not
divorced
okay with
five
you
times?
being out there uh, having multiple sexual partners. We're not okay with you having multiple baby daddies. We're not okay with that.
So
Even
would
if
you
you get
rather be
this
okay with
certain,
them being married 5 times and divorced 5 times?
what's that?
Would you rather them be married and divorced 5 times?
No, I'd rather them be married once.
Okay, but what if they got divorced?
If she got, it should be for these reasons, right? That he was abusive. He was abusive, extremely abusive to you and the children.
So
Well, how are you going to control
can
her
I
thoughts?
ask one question to the gentleman?
That's
So
crazy.
we have to remain.
That's
So
not
we
Can I
the
ask
have
one
to
question
remain
to
question.
perfect, and
right
he's
there?
gonna be a piece of shit.
Wait.
I'm so tired of this. I'm so
No,
tired
no,
of this
no. Can I ask
So
a
conversation
so
question?
with
so so
women.
like here's what happened though.
But
Here's what happened though.
whatever.
Like women like dominate everything that we do and we do socially, right? Like y'all want to dominate the conversation, whether it's on social media, whether it's in society, whether it's in government, whether it's on in music, whether it's on television. Y'all just want to dominate, dominate, dominate,
Only
and
in
then you want
men think
men.
that.
No. You want men to
Well,
accept
can I
that,
ask? Can
and
I
the
ask one
men that
question?
accept it are the
But you
men
didn't
that are
answer my
like
question.
honored and like the men that are honored and rewarded for accepting your behavior. If
So
you're
You
a
didn't. You
woman
didn't
that's
answer my question though.
promiscuous, let's accept that. That's okay. If you're a woman that's okay with um, being a degenerate, shaking your butt and
We just
being
want permission
loose,
to have the
well, let's honor
conversation
that.
we
Let's
already
honor that. That's
had
okay. That's acceptable,
before you
right?
came in
But
the
then
room.
the
so
minute we step
okay,
up and
okay.
say something, then we're your enemy.
This is hilarious. So
Because
The
so
minute
I
we
don't
listen.
step up
Hey,
and
understand.
say
So
I don't
something
so
and we
wait.
don't
understand. If a
accept it,
woman,
we're your enemy.
Wait, but
a,
you
a
didn't answer
woman
my question
having
still.
time out. A woman having 5 partners all of a sudden is promiscuous. I
Yes.
don't.
Okay, so
Please,
answer
I'm
my
so tired
question.
of this narrative.
Wait.
Like
I'm sorry, but you're
men
People,
like you, go find yourself a husband or something because
solo
clearly
Marcus.
you
no,
don't
You're
want
women
a
like
definitely
woman.
a
you,
woman
shut the
hater. I'm
fuck up.
sorry.
Hey,
Okay,
Here we
listen,
go.
you bitch
Now
ass.
watch, watch.
I'm
Now
a
I'm about to
happily
disrupt.
married
Watch,
Bro,
woman,
we
watch.
so
not
Because
about to
when
no,
you
do
say
that
men
no,
like you,
no.
go
today.
find
Don't
yourself
come
a
at
husband.
me. Don't come at
Like
me,
you,
All right,
internet
all right,
thug.
Joe. Ooh,
here we
ooh,
go.
Listen,
man.
I don't deal with internet
Oh, he
thugs.
left.
I,
That's
All
I,
right.
just real
I,
talk,
can
okay.
I
real
say
So,
one
quick.
thing?
so my question back to what it was, which he never answered. I don't know if he's completely out of here or he's just in the chat. Would you rather have a woman who's been married and divorced 5 times, or a woman who has had 5 bodies?
He wants a woman with less
It's
experience and
not
confidence
about
so he can control her.
how
Yeah,
many
of
He
bodies
ain't
course.
she
trying to
I
has.
control
It's
her
about
back.
if she's
no.
honest with you about it. Like, or if there's a need to be honest about it.
I
That's the
mean,
question. Like,
but
if
this is
it
what I'm
doesn't come
getting
up in
at.
the
I don't.
context of conversation, do you just bring it up? Does the woman
Okay,
just tell you, oh, hey, I have 30, 40 bodies? Like, you just say that to your future, like,
I don't
husband?
think
Or you
nobody's
just,
actually sitting down at a table and asking each other what's their body count.
But
that's
this
what
is
But I
the
I'm
also
thing.
don't
saying.
think
Like, how do
so.
you
If
have
you
that intimate conversation with someone? That's the question. Like, how do you sit someone down and be like, hey, this is my situation. This is my past. Do you accept me or not? That was the question. Not do you want? Like, no, it's not all that or
Now,
whatever.
here's the problem. You can't meet
Guys,
somebody and then
you hear
tell
what I
them
said?
what their life should have been like before they met you. Hey, I love
Mm.
you, but you
yes,
report having
fam.
one baby daddy and zero sexual experience. Like, what kind of shit is that? That don't even make sense.
You can't get a
Like,
job without no experience, so I don't care what nobody talking about. Don't agree with me or not. I'm not dating nobody who ain't
He
never
just sounded
been
like a woman
outside.
hater. Like he hates women to his
he
core.
does.
I'm not. I'm sorry. And
Can
Kev
I
know
just
that
say
I'm.
this?
Kev know that I'm a person that's gonna keep it a bean. I'm not dating you with no experience, Mamacita. I am sorry. At this
No, thank
age,
you.
it's not happening. See you when I
Can I
Yeah,
see
say
like
you.
one
what if
thing?
what if you marry that virgin and she's a pillow princess and doesn't do anything for
And I'm
like
gonna
your
be
happy
upset.
marriage? You don't
I'm
know
gonna be
that.
mad. I'm gonna be
I
mad.
think
Can I
what
say?
the heck? I don't know if Jasmine even hearing you or not. He actually said the opposite of what you saying, Jazz. You talking about a virgin? He said she was.
And
He
he's
talking
saying,
about
hell
experience with it.
no.
Right. He said the whole
Like,
opposite.
absolutely
Hey,
not.
No, I'm
hey, but
saying like what if okay, the other guy was
He
trying to make
said
it
he
seem
want a
like
woman with experience, so why would she be a pillow princess? That means she got
no, I'm
experience.
saying that the
hey,
other guy
Kev,
was
Kev,
trying to
Kev,
say that he
Kev.
wants
It
a
is some out
virgin
there.
for a wife.
Please
And
Yeah, I
I
know
was
believe me,
some
like, well,
pillow princesses that, but
Kev. Please believe me. I've met them and they be grown, and I be like, you can't
yeah,
be.
but I know what you mean by experience. You just saying experience. So experience, you wouldn't expect a pillow princess. As you mean
You
experience.
know,
I feel like this overall in totality. I absolutely despise when men come in here and they trying to pump their chest up and silverback gorilla stuff because it does not affect me.
Alpha male.
Yeah, can I say one thing real quick?
Like it
You
does
got
not
it.
it doesn't put pump fear or it doesn't teach anything to the masses.
Right.
That's not how it works, right?
It's pointless.
It's really pointless. Deep down inside, even when you start disrespecting women, it does not tell me that you're an alpha male. It tells me
Exactly.
Mm.
you're a female.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because they
and
teach the men.
I just want to say this too. So I'm a firm believer in like you're the type like you attract the energy you put off. If you're the type of guy that keeps getting people that you're able to throw to the side and you think I'm nobody, that's on you. So and the same thing goes for women. If you keep attracting guys, so like guys like him, he's had bad experiences,
Obviously.
so he throws that. So here's my question. I always ask because we live in this weird era in which we like young men, don't matter if they're black, white, whatever, like the what does she bring? Like women like this red I think it's called like red pill, whatever the hell it is. Like this weird I don't know. I'm not too well versed in like social media, but like I think some of these podcasts they be seeing. But like here's my thing. If let's just say you're with a girl and she's been giving you good energy, y'all been like dating for 6 months 8 months and you're infatuated with her. All of a sudden, she has an honest moment, like, "Hey, by the way," and you've been valuing her to the 10th degree. All of a sudden, she has a moment in which she tells you that, okay, by the way, I've got 8 bodies. Does she now is all those 8 months? Is she now worth less? If
That's what
so,
I'm saying.
that makes you a garbage human being.
Exactly.
mm,
Like,
So they ain't got a mind of
like I
their
don't
own.
under,
That's all.
like I don't understand that
I
because
feel
some of
like
my
if you
best
would, like
relationships
if
are
you would
actually
have
with people
and
like
y'all get
men
to 8 months
that
and y'all
I
have,
wouldn't
some girls that have bodies.
look. I want to say this. I wouldn't say. Oh, he got the one bar. Everybody gotta have these one bars now. That's crazy. I,
you
I
know what?
wouldn't. I wouldn't. She got a one bar too. That's probably why she cut me off. But I was about to say that it's what I was gonna say real quick is that I wouldn't call that person garbage, right? Because it's just a lot of people that just don't know no better. That's just all that really is, though. So it's people that also like. That's why people will. I would because if you're going off that logic, I would go like with people that be saying them horoscopes, right? I call them garbage, but they just don't know no better. They just go off the horoscopes or whatever their defense mechanism is, and they just go based off of that, not realizing that it's not life is not that simple. You really have to, which is my last problem. You got to vet for real. So everybody kind of different from what they past is. So it's not that gonna be that easy. That they did this before, so I know that they not a good person. They didn't do this, they must be a good person. It's not that simple because it's people. It be versions that's trash, or trashy in the inside. It could be people that's loose, that's the best people in the world. You know what I'm saying? So it
exactly.
actually take vetting though. So that's why I wouldn't say like trash, but it's some people that's just still surface. I guess I hate that I learned that word, but it's like surface level type thinkers and stuff. Like they follow the masses and they think it's just an easy way
Yeah,
to
Yeah,
connect with people.
yeah.
It's
But the
definitely
question
an ego.
is asking people, do they know how to vet each other? Right? They don't know how to vet
exactly.
each
Not
other.
everything is black and white, basically.
No,
After
they
you
don't.
after you go to shit, mom wanted to
We can
go after.
barely hear
They
you
don't
too.
know how to. They don't know how to vet each other, right? Vetting, and let me say this: vetting is you showing up in totality of your authentic self, and I show up. And what we do is we spend mutual time together, right? It ain't you giving me more time than I'm giving you more time. It's mutual time, and we getting to actually know each other. Within vetting, that's how you guys build a friendship. With friendship, that's when y'all have them awkward conversations because the pressure isn't too on you guys to hide anything from anyone. That's the moment where you have those conversations. I'm not also saying that y'all won't be intimate in that space somewhere because some people are, but not everybody. Um, And then you go to a relationship, which is y'all both making a conscious decision to be in a committed relationship with each other, and then y'all begin courting while in the relationship, and that's how it's really supposed to go. But people get it mixed up because they in a rush to hurry up and get to somewhere, not realizing that rushing and building something always means the foundation is going to not be properly stable.
Yeah. Go ahead, mom. And then it looked like I seen the order that did it. It was mom, then it was like poet unmuted, and then Shiloh, and then Jazz.
Um, I think that first of all, a lot of men who have an issue with a woman supposedly being promiscuous by having five partners or whatever, it's more of an ego thing. It's like, oh, if I run into somebody who knows my girl and knows her past, then because I've heard men say it a lot of times, like, oh, if you run into people and they know your girl or they know someone who knows your girl, then it's gonna be brought up that your girl was tossed around or your girl has been with whoever or whatever. And it's like, okay, why does that matter to you? You are allowing people who are irrelevant, people you possibly don't know, into your relationship. That could be something, if you cultivate it properly, it could grow into something amazing. But
Samantha,
because you're so
you wanna
afraid
know
of
why men
people
do that?
judging you, huh?
You want to know why men do that?
I was about to
And
say that part too. I was gonna speak on that too for sure. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, that's
Insecurity.
it's fine, but at the same time, don't put that on us.
No, because
I'm
Well,
bringing you
tell you.
I'm bringing you my authentic self. Like, my husband knows everything about me. I've known him over 20 years. That's my best friend, and we've had that conversation. We've had the conversation about body counts and all that stuff in my 20s when I was single. And Kev, you know this. I did what I wanted to do. We've had you. This has been the topic of your lives before. My 20s, I did whatever I wanted to do, and then I had kids or whatever, and after that it was like, okay, you really got to get your shit like so together because you have these babies now. But my husband now, it's like, okay, you've been there, done that. That's not the woman you are now.
you,
That's all said and done.
you don't believe it's such thing as too many bodies though?
I for Yes, there can be, but that's not my place to judge anybody for that.
Yeah,
I
right.
know
That's why. Yeah, I'm
I
about to
know
say
me myself.
overall, women don't care about that, but yeah, of course, men do. But I think women should start caring about it though, because it do
Wait, no,
tell a
Kev,
lot
stop.
about a character though, off rip, because that's one of the first things. Because it showed the lack of discipline, it showed the carelessness you have of your body and all that stuff, whatever. But then again, that don't have to be the ultimate. It still take time to vet the current person they is, but off rip, yes, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that people got to realize you can't just do things freely and think that somebody's supposed to just accept you and just supposed to feel sympathy for you all of a sudden because your decision that you wanted to do, that out of nowhere you like, well, you shouldn't do that. No, we knew that we were going to get judged before that because people done taught us about this stuff. They told us not to do these things. We sometimes we be acting brand new when we get it and stuff. So it's like we got to realize it's literally consequences. Like, you can't tell a person that, oh, now you call HI, you know what I'm saying, this or whatever, and then be like, don't look at me that way and all that stuff. I made my mistakes and all that. No, people is going to feel the way. I wouldn't say that they nothing bad about a person that's making that judgment. They gotta come up with that, and we can't feel bad because a person may disqualify you for whatever reason they feel or whatever, because it might be a defense type thing or whatever. But also, like I said, I get you saying that some people got to let people take chances though, but we got to also think about the masses. Like 9 times out of 10, people that's giving that thing out every last moment, they ain't got no self control or nothing, or they barely can know what love is past having sex. So I mean, it is a science to that thing too though. So it's valid
Well,
reasons why people like that though.
The other thing too, Kev, is that we are not what we do, right? We are a person, and what we do is what we do. So
Yeah, I
it
think I said that.
you have to separate the person from what they do, because we're not going to always do those things. We're not going to always be that person. Not going to have those influence. We're going to grow up. We're going to change. We're going to evolve, right? That's what humans do, no matter what. Whether you want to or not, that's what the hell you're going to do. Now, some people keep holding on to behaviors because it's comfortable. That's another thing. But we're talking about people who are no longer doing these things. It's not necessarily what you're doing, it's the habits and the routines and the boundaries or lack of boundaries that you set up around that activity, right? So if I have all these sexual partners, that means that my decision making skills was not on point, right? I did expose my body to several different people. right? How many abortions did I have? Can I even have children, right?
Mm.
Am I able to commit to a relationship? Or was I just seeing men for sex? Because going from sleeping with a whole lot of men to actually trying to focus on one is an issue, right?
Mm.
What type of emotional patterns did I set up? Coping methods that I set up while I was doing this activity. So it's not just the sex itself. It's all the other
Yeah.
things that do play out into the relationship that
Yep.
women who are in that category, they don't necessarily notice. They think all of their family trauma come from their mom and their daddy. Some of it does, but some of it also come how you dealt with men in the past, and that's on you.
Yeah, so I also just want to say real quick, I agree with her, by the way. Like, I obviously think there's a limit to your actions. Like, I'm not saying, but I think this idea that a brother comes up here and he's like 5 bodies, like it's car with mileage,
Yeah, that ain't
he
nothing. What the
sounds like
heck?
an idiot. He sounds stupid. And the problem that I have with this conversation is you see
But
so many
five
young men.
bodies at let's say this, then 5 bodies at the age of uh
So how'd you say it again?
18 or something. I think that's an issue
Yeah,
before you
like
hit
at
18.
18, you got 5 bodies. This is insane.
Yeah, that's
That's
an issue.
absolutely going to be an issue because you have definitely developed some bad habits and some,
Like,
you know,
man,
coping
you just go.
mechanisms to
You a
be able to do
serial
something like that.
hunter.
But if you meet it's easy to sit back and judge the world, right? But if you meet a nice young lady and she checking all your boxes, and then you start digging, that's
Right,
something
that yeah,
different.
that's something else. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Because I know
And the
I wouldn't
flip
know better
side,
now. Because I know even if I'm into somebody, I'm not about to ask all the other stuff. What's the point? You know what I'm saying? I'm
right?
trying to look for a reason why to disqualify. Yeah, I wouldn't
The
do that
flip
though.
side is if you meet a nice young lady and she cool in so many ways, but this is one or two things that you can't quite figure out,
Let me
right?
ask
Yeah,
you a question.
but
Then
let
it's
me.
like,
We gotta
okay,
let Shiloh finish though. I did cut him off though.
No,
I gotta
you're
let.
good. You're good. I'm not. I'm not the center of that. I'm good. But like, I think it's a good point though. Like, I think that again. Like, I feel like I could be either a little bit younger than the son of a gentleman here, but like, I feel like a lot of the gentlemen are younger than me, and this weird area we live in where it's like, I think that this idea that you can like I don't know. It's such a hard conversation, but like I hear
Mhm.
so many. I'm so distracted by the other gentleman that came up, and he was talking about like a certain amount of bodies.
Yeah,
They have
but we
so many.
seen off rip what type of person he was off rip though. He
Yeah,
wanted
well,
to
I don't.
Shiloh,
Yeah, I don't.
live off some.
Well, I
But
Shiloh,
I
don't know
do,
him.
Touche. I'm gonna let you. Literally, I'm gonna let you go. I got to at least say this part to
oh,
mom real quick though. I just want to say that I do agree. Like if you talking about for the masses, right? Of the men that do those judgments, it is a pride thing because like I even talked about this one thing like one of you know you got a good woman and all these things or whatever and you was cool and y'all was married, right? Married for 25 years and then you found out that she slept with 100 people or something like that. You gonna break up? I done heard a few men say that they gonna break up and stuff. I was like, what the, that's stupid.
Well, that's my
You got
point.
kids and stuff. Why would you even, you're like, so that was straight up pure ego and pride. Like that is crazy that man is, it's a man that is like that though. Like why would you do that? But let me let Touche finish. Though. I just want to mention that part that you write about a lot of men building pride, but it is many other reasons. But if their reason is just because, oh, I don't want to see you with that many, that's childish. You know what I'm saying? So I can feel what you're talking
I
about.
think, like I said before, I don't know if my phone is still tripping or not. I think my phone was tripping. I think that the reason why men are so worried about body count is because of insecurity, right? And I'm gonna say
Mm-hmm.
something, and this will probably shake the table, and men to be like, you're whatever, yeah, whatever they go say. I don't care. Regardless, this is true because really deep down inside, you worried about how many bodies she had. It's because you trying to now compare your size to the next person's size.
100%.
Oh
100%.
no! Oh no!
That's why you're so worried, my boy.
Can I ask though, doesn't it feel different like for men? Like
No,
could you
if a
feel
woman,
when a woman has been promiscuous her whole her whole
no,
life or whatever?
Hold on, man. Say that one more time, brother. Why do
because
men are so concerned about body count? I really want to hear this.
okay, wait. Um, no, Jasmine. What I'm saying the vaginal is a muscle, regardless, right? It does not matter what goes in because if nothing goes in, it's gonna go right back to where it was. Right now, if she's super promiscuous or she's just like frivolous, then when you'll know. But if it's a female who dealt with somebody and she ain't been dealing with somebody, you can look at that as a muscle. It's gonna go back to the same tightness it was at. But
She ain't gonna go from
That's not true at all. If I heard you right, I hope I heard you right. But the
what is
reason,
the vaginal?
hold on, the reason why
What
men
is
are,
the vaginal? Just answer that question first.
brother, let me
What
respond.
you
Let me
just said it's
respond.
not true. What is the vaginal?
Let me respond, brother.
Oh my god, I hate the internet.
So the reason why men are so concerned with body count is because what we have to offer, we want to make sure that woman is deserving of it, right? What she has to give a man, we want to make sure she hadn't given every other man the same thing and offer every less of a man than you are the same thing, right?
ego.
How am I special if what I'm getting ready to give her, which is the world, yet she's let other men have her that wouldn't even offer her the world?
Ego.
That, that doesn't even, you can call it what you want. It's what we have a value, what we want to give to that woman. We want to make sure she's worthy of what we're getting ready to give her.
That's a very creative idea. The
So
fact that you think you can do that.
nobody gets to dictate that but the man that's in the process of giving. You can say what you want. You can call him names. You can say he's awful or
I didn't call no
fraudulent.
names.
I'm not talking to you, man. I'm talking in general. I'm talking women can have their opinions about it. They can have their feelings about it. It does not matter. What that man has set in his mind is a threshold for the woman to meet when it comes to what he has to give her. He gets to determine that, regardless of anybody else's feeling. So the reason why, in general, why men of value are concerned if that woman has been a 304 or not is because what we have to give, we consider it great. We work hard to get ourselves to where we want to be.
What
We're
is that
going
that you have to
we're
give?
going to give our lives for that woman we love, and we want to make sure she hasn't given the most special thing that she have in her possession to some pookie, some low life dude that didn't consider her, that
Do you have a
didn't
pass?
value her, didn't value her. That's our decision to make. You can feel how you want to feel about it. It's not going to change anything.
Okay, do you have a pass?
What do you mean? Do I have a pass?
Yeah, do you have a pass?
What do you mean by a pass?
Do you have a pass? Yes or no?
What do you mean by that? I need to, in order to
Oh
answer
my
the
god.
question
Ever
correctly.
been
What do
with
you
a
mean by
No need
pass?
woman?
to get defensive. This is
Are you
like
a virgin?
I'm
Have
over
you
it.
ever been with a woman?
They can't answer even the basic
What do you
question.
mean a pass? What do you mean?
So
Positive pass,
Are you a
negative
virgin?
pass?
Are
What do
you
you
a
mean?
virgin? Are you a virgin?
No, I'm not a virgin.
Then what are you talking about? That's exactly what I meant when I said, do you have a pass? Do you not comprehend that?
No, brother, I'm not going to assume what you mean. You got to be
But it
specific,
wasn't an assumption. It was a question that was very straight to the point.
yeah,
brother.
you should. You gotta. Sometimes you gotta be specific, man. I get what he was
Oh
getting
my.
to.
Oh,
He
all
just
right,
wanted
Kev.
to be
All right.
specific. That's
This is
all.
ridiculous.
He asked me
That
when
way
he
he
said
can't.
when I
That
had a
way he
pass.
can't make up nothing. So yeah, that's what I gotta do with some people too when they don't
Oh
get
my
it.
god.
No,
No.
no.
But
Kev,
yeah,
He
don't
yeah.
stick
said
up.
what
Don't
pass
stick up
meant
for bullshit.
when he
No.
Oh,
used
I'm
it.
not. I'm not sticking up at all. I'm just saying, just
I'm being
so we
real.
don't
End
extend
of the
nothing.
day,
Just be
what do
specific so we can get
what
straight
do
to
you
the
feel
point.
Let
like
me
is so
tell. First of
special?
all,
Listen.
Wait,
So
wait,
the
when
Hold on,
wait,
thing
men
no,
is,
y'all
When
let
gotta
he
me
let
said
y'all
respond,
hold
that,
on. Y'all gotta
respond.
let Touche finish real
Let me
quick.
when it
respond.
comes
okay.
to
What is it?
men's
What is
standards,
it
right?
that you have so
Y'all can call
special?
it a double
What
standard
is
all
it
you
that
want.
you
It
have so
is not a double
special?
standard. It is
What
not
is
a double standard because
what
he
is
didn't
women
say
do
it?
not
that. You
have the
said
same
What
that.
is it that you have
women
that is so
women
special?
do women do not have the same standards as men when it comes to
What
dating
is it that
and
you
in
have that is
relationships,
so
right?
You do.
special?
What do I
What
have
is
that's
it
so
that you
special?
have so special that don't nobody else have?
Well,
Crickets.
I have my own. My no, it's not crickets. I have my own form of protection and providing and
Okay,
leadership, right?
have that
If,
too.
if she values those, if she values those three things, now my turn is to vet her to make sure she's worthy of those three things. Okay? And she can look at me and say, you know what? I don't like your version. I don't like your version of leadership, protecting, or providing. Block. I'm going to go elsewhere. I'm going to shake her hand, and say you're free to do so. Goodbye.
Okay,
Right?
so
She gets to
just
judge
what
me.
you
She
said.
she gets to she gets to judge
So
me,
just what you said
and
is
I'm
the
okay
same
with
thing
it.
that we all have. So what is special about it?
No,
Not
no.
every
What?
man has the same level. No, not
No,
every
no.
man
Can
has
I?
the same
Can I?
All
level.
right.
No.
Can I ask him? Can I just ask one question? He said the term "men." I'm a man of value. It's a serious question because I think this term gets thrown around to dudes that do basic stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to defend the lady. they can do whatever the hell they want. My question is for him because I think this has done such an injustice to most men than it does to help them. But like, what is a man of value? That's my question. You said a man of value.
Good one.
A man of value is what, in general, that women in general want and need.
Hey, bro, keep it
What
100
are
with
the
you.
attributes of a
Since
man
you
of
came to
value?
this earth, it's been many people that's just like you on your level,
We,
higher level, lower level. You don't. What you have is not nothing special. Like,
brother,
I'm sorry,
we don't
it's
get to determine
findable.
our own value. The
It's
market,
but I'm
the
telling you, brother,
market
it's
determines our
findable.
value.
But it's findable.
What do you mean by findable? What do you mean by that?
If it's so findable, why they don't find it?
They do, and other
Exactly.
men.
Thank
That's
you,
why they don't
brother.
be dealing with y'all
No,
no
they
more.
don't. Touche.
Y'all became the pookies and the
I've been
renegades.
sitting, I've been sitting here listening to you, brother, and I want to speak my
Wow,
mind. I'm
y'all be
not gonna speak my
pandering. I
mind.
hate.
Okay,
Okay,
Listen
you
to
come,
somebody
Hannah, you
listen, bro.
saying?
bro. You
Dang,
come
hold
Listen,
up. Did y'all let him finish? Dang, that was
listen,
crazy.
bro. You come off.
listen to John. John is about to
Come,
teach you something.
your
Listen.
your
Man, I'm
analysis,
grown.
right?
I'm
Your
not listening to
analysis,
y'all. Y'all pandering and y'all not keeping it 100.
Why won't you
bro.
let the
I'm
Keep it
not.
brother
Why
talk,
am
100.
I?
brother?
Why am I pandering?
Keep it
No, just
100.
let him
Let
finish.
me
Let him say
finish.
his point. I just want to see what this is getting interesting now. Go ahead and finish your
Why?
point.
Listen,
This is the key
listen to
thing.
John teach you something.
You say we're pandering
Yeah,
because
y'all are.
we
Cause
have,
y'all not saying nothing
bro.
special.
All
Y'all
right,
saying the
bro.
same
Okay, I'm
thing.
gonna be
Touche,
quiet.
look, Touche, you already got some good stuff here. Just go ahead and let them walk
Yeah, they
themselves.
just keep it.
Let them
All
do
right,
their
bet
thing.
I
Let
But
got
them
it.
do their thing.
even if we disagree with them, let's hear them.
Yeah, thank you. See, my mom already know the deal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead, John. Do your thug thizzle, man. Let us know what's so special about these men
I
today.
find it very hilarious how certain men would sit here and say we're pandering because we have feelings, or the way that we speak, or the way that we communicate does not eradicate or sit there and equalify as a simple fact that we need to be kind to our partner when our partner is not being kind to us. So you say they can find the man that that they want. No, they can't, because if they did, they wouldn't be in the club. They wouldn't be in the streets. They wouldn't be in Miami. They wouldn't be in Las Vegas. They wouldn't be in New Orleans. They wouldn't be in Atlanta, and they wouldn't be in Texas searching for a nigga that don't even really want them.
So they be on the moon?
So let's just be real. Let's call it what it is. My thing is this, bro. Your analysis is this is straight. Okay, it's cool. But a valued man is a man that is in his word. A man that knows how to keep his peace. A man that understands that when to be there and when to walk away. That is what a value is. So if you, I don't know how old you are, but it clearly sounds like you're a little young. But the truth is this, my
all
bro.
right. Let's play the guessing game.
I'm
How
gonna tell
old
you
am I?
like this. I'm gonna tell you like this. The more and more you, the more and more you
You don't
sit
listen to
here.
me.
I'm gonna say this, bro. The more and more you
You let
sit
this
here,
brother speak. Why do you keep butting in when this man talking?
Talking to me. He's
Well,
conversing with
shut up and
me.
let him talk then.
So do me a favor, then. But he's
Oh,
not talking to you. He's
emotional
talking to me.
outburst.
Yeah, just let it. Touche, just let him fit. I feel you, Touche, but we don't want
He's
him to
my
speaking to
thing
start all the
me.
way over
But he
again.
just asked me a question, so I said something
yeah,
back.
yeah, yeah. You said something back,
Like,
which
what are
was
we talking
correct,
about?
Okay, okay, okay. Go ahead,
My
go ahead, go
block
ahead.
isn't getting addressed, so I don't know
and
why
I
he came off
respect
of
that.
mute.
You know what I'm saying? This is the difference between.
Who kicked out Mr. P?
Oh, I thought he said he would be up there.
I'm gonna land my plane when I say this. If you, my bad.
Now I want to be here.
My thing is this: if you, as a man, picking the meat off the flesh, and everybody else is picking the meat off the flesh, what makes you better because you're a man, but you don't understand? You're not getting the concept of how we need to be praised sometime too. Don't you like being praised too? Don't you like being,
Yeah, I like being
accepted?
praised. I like being praised for things that are like beyond my what I'm not supposed to do. Things that I'm supposed to do, it's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah,
Like
but
at the
at
A
the
fucking
same
so
token,
when
it
amen.
comes
so
with
when we have a
sacrifice.
conversation, wait, so when we have a conversation and we speaking about certain stuff, yes, I do value myself very highly, but I don't think that I'm bigger than the whole program. I don't
No,
think I'm
no, I'm
bigger than
not
the
saying
world. I
that you
don't think I'm
bigger.
bigger than.
Yes,
Wait,
sir.
what I'm saying, you asked me a question, I'm giving you a response
Yes, sir.
before I block
Yeah.
come back off and get to talking and interrupting me again. What I'm saying is,
at the end of the day, it'd be people out here who saying that they the biggest person in the world, and they not, because that's why they ain't with nobody, right? We got a million people in the world talking about how they are this and they are that, and how they entitled to all these things, but they are not bigger than them. They not big as they make themselves seem. So if you and I made a statement, he came up here. I don't know if you was here for that. I made a statement. I said most men are worried about what a body count, and I made my call statement, and then he came up here to defend that. That's what happened.
Yeah, and
What are
I
you talking
kind
about?
of understand that, bro. And my thing is this:
My res-
if you
now,
were,
John, my response to that is this.
yeah, and
What are
I
you talking
kind
about?
of understand that, bro. And my
My,
thing is this:
my res-
if you
now,
were,
John, my response to that is this. We men, we have a certain we have a certain value for ourselves. Everybody should value themselves, right? But when it comes to the dating and marriage world, your value is determined by the women that you want, right? The women that are out here, your value is determined. Just like uh, uh, women don't get to determine their own value for the dating world. It's the men that want them that determine the value, right? You these people go out here thinking that they sold this and sold that. It's just like applying for a job, right? If you know the qualifications for that job, everybody that's applying for that job is going to try to do something of value more than the rest that will make the company pick them. Everybody's going to do that. You're going to become whatever the market is, and you're going to try to elevate yourself above that to make yourself more valuable. It's the same thing with dating, right? And so the thing is, not every woman may want you. The thing is, where most women may want you, right?
but the,
You have to determine which woman among those ones you want that fits your criteria, that fits that will match you and be congruent with your lifestyle and respect you and honor you as a man. That's it.
but the kicker thing is this, right? They say, I'm sorry, you want to speak, sweetheart? I'll be quiet. I didn't mean to run this live. I'm gonna be quiet.
Y'all not saying nothing new. Let me just say that. We all got to vet people. What are you talking about?
At least it's well, I think it sounds like John at least trying to listen to a little bit. So he's feeding a little bit. He
About what's so special about what y'all doing? Women got to vet, men got to vet. We both come to the table and decide if this is what we want. So what is this I'm better conversation about?
It's I don't you have some men who do that, right? But a real man is not gonna vent how better he is towards a woman. A real man is gonna be like, okay, in his mind, try to protect that woman as much as possible. You feel me? But the thing is, we do have some men who go out of pocket sometimes. Yes. But I think it's because of the simple fact that they are not acknowledged as good men throughout their trials and tribulations of relationships. They're not acknowledged. They're too, the good guy finished last type thing. They're too good to a woman that looks at them very low, or a man that looks at them very low. I'm talking about the women when I say that. Now, but we go through these things, and I'm just being honest, bro. I'm gonna be quiet because I'm just shut up.
So John,
no, I hear you. I
let's
was only laughing at my mind.
say it like this. Most women are going to pick the man that's taller. They're going to pick a man that's stronger. They're going to pick a man that's more wealthier than them. Women are hypergamous, and that's what sets the value amongst men.
Yeah, that is true. That is
Women
true.
are not out here picking pookies to marry, right? Some of them are, but most women aren't, right?
I can tell you the analysis.
Women want the man that's out here being ambitious, that's out here being a go getter, that's out here being a leader. They want not all men are leaders, right? So if you are a leader, you're confident in your realm of leadership
Uh,
and what women want, then that's what you're putting on the market. And if
but
women
confidence doesn't speak out loud. You ever heard of success don't speak, right?
True,
Right.
Success
true,
Yeah,
true.
that's
right?
fine. And that's perfect. That's perfectly fine. I'm
You
talking general. I'm talking general. Men are gonna try to be the best man they can be in order for the woman that they want to pick them. You can't twist the woman's arm to want you. You have to
yeah,
become
it's true.
what she wants, and hopefully she will pick you, right? The woman that you want to pick you, right? And that's it. You go
Yeah,
out here
but
and you put yourself out there as a good man, and what women actually desire. Like most women are not going to pick a 300-400 pound man, right? That's 5'5" and he's 400 pounds. Women are not picking men like that. So what do? You go out here to make yourself better. You lose that weight. You cut that skin off of you, You lift some weights, you get attractive, and you become what more women want.
Hey, you know what? Just because I want to make this a conversation, I'm about to help out Block real quick. What about this, man? Y'all women know, well, y'all women know y'all not about to take a dude when you heard he got hit from the back, like in a Diddy party or something like that. Now let's
Yeah,
get
yeah.
it. See, I just
Yeah,
helped out Simple
exactly.
real quick. Now let's make a
Please, bro.
conversation now.
Yes, brother. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, they
All
not
I'm
picking
saying
on
is
dude, man.
a
You're
lion
trying to
don't
become the
necessarily
best
go
man you
to the
could be.
room and say that I'm a
Everybody
lion.
is.
So when
Just
people
like
say
women.
that,
Women go listen.
when people
Women
say
go
that I'm
get
lying, I
BBLs.
look
Why?
at them like, are you?
Hold on a minute. Women go get BBLs. Why? So more men will be gawking at them. More men will be attracted to them. That's what they're doing. They might deny it. They say that but it ain't women that are gawking at them and say, "Oh, girl, you got to do. Oh, let me have." It's men who they're getting attention from on Instagram. It ain't women. They're doing that stuff for attention from men. Just
You
like men
gotta,
go out
you
here.
gotta.
They
I didn't mean to cut you off, Block, but you really gotta understand, right? It's the lust that it's the lustful desire that men have.
Mm.
Certain men have, right? And I've
men,
came to realization myself, right? And I had to cut it off too. And it's hard.
let me make sure I heard you. You said lust for the
It,
desire.
it
Hey,
lust
John said what he said. See, look what
desire.
TV. John switch it up, boy. He
So you
got his
said
head on,
lust. Okay,
boy.
okay, okay. I
It's the
got
You
you.
better
So
lust.
you
come
said
strong, Simp.
so. John, you
No, no,
said
no, no.
lust for
I'm not. I'm
desire.
not. I'm not calling. I'm not disrespecting nobody, right?
I
And
don't
Go
take it
ahead.
as that.
I'm
So
not.
you said I want to make sure I heard you right. You said lust for desire, right?
Yes, it is a lustful desire because
Right. Does not everyone in some form of way want to be desired if they want to be in a relationship?
yeah, but a woman's lust is like dopamine to a man, right?
Mm.
Because if you really think about it, right, if she's not attractive in her normal state, right, the the so-called spirits that she say, "Oh, I'm doing this for me," you're doing it for attention. Attention is like dope to a woman.
Mm-hmm.
They get the
I get
first
it.
hit
Right.
of some type of attention, it's like a drug. It's like ketamine. They want it consistently, right? So they begin to start posting these thirst traps and BBL pictures. If you really wanted a man would love you with your role, your
Hey,
strength.
Shiloh, I'm gonna switch you up, brother.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me make sure I heard you. You said a man would love her with what?
With her role, stretch marks. You know what I'm saying? Your mentality. See, the thing is, I think a lot of women miss a target when they don't understand it. The reason why men don't like BBL is because your mind, your mental gets distorted. And the reason why women don't pay attention to the good man is because they run in their 30s, their 20s, 30s, and 40s. And when they get in their 50s and they're trying to settle, right, they run back to that good man is already married. So when they can't get what they want, they destroy the household. If if they feel need to, right? They go try to go to the gym, they try to get finer, they try to get his attention. I'm gonna give y'all a gym, and y'all probably already know this. When a man does not pay attention to a woman, it is like drugs she trying to get him to pay attention to her. The minute you stop doing it, oh, she clocking you like clockwork. And I'm learning that. I don't have
Mm.
to your
I got a
attention.
question.
let me, my bad, Tay.
That only
I'm too
works for the
sensitive.
man that you
Go
want.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Wait, so I got a question, and this is just because we got some honest women
Somebody
here.
come help Simp out, man, dog.
Who said?
Even it out.
Why you think I
Who
need
won?
help? Why you think I
I
need help?
blocked, man, because John done seem like he swear he on the other side. No, I'm talking John. No, I like what y'all both say. I just want to see how like who got the stronger argument. I'm gonna put it that way though. But I like what John's saying so far.
Well,
He
I was
more
gonna say this,
I
right?
like
I
what
was
John
gonna
said
say
too.
this
The thing
before
is,
I
it depends. It depends on the pool of women that are wanting him, right? The thing is, I'm talking in general here, right? Not everybody wants the same thing. Not everything is valuable to the same person, right? We're talking majority. Majority of women, majority of men want somebody
You
that's,
need an altar.
they want somebody that's fairly in shape, that looks attractive, right? What's attractive to women Most of the same. Most of the women are attracted to the same. They want a man that's handsome. Want a man that looks good. Women don't want men that other women don't want. Let's be real, man. You got these guys, these football players. You get when they leave the stadium, it's 100 women out there waiting for them. When they get to the hotel, there's 50 women out there in the parking lot. You get to the lobby, it's 25. And Deion Sanders two make it to his room. Women won't. They don't want men that other women don't want. Let's be real.
I think
That
it's
is a true
I
statement.
think science
That's
is
true.
proving that even in all states of the world that they're going to go for the genetics. They're going to go for the person that is more fit. They're going to go for this. That's science, but you see that in the animal kingdom as well. That nobody's going to go get the weak animal.
Uh,
Nobody's going to go get the weak animal. I'm sorry.
That's
If
all I'm saying, bro.
but
That's
at the
that's
same
all my. That's all
wait,
I'm saying.
what I'm saying is
let me oh
still
touche.
wait. What I'm saying is back to where the argument like commenced was a lion don't have to come in and say that he's a lion. So what he's saying is what he said was, well, I have is special, and I said, well, what is it that's special? You said all these things, but that are things that other people have as well. So how special is it if it's not if everybody else has it?
You never
That's
said that I have something that other men don't have. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm in the top probably 15% of black male earners, right? That's just a fact. Not all men make the same.
Well,
So
since you in there, go ahead and subscribe real quick.
My
the,
thing
Send the
is I
daily
don't
gift
know.
too.
man, listen,
Go
we
and send
gotta
that
keep it.
dragon real quick. It's like,
We
Remember we
just, we
talked
just,
about those
we
I'm
just
in the
gotta
things that
top.
matter when they
I'm in
don't.
the top 90%.
You know what? I'm in the
We
top.
just gotta
I'm in
be.
the
If
top.
women are not going out here picking men that'll make 40,000. If
man.
they
I'm
have a
top
choice
two
of
and
a
not
man,
two. I don't care
hold on,
about what y'all talking
hold,
about.
hold on. If you got two men, both of them are fairly handsome. Both of them are in shape, but one makes 50 and the other makes 150. Majority of women going to pick the guy that's making 150.
That and I can agree to that to being some
Yeah,
women, but not all, right?
yeah,
So
not all.
I
at
said
the
majority.
wait, but let me say this,
They're
right?
looking at your bank account.
They're looking at the bank account, so they're not really with you for real love.
No,
Not
that's
no,
not
no,
Because if
true.
they got
Which
Mmm.
brother.
in turn
That's
All
kind of
not
women,
means that you
they
don't,
with
brother,
you
you're
because they
actually not as
got you.
special
brother.
as you think you are.
Hey,
All women don't.
Mmm.
wait, and let me
All
say this.
women don't.
Wait,
All women don't pick according to bank. They pick according to your ability to take care of a household.
no,
let me add to what you're saying,
it
bro.
gets to
Touche.
this. So what I'm saying
I'm
is,
happy, bro.
you saying money doesn't equate to you being better because your money is gonna
It didn't
go.
say it better. It says to women, if you got more funds, right, you can better equip to take care of a household more than a guy that's making 40.
So let me that's cool. I
What a
understand
V.
what you're saying. But if you have no if that's what you're thinking about leading with, your money is not gonna always be that.
Cause
So
Nobody said anything about leading with.
I'm gonna tell you
Nobody
the
said anything
that's
about
the
leading
first
with.
thing you brought up, bro.
I'm gonna tell you the three things that she gonna do to you, and I'm pretty sure you know what it is: kill, steal, and destroy you. Right?
Say it again.
Live.
You
And
say
she's
one of them
gonna.
things on
Don't
this
let them say
live.
that.
I'm gonna just let you know.
Oh,
I
oh,
was
my
about to
bad,
say.
my bad, my bad. Unalive, steal, and destroy you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're giving her attention, she's gonna suck it up like a succubus. You ever heard
Literally.
of a succubus spirit?
Say it again, bro.
The thing,
A
as a man, you get to
succubus spirit, bro.
as a man,
Like,
no matter your income, right, you get to determine if that woman is being real with you. That's
brother,
when.
it don't matter. It don't matter how
Yes, it
much money
does.
you
Hey,
make.
hold on, John, real quick. I got a question for you, son, because I just
Hang
heard
on,
that.
actually, really quick. I'm a mod, everybody, just so y'all know. Hey, Kev, how long? Everybody, mute up really quick. Everybody, mute up really quick. Hey, Kev, how long you been live today?
How long I've been live? Let me see. An
You know where
hour
I'm
and
going.
54.
So 2 hours, just about, and you're at what? 11K likes. Everybody, be tapping
Mm-hmm.
that screen. We got 20 people in this room. Tap that screen. It don't cost nothing. I don't care if you break a nail, buy a new one. Tap the screen. Keep going. I want to be sharing this live. I want to see some hashtags up there. You know what? Because nobody's tapping and y'all gonna be following my advice. Hashtag Mr. P is right. Go ahead, throw that in there. Let's get this thing shared out. Let's get
So
this live
income don't
popping.
matter.
It's been
So
going way too. I asked everybody to mute up. Please don't make me dust off my mute button. All right, so let's be sharing this live. Let's be helping it get out there. We've got a great conversation going. People seem to be liking the topic, so let's just help it get out to more people. All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah,
So,
that,
Nice, nice,
question:
nice.
Why do men go out here to try to make as much money as they can make? Why? Why do men who want to have families, why don't they just settle for making 30,000 versus 100? Let's be
Because
real now.
they
They try
know
to impress
they
them
know
hoes.
they know what it takes
Yes,
to
they do.
and I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. They know what it takes they have a key understanding what it means to take care of a family and what it means to sacrifice. The men that do, in order to have the relationship that you want, you gonna have to sacrifice some things that you ain't gonna want to sacrifice. This go for men and women. Because
Mm.
just because you think it's one-sided, you want the man to be a leader, you want the man to do this, you want the woman to do this, but you're not looking at that person like I ask women, do you have a prayer closet? Because if
Mm.
you pray and wear and tarry for God like you say you love God, why is everything going around you in shambles?
My boy preaching. I like John.
Let's just be real, man. Listen.
That's good.
I've been telling these
So
people for
John, who
years,
determines that, right?
your goal is not the money.
You're saying something
Your
good.
goal is to respect the legacy. You should have honor and respect for the man that picks you and give
Mm.
you his last name. Do you know how much of an honor that is?
Mm.
To not be walking around the world aimlessly single with your father's name? Because your father already set in stone what he wanted to do in his household,
Mm.
and
Yeah,
you sitting there talking
graduate.
about a man can't love you. This is deeper than BBLs and wigs.
Mm.
Let's
Bro,
be real. This is deeper than going to the club and shaking your tail on Instagram
Mm.
or trying to wear some costume jewelry to make it think like you're a baller.
so John, the thing is,
Hey,
men
real
should
quick.
men
Hey,
and
real quick.
being a provider is an inherent trait that a man should have because that's who God is. God shows up in the life of His bride, which is the church. He shows up as a leader, protector, and a provider. Right? God is a God who owns cattle on 1,000 hills. Right? So that means you have to build yourself up to be a provider. Right? So when you show up in this woman's life, she needs to see those three things, and you get to determine if she responds to you in the right way in
Yeah,
being
but
nurturing, being loving, being
uh,
the thing she needs to be
Let
is
Straight go
feminine.
real
You
quick.
get to determine that.
I'm gonna break his point right
Hold on,
now.
John.
But
Hold
before
on,
you do
John.
it, let
Hold on,
Straight go.
John.
Then you can go
It
back.
Hold
got to
on.
be said.
Hold on, because I hear all you gentlemen talking, right? And
Mhm.
I hear each angle y'all coming from, right? And for me, I feel like it's a little mesh of all of that. But I think that I keep hearing y'all speaking, and y'all keep talking about how a woman should be this for a man, and this, that, and the third. But what I don't hear y'all saying is, okay, yeah, you can be financially stable. Women want financially stable men. Cool.
Uh-huh.
But if you're not a
Exactly.
leader, hold on. But if you're not a leader, what the fuck difference do it make? And you
Right.
can be a
True.
leader. Hey, hold on. You can be a leader and all these great things that you're naming, John. But if you can't provide for that woman, what the fuck difference does it make?
Exactly. That's
At
exactly what I'm
the end of
talking
the
about.
day, let
It
me tell you
matters
what
not. And
provide.
if you can't provide, you
Let me
ain't.
tell you. Let me tell you what providing is. Providing is not just financial.
It ain't. It's
5
teaching.
steps for financial. You have spiritual, mental, physical, emotional, and then financial. Everybody's looking at the financial as the number one fucking thing when they get in a relationship. And that's not what it is. Because I need to be financially straight when I pray for you. I need to be financially straight when I lay with you. I need to be financially straight when I'm spiritual with you, when I'm mentally with you, and then financially. But y'all don't see it that way. Finance is number one and y'all keep going. And this is why you fail. Every time you keep going from woman to woman, man to man. Because you
Mm.
believe that finance is going to take care of your romance. And it's not.
Mm.
Brother. That thing,
John,
you're trying to
hold on.
determine the value
John,
for the woman.
that sounds great.
Exactly.
I
It
hear
sounds
you
good.
preaching, brother. However, all that shit you just said don't mean shit if you can't
Exactly.
provide for her.
Exactly.
You can sit up here and say all that good. Oh, just love her and finances means nothing, and you can be with him if you. That shit sound good.
It's straight bullshit.
Let me ask
It
y'all.
sound good,
Wait,
but
wait, wait,
brother, that
wait.
is
Let me
not
ask
you.
you a question.
You do not get to
Wait, how?
determine
So
what
hold on,
family.
wait. I'm trying to understand well, I'm trying to see what straight is though. So, because do you agree that finances is everything? Then that's what Block's saying.
I'm not saying
No, I
finance is
don't.
everything. I'm
I
saying it's a
just said
Where
what
level.
you
I.
stand at? You
Hold
didn't say where you
on.
stand at. You
My
said it
fault.
was.
Yes, I
You
did.
said it
I
was
started
you.
where I stand at, right? I started
Oh,
saying I agree that both of what they're saying is needed. What I
oh,
don't
okay, I
agree is
got you.
trying to
You
put
said
one in
put it
front of the
together.
other.
Yeah, I got
They walk hand in hand.
Yeah,
you.
they walk hand.
I
Exactly.
hand.
think I get what John was coming to. I don't think he was going extreme with
No,
it though, but
I wasn't trying
I get
to.
his point though. He's just saying that
But what I'm
people are too
saying,
focused on finances and all that
what
stuff.
I'm
They
saying,
overlook, the love and all the other stuff and who this
what
character
I'm
is. Oh,
saying is, if
But Kev, the truth of the matter is we live in a financially driven world.
Right.
Without
Yes. Thank
finances,
you, brother.
hey, nobody wants to live on the. I don't care how much she loves you. She's not going to live in the gutter with you.
No woman wants that struggle of. They talk about it all the time.
yes, you're
They say,
right,
fuck
and I
that
hear a lot
struggle
of
of.
women
Fuck that
say that.
struggle of.
But
Fact.
they
Yes, bro.
talk about they.
You have to listen to the women. Listen to what they're saying.
I hear
They
what
don't
they
want
saying,
struggle of.
but at the end
They
of the
don't want
day,
struggle of, and I agree with them.
at
I
the
agree that a
at
woman
the
should want.
end of
I
the
don't want
day,
that.
block.
Hold on, King.
Hey,
I
At the
don't
fact.
want
end
that for
of the
my
day,
daughter.
block.
I don't want my daughter to be
At
with a
the
bum.
end of the day, block. This is real. The teachings that they have been taught are from misguided women and
No, it ain't.
misguided men.
No,
You
it ain't.
have to go back to the root of the situation and
Brother,
cut that shit off.
We
John, the
sharing.
But
top
you
need
don't
of a
want
woman.
to
Hey, hold
because
John,
on. Hey, block. Hey, block. Here,
okay,
I
Read,
got you.
that is
I
I
got you.
read, John, I read
If we go
several
back to
Facts.
the
books.
root, right? Hold
Facts.
on.
John, I read,
Facts.
John,
Let
Hold
me
on.
say
I
Stop.
this.
read several books. I read several books.
We from the
The
same
top need,
area.
the
We from the
top need
same
of a
area
woman,
though.
the top
Hold on,
need of
real
a
quick,
You
woman.
block.
don't
Hold on,
see
real quick,
people that
block.
wait. Tell me that you don't see people that are both are not in good financial situation, but they make a way.
Yes, but
Because what?
also,
Wait,
hold on. But with that being said,
wait,
you
wait,
see
wait, wait,
those
wait.
people. I see them people, and how hard do the people struggle? These are the same people who sit back and cry every fucking night because they tired of going through it.
Okay, but let me ask. So let me ask you this though. But don't they make a way?
They
And
make a
out
way,
of what?
but
Out of what? Out of what? What pushes them to make a way?
Brother, let me just say it like this.
not. Look,
Hold on,
I'm
man.
not saying that people can't make a way, right? What I'm saying is you can have love and you can struggle, but that should only last so long, bro. No,
Depending on what
whether
type of
man
girl
or
you
hold on, whether male or female, finances mean a lot when we talk about sustaining a life, right? So
Thank you, brother.
if
Thank
we're
you.
struggling, hold on, if we're struggling together, and shit just don't seem to get right with us together, what is that going to cause us to do? We're going to start arguing about small things. Those small things turned into larger things. Now we have an issue on our hands, and all of this stemmed from what? Finances. Not because finances is a root, but finances is a root. Just like any
It
tree,
is.
hold
It
on.
is.
Just like any tree, a tree has multiple roots. All of those roots help that tree grow. So if you're missing any of these roots, that tree's growth is going to stop and or it's going
Thank
to
you,
stammer, right?
man.
Yeah,
With that
I
being
agree.
said, it's going to start to deteriorate a portion of that tree.
No, but this is what I'm saying. It might be right for some people, right? But what keeps love together is them loving and liking each other and pushing to get better in whatever it is they're
We
in.
talk,
It's not
we talking
finances
about
is not
majority
the
too.
end all, bro. But listen, okay, I heard you. I'm saying, what is love? What is love? What is the
at.
definition of
Love
love?
is an action. Love is an action.
Uh,
Love is what you
Love is
do.
an action.
Love is a choice.
Listen, love is an action. It's a choice, whatever y'all want to call it. Nowhere in that definition it says love is financial. Nowhere there it says that.
He don't get it, bro. He ain't gonna get it. He ain't
Yeah,
gonna get
It-
it.
so
It's the truth.
I was about
Show
to say,
me
let
the
me say,
definition of
I'm gonna say
love.
my, I'm gonna say mine real quick though, just to, so we can get to it. Because yeah, I be having fun. Like I ain't gonna lie, I used to feel that same way that Block be saying though, but I had to realize that what type of women I'm trying to impress though. So I get you talking about the majority and what make you a high value and all the other stuff though. But I'm like, how value to who? Because it's like I would say like a woman if they was valued, man. Nowadays it's rare to find a woman that actually just like Straight said he don't see people can get accepted if they was at their downtimes or something like that or whatever that they got to come with arguments and stuff. But that is hard to find, right? I can get that for the masses, right? But I think once you do know how to vet and stop worrying about,
what can I do for this person and all this other stuff or whatever, instead of basically accepting a person for who they are, just like they can accept you who you are, and realize that okay, you can look. The thing is, before people even get money, you could tell if a person is ambitious. You could tell if a person is going to just be comfortable where they at, or a person that's actually just down for the moment is going to push themselves through. You could tell all that stuff, but I think a lot of y'all missing the whole entire thing, and y'all stuck on the materialistic things and stuff. It's cool. We know that is one of the number one things, but it goes back to whoever said that earlier, right, about my man before he dropped. It's just two people. It's both sides are confused and think they know the answers, and they just don't. That's why a lot of people stay single from where they at, because they think it's a golden thing. Well, if you have this and that, you're gonna find the right one. That is not true. And that's how a lot of people is gonna get effed over. Ain't gonna be continuing just effing the 304s and sleeping with this and all that other stuff, and still never be able to find that person, because we're not looking within. We keep looking at these things of what can I do. I tell people what love is. This is what love is. What I realize though, it's about who this person is and not what they do for you. And I say this all the time. It's literally who this person is. So if you can't love a person for the personality they have, or the mindset they got and all this stuff, it is about, hey, let me see if they can throw that booty back on me or something like that, or let me see how much money they can spend on me. If you're already messing up in the game already. So that's I think me listening to both of y'all sides, it's just I haven't heard really nobody get to the real thing of what love really supposed to be, because real love, you could be bums on the street and still love each other, through thick and thin. So I think we missing what the true thing is. Y'all trying to buy people love nowadays, or whatever the situation is. So I just want
I
Yeah,
haven't gotten to give
finance
you
is just
guys
a
the
part of it.
right
We got to
answers
get over
yet.
that. Finances are part of it. A man living with his mama, majority of women not going to pick that man. He can be loving, he can be caring, he can know the word of God through and through. But
let
if
me
he's
ask you
not,
this then, Block, since you keep going to the majority thing. Do you want majority of the women?
no, I don't want majority of the
Yeah,
women.
so
No,
you got to realize, and I think your talking points, I agree with what you're saying, though, but I think when I got out of that, I guess I gotta say the mindset, right? Because you got the mindset I used to have. I'm in a way. I'm not. It's not to throw it against you, like, but I'm just saying that I think when it got to a point when I realized who I'm trying to impress, like majority of the time, when we talk about majority of women, we talking about these women that's into these type of things and all that stuff, or that's into, let me see how much money and status you got, and let me see if you're in the top 1% and all this other stuff. Like these for them, no, like if you trying to sleep with some women, that'll make a lot of sense though. What you talking about?
it's
But I
about
think if you look at
providing
a
a wife,
marriage or
Bill.
something like that, you really can't. You can't point a. You can't. It's not about what you got though. It's just really not. It's just
Right?
not.
It's all a
I
part
think
of
it's
it. Just like you
it's
said
a
with
part
the
of your
rules.
character.
The thing is, man, a man should go out here if he wants a family, if you want a wife, and you want children, right? Go and prepare for that. Go and get your income up. Provide, get your home to put that woman in. Go build your castle. You want to wear the title of a king? A king needs a castle. Go get your place. Stop living with your mama. Stop going out here searching for a woman and you still living with your mama. Stop.
I
Things
agree.
need to be in
Wait,
order, man. And
Hey,
if you
wait,
can I
wait.
get in really
Go,
quick?
go ahead, P.
in
Go ahead,
order to
P.
get your kingdom, you need to go out here and get some income, get some money up under you, so you can go and build that home or buy that home that you can put your family in. Finances are a part of that. We need to
I just
stop
want to
the
say
game,
that.
bro. Stop being fake about it. Women
Yeah, I'm
want
about.
men that
Yeah.
are providers and you get to determine if that woman fits your criteria for her to come up under your provision.
Yeah.
Finances are part of that. Why y'all trying to escape that?
I agree with
No,
you,
I
Josh.
don't
But
think
real
he's
quick,
escaping it.
let Print get in there because he be
I
he
don't
be talking.
agree with it
Hey,
100%. But go ahead.
the message that I kind of am picking up on. This is something I've kind of preached to a lot of young men who are saying, "How do I go into this world looking for a wife?" And I always put it back on us, the individual. We got to set the tone in our lives. So whatever you envision the kind of wife that you're going to be hoping to find in the world, you need to also envision what that wife's spouse would look like. And then how do you compare to that potential spouse that your wife is going to want? You got to make yourself that person that woman is going to want to marry. For
Thank you.
me,
Thank you.
I had a very easy criteria for the kind of wife I wanted. I wanted a wife that would be able to listen to me, and be able to trust me and be able to just support me when I need it, and not ride my ass about everything. And guess what? I found that I was lucky. We married poor. We've made great money. We've had falls. We've built ourselves back up, and we've been together 15 years. We've got a great setup. But it wasn't until I became a man that that wife I wanted, until I became the man that woman would want to marry, it was never gonna be successful. So if you want a girl that's gonna be XYZ, you got to know what she's looking for in a spouse. You got to go to the places she's gonna be. If you want a woman that's gonna be really into religion and really do the traditional thing, guess what? You got to become a religious man. You got to exercise that muscle. You got to live in that light. If you want a woman who's going to excel in the business world and do that, you got to become a man who's in that realm, who entertains those types of women. So I put the onus on the man. You set the tone in your life when you're doing this. And guess what?
Drop
The
a
woman
gem then,
that you're
P.
building yourself for, she will find you. Just like someone said, the NFL guy, those women are finding him. Guess what? The women who want a man who's going to go work hard and come home every night to them and is going to be loyal and religious or be a business guy, they're looking for those guys. You just got to go be that guy, in my opinion.
So,
All
I
right,
agree
real
with.
quick, I
let
want
me
to.
ask you.
What I was
I
saying
want to
was
ask.
with
I want
Kev.
to ask Mr.
Hold on,
Question.
before you ask
Hold
another
on.
question,
Hold on.
then first let me go let Touche finish up real quick. Then I want to get some of these women in because I haven't heard them say not a piece of nothing.
You know
Uh,
why? They because they know what they hunting for. Just how
yeah,
men is hunting, they know what they hunting for. They know what they going out there and looking at. They know what, and they doing the same thing that we doing. Just how we should be vetting them, and they are vetting men, and they're trying to find out what type of man you are. And if you lead by a certain way, it's like blood in the water sometimes with certain women, right? Not saying like for like Block, right? Block say he's in the 15%. Bro, you tell any woman that you in the 15% of that in California, she will put on whatever mask, heels, whatever the case may be to get that. So that's not genuineness in
So,
what I'm
brother,
speaking about.
let me be clear.
But wait,
Let
wait,
me be
wait.
clear. I do not go out and tell women that I'm in the top 15%. I do not
No.
tell. I don't even mention my money
Well,
at all.
well, this is the thing, right? You don't. You can say that, right? You can say that you do not mention it. But to me, if we having an open conversation and you just openly told me that, and I'm a stranger, I mean, somebody else could have been here, heard that, and been on your DMs now. Like it's not hard. Like it's really not hard. Like
I'm not on TikTok looking for a woman.
okay, well that's
all
cool. All
right,
right, so
you missing what I'm saying.
let's get
You missing what I'm
Poet
getting at.
in. I know I ain't hear her say nothing in a minute, and then Twin T Williams, then B, just to see whatever y'all heard y'all wanted to chime in on or whatever.
I mean, I just believe you definitely got to become who you are internally as a human being. And yeah, it's great to have, high standards and whatnot. But at the end of the day, you can want all this and all that, but if you don't match up with what your expectations are from another person and that doesn't align within yourself first, then you won't attract that. You know what I mean? You can, like for me, one thing that I look for in a man is that if you believe in God, money will
Mm.
come at the end of the day, period. I don't care.
Mm.
Like I know what I bring to the table. I bring the table, I bring the chairs, and I bring the dinner. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna be submit to my man and make sure that if we have a business or any sort of business together, that we're both gonna grow and align with one another.
Mm.
And so, but for
So,
me,
B, I have a question.
my number one thing is God, period. Why? Because I value marriage and I do live in Vegas. And most men out here, from what I've seen from my personal experience, they are still clubbing. And, no offense to anybody who does that here, that to each their own. It's just not within my values. I partied very young. My dream and vision was literally clubbing every damn weekend, and it didn't add value to the woman I wanted to become. I had a freaking she-go. That's what I like to call it. I had a she-go where a woman was being very kind to me, and, I had to start judging her because, like, what does she think she is? Like, she thinks she can be all up in my grill. Like, I couldn't even accept compliments, because I thought I was all that in a bag of chips. And then I realized I wasn't, SHIT. So it's like, I think everything starts within. Everything starts with your relationship with God, in my humbled righteous opinion, whether you believe or have a belief system or not. but that's just, you know, what I truly wholeheartedly believe with every fiber being in my body. That's what I look for in a man, because eventually I want to get married. I'm not wasting anybody's time here. And again, like I said, everything else will come together, and it will eventually align if you both have the same mindset of like a growth mindset, because there's no in between. You either have a growth mindset of becoming better and don't let your ego get in your freaking way thinking you're all that, or you're literally gonna let that go, you know, stop having a ego, be yourself, right? Be kind and loving to each and every individual, including your spouse, and you eventually will become a powerful couple that will achieve anything if you guys so willingly desire to.
So, V, I have a question for you.
No,
A man,
hold
a man,
up.
a
I
man that's
literally
living with
said
his.
I'm gonna let them 4 women talk. Then we can do the open panel again. You know how them questions get. Just if you can wait for them 3 women, then we good. We can go back to the question. I just wanted them to go speak because they ain't speak yet. I don't know, Poet, is you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is this something you wanted to throw in real quick? Cause you know it's people trying to eat out here, so I gotta make sure all y'all talk.
I've heard all of the things, right? And I think that, like somebody else said, it's a combination of it all, right? We need a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Can't hardly hear you, sweetie.
Yeah,
Oh,
voice is kind of low.
we need everything in moderation, right? Of course, we need to take care of ourselves, but we also need to make sure that we are good people. Then we also need to make sure that we are fun to be around, right? Because we want to be able to attract the mate that we like to hang out with, right? We need to be friends. We don't need to be dictators. We don't need to be telling people what to do. We don't need to be misers, you know, all of those things. So I believe in balance, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of everything. I think when we hyper focus on one thing, we tend to miss a lot of other important things. So finance is only one part, but so your character, that's only one part, right? Stability is a part. You know, all of these things are a part of the whole, and I think that we tend to forget that in these conversations.
All right, let's get Alter in, then T, then open panel, and then y'all can unleash.
They said y'all could unleash.
I don't
I
know
just got
that.
this question, but go ahead.
I need y'all to unleash on these taps, okay? Y'all got a
Ooh,
lot to say and not enough to tap. I need y'all to tap the screen,
that's what she
please.
said. All right.
Send him a
Tap,
20K,
yeah, she said tap it, okay? Because y'all over here doing something else, okay? Y'all talking to her. She said touch it. Anyway, so tap the screen and send these. Send these gifts and y'all support the panel, support the host. Thank you very much. Share the live. That's literally only 3 shares. I think that's crazy. So before I even talk, I think we should just share out the live really quickly, please, and thank you
Yeah,
to everybody.
I don't mean to interrupt you. You keep going after this, but when the women are done talking, we ain't going open panel until there's at least 20K up there. Like I'm a mod. I ain't been in a minute. I'm gonna be flexing some muscles right now. Everybody's gonna have to bite their tongue until we hit 20K at least.
Tap,
Hope I
tap,
don't
tap,
change my
y'all.
mind in the next minute.
I just want to say
Tap it.
I like being the nice mod today. See, I ain't had to
Right, that's what
go
I
big.
said. I like
Look,
boy.
what? I ain't had to be
Hey,
the one.
hey, Kev, I'm gonna just tell you this. You lucky I ain't mine. Oh, you know you oh you know before I think before we even got to moderators, oh if back then I had that power boy, it would have been Thanos snaps all throughout here.
Who's the first person you would drop?
No, we were the first
Yeah.
moderators.
Who the first person I would drop, it would have been you, for sure.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. That's why I
Yeah.
asked.
You would
Just
have
say it.
Alter,
you would have been
Alter,
out of
you
here.
gotta just keep talking. Otherwise, they're gonna go into open panel and
Right.
they're
So
gonna push this
I just
time
got to
frame.
9 shares. So let's get to 15 shares. It's 18 of us. I think that's super easy to do. I just got to 9 shares by even sharing my own self. So let's just share the live really quick. Are y'all that stubborn? Because I'm about to fight anyway.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I don't want to share it to nobody that's come here because they're gonna look at me and be like, "All right, why did you share that to me?"
I don't
I can
care.
only
And y'all give me
yeah,
that
yeah,
page
that's
so I
the
can
that's
talk to them. Tell them why.
no,
Oh,
no.
16. Look at that. Good job, guys. Thank you.
I share it with people
You
250.
that I
got
know
some
can.
bougie friends.
Who me? Oh
How
yeah,
dare
I
they
got
come
some
in here and
bougie
have to
friends,
think?
bro.
What's that live you sent me in?
They be doing it to
They
me
they
too.
definitely
What
bougie.
live is that?
People be selective of their energy. I ain't mad at it.
Yeah,
I
for
can
real.
feel
That's
they
Well,
ain't gotta come in here.
thank y'all for sharing. I see y'all sharing. We are almost at. Let's get to 20. Like, why not? It's like it's two more, two more, and we're
Oh, they
at
ain't playing. They trying to get this open panel going. I
and we're at
see.
19.
and,
Whoever gets
and
to 25
Yeah, I might want
hey,
to
shares
do
is gonna
some
Mister.
pay
get
real
to go
quick.
first on open panel.
You said what happened?
I stated that I had a question. I appreciate it if I could go.
Yeah.
He
Okay. So
waiting
look.
on that. He
Okay.
said,
Hold
ah,
on.
I'm waiting.
Real
He's like,
quick. We almost in 20K. Let's just knock that off real quick. So y'all ain't gotta hear Mister. See, y'all could just get 20K out the way real quick and get that 20.
I
There
was
go
literally
20.
waiting to increase it, but we hit 20K. I was just about to increase it on y'all.
Man, Mister, calm down, relax.
we can definitely increase it, but
God.
that's, I'll tell y'all like why you're
well,
Hey,
y'all can go
mentioning
to
this.
right
don't
25 while
take
y'all
your foot off
talking.
their neck.
All right, we had 20K.
Why y'all
Can
over
I ask
here
my question?
Hey,
talking during my
can I get a
moderating?
wait?
One
Can
of
I get a
y'all was
Thanos stone
modding
to
when
that?
I wasn't modding. Now y'all want to mod. Can
Sam, can I
y'all
get a Thanos stone since you just handed them out?
I just want to ask a question to the ladies.
be quiet?
We still ain't got
One
to
of
the
y'all.
question
Okay,
yet.
okay.
Hold
God
on.
dang it. You know what?
We
Don't
still
Who
worry
ain't got
about
to.
it.
muted me?
Y'all want to stay at
Mr.
19
P ain't
shares.
playing.
Block about to fall off the chair because he got to ask this question.
Shared
So
with
look,
15
let me
people.
just get my little 2 cents in. Oh, what else? So my 2 cents T, and then we're gonna open up the panel with Block's question, and then y'all could just explode from there. Okay. Okay. So I really didn't get to hear everything, but what do I say? So why are you trying to get go for something that you don't qualify for? I just think that's crazy. If you don't qualify for something, put the work in to get what you're wanting. It's really that simple. If you can't put the work in to get what you're wanting, if you don't have the tools to do so, then get the person that you have the tools for. Otherwise, leave it alone. And don't be calling the dating pool trash because you trash and you don't know how to find nobody. Although it is the streets are nasty.
Mm.
The streets are nasty. I will say that I understand it, but y'all just please the things that y'all be requesting for and it's not coming. It ain't came to your door in 5 years. That means something got to shift inside the house before something comes to the house. Okay, amen. Um, People make it hard just to just to date. This is quite crazy. I know life is things are different, but I always use Kev. Side note on as an example, I have seen Kev make so many changes within himself. He stopped making certain excuses about certain things, and he just did the work, and he got what he worked for. Won't you do it? Okay, so be willing to put the work. Be willing to put the work in to get what you want. Stop demanding something from somebody that you're not willing to give. It's just crazy. What else? What else? What else? I was talking for a minute, so I'm trying to get it all out because I know I ain't gonna be able to say nothing after this. But just like I said, just be willing to grow. Be willing to grow. That sounds so simple, but you know why it's not? Because people ain't doing it. Okay, that's why people are not growing. Instead of people growing, they go out and they blame, they point fingers at everybody else as to why they don't have the results that they want, and they're the reason. You're the common denominator for the rest of your life. So stop making excuses. What else? And did you? Let's see. It's something else I want to say. I don't think. We
Yeah,
don't
get
have
it
we
out.
don't
You
have we
better
don't have
think
20 we
about it
don't have
hard.
20 shares. We only have 20 shares yet, so I can't even move yet. Let me see. I think I did I write this down? Oh, okay. I was saying, okay, we kind of a lot of times we focus on a lot of the outward things. We focus on a lot of the outward things, and you end up with intrinsic issues. So, what I mean by that, really quickly, is that even some women, right? You have women who will fix up their body to the T and still get trash men. Ain't that crazy? Don't make it. Don't even add up. Do it. It don't. You have men who get all the money in the world and you get played. You get all the things. You have all the little fancy stuff and you get played. Why? Because y'all focus on the outward things to the point of your detriment, to where you don't work on anything internally to get lasting results. So start making the right changes, guys, and the right moves to get what you want that's long lasting. If you want to play in the streets, keep playing the streets because you're already doing well. You know what comes with that. You know the results that bring. So clearly, you're good with that formula. But if you are tired of the formula, stop blaming people in the panel. Stop blaming people around you in your spaces, and start blaming you because you are the foundation and the common denominator of your issues and your success. That's it.
All
So
right, T for the we know, man. I know
There's
you
so
learned the
much
order. You
pepper
keep
that
talking
he
about some
see.
soul.
God
He be
bless
acting like he
you.
forgot. You got one more person, and
Oh
you
my
right after that.
God.
He
I
said,
kind
"Say,
of
can't wait to get it out."
I kind of agree with Alter Ego saying, like, go for what you want. However, just also self-reflect. Just make sure you're self-reflecting at the same time. And make it realistic in a sense. I would like to think so. It's just like I'm not gonna find a millionaire I probably won't find a millionaire in my neighborhood.
just a possibility. And I just feel like people aren't realistic in a lot of their expectations. But it's much easier to work on yourself, like some of you all were mentioning, and then seek out. And I'll land there. Y'all said everything.
All right.
All right. I ain't gonna say nothing to his time.
You this time. Now it's time. Don't take your
Hold
I
on.
time
say
now.
it's time
Hey,
now.
Okay, let's
I
get
was
let's
all
get it
right.
in.
I ain't gonna
Let's
say
get it.
that till it's
Let's
time.
get
hey,
it.
before
Let's
Right.
get
He
it.
go now. He want to say that when it's
Every
his
I
time.
turn.
just,
Now.
I just
That's
want to
fine.
point
Let's
out
get
there's
it.
a
Let's
lot
get
of
it. I
pressure
got
for
it.
this
I
question.
got it. Let's get it.
hey, before y'all
Let's get
start
it.
going wild on each other, I just ask that y'all keep it respectful and speak one at a time, because otherwise it gets distorted and we miss the whole point.
Period.
Facts.
So,
And as an
question to the
honorary,
ladies. With
honorary moderator, everybody keep tapping that screen though, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
so, I agree that men should become the total man. Right. I am a believer of God. I know the word. I'm confident in my way of leading. Right. You should become the total man that you need to become in order to gain the best woman that you want for your life, right? So, question to the women: a man that is desiring to have a wife and children and a household, do you think a man living with his mother is prepared to do that currently?
No.
No, absolutely freaking
So
not.
so so that means he will have to get his income up to get his own place, a home, whatever. That requires him to make more money to where he can get the things he want and be more attractive to women. Do you agree?
I don't totally agree. When you say live with the mother, it could be in transition into him working on something bigger and better, or
Right.
it's just
I'm
like
I'm,
he
I'm
been doing
saying
this for the last 10 years. Right. That's
right.
true.
Yeah.
If he currently been living with his mama for the last 5 years, but he
Nah.
says he's ready to be a husband.
Well,
Now,
you
the
ain't
way
ready to
he,
be a husband. That don't make sense. That don't even have,
you know what
yeah.
I'm saying, but you
Yeah.
got
He don't
by the
live with his
logic,
mama.
they're
His
saying
mama
that
live with him.
that's why I agree with straight facts. The thing is, money is a part of it. It's not what you lead with, it's a part of what you lead with, right? You don't go out here and just say, hey, I got this much money, you need to be with me. Don't do it
You don't
with
have to leave
sympathy.
with
Well,
it.
he has to have some sense of responsibility
Exactly. That's what
because
I'm saying that, right? Is I'm saying it's all encompassing of him being the man that's appealing to the woman he wants. Most majority of women are out here looking for men that are living with their mama. I've been on dating apps and you look at these women profile, they got it right there in bold letters. The first thing, if you live with your mama, if you do this, and you got guns, you don't want a man like that. If you make less than 50K, please swipe left. They don't want men like that. They want a certain life. I like to live good, right? I like to have amenities. I like to travel,
well, I
right?
mean, it's not even about like I mean, I understand where you're coming from because there are women who are totally bold and say, I mean, I don't know, I'm not on dating apps, but from what I remember, I've seen that. Like, they want to put, like, oh, you need to make this much amount of money or whatever. But at the end of the day, like, for example, for me, I've been an independent woman. I pay my own stuff, I paid my own card, got debt free in the pandemic, unheard of. So it's like I was very fortunate for that, right? Because I worked my butt off and I had a goal. So like when I was out there dating and I come across a man who doesn't have a car, still living with mommy and daddy, I have my condo, I have my car paid off. I have responsibility, for myself. I know what to expect for myself and pay my bills on time and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's not even about the money. Like, you have to have a sense of responsibility or some sort of mindset that you have things taken care of for yourself. But if you're still living with mommy and daddy and you think they're your roommates still, talking about they're your roommates, and we end up finding out they're your freaking mom and your siblings, like, that's not no damn roommate. You live with your family still. Like, there's just no responsibility there. You don't even have a car. You're still sharing. Like, obviously, he's not ready. There's supposed to be a sense of responsibility that you have for yourself and some type of expectation for yourself because you need to pay this and pay that. Like, that's just a
But hold on,
responsibility you have on your
And that's all
shoulders.
I'm saying. That's
hold on.
all I'm saying.
Just
What
playing
what
devil's
you just
advocate,
said is
right?
what I'm trying to explain. That's
Hold
all
on,
I'm
and I
saying.
get that, right? Just playing devil's advocate. Just in all fairness, right? I hear you, V, when you say money's not all that, and you're one of the women who have it all. Well, not have it all, but you got your own, and you've been working hard to. That's every woman we talk to on this panel, not on this panel, but on TikTok. Period.
every woman has worked hard and got her own, and I don't need a man who don't make what I'm. You know what I mean? All of that shit sound great.
No. But I'm not. No. Now, don't put words in my mouth because I did not say I don't need a man. Of course, I want a man. You know, like it's. I stopped saying that a long time ago. Like I'm not the type that. Back then I will 100%. What 2 years ago I was saying I don't need a man, and then realized, you know what? Maybe that's why I'm single. Like I've been doing all this inner work. I'm selfless. Like I've worked for high end people. I've babysat. I've been a mom. I've had beautiful moments with kids. Like I love people. I can embrace a woman when I see one. I won't automatically think like that's why I got intrigued by this topic about the
Okay,
whole
cool.
judging. Like
I get all that,
I
right?
don't
And I'm
know.
not. I'm not. Whether you want a man, need a man, just kind of sort of feel one now and again. That's your preference, right? But I say that to say, like, if it's not about the money, right? Because you say, oh well, it's not about the money and how much he makes. It's just about if he can take care of himself. Well, if it's not about the money, him living with his mother shouldn't make you a difference. Him, whatever it may be, that shouldn't make a difference because
But
remember,
I'm saying he
money's not
has
an
to have
issue.
some sense of responsibility, though.
But
You're
who?
still
But
tied
Required
to
hold
your
on,
money.
mom like an
hold on,
umbilical
hold
cord.
on,
You
hold
can't
on.
even leave the house without having to like freaking ask permission still. Like what? Like that's wild to
These grown
me.
hold on. These grown ass
What kind
men
of
living
man
with
is
their
that?
mom. Hold on. These grown ass men living with their mama ain't asking for permission to leave the house. They having 14, 15, 16 different women over at a time. So you like that shit sounds good, right? Women always say that I wouldn't deal with a man who lived with his mom. Somebody's dealing with this man because he stayed with a bit. Like no disrespect, you feel what I'm saying? So
Okay.
let's call a spade a spade. Like
Right.
every woman gets up here and say, I don't want a man who ain't got this and don't got something to show. But all these men who don't got shit happen to have a woman. So somebody's lying.
They have two
Mm.
women.
Well, the
They
thing is,
fool with women. They
I
don't
won't deal
have
with a
one.
woman. I don't deal with women if I find out her history is dealing with a bunch of pookies. I dated a woman, found out she lived with a pookie, or a pookie lived with her for 8 years. I cut her off. If you can't value yourself as a woman to not deal with a bum, what do I look like getting with you? And I
That's
got
true
all this
too.
to offer. No, you ain't let you profit or enjoy me like that. When you let some pookie enjoy you for 8 years, and he didn't even have to man up or do anything. You know, you coming to me with all these requirements and take you place. He didn't have to do it, and you gave him the same coochie that you giving me. Hell the fuck no. Hell no.
I don't totally agree with that because yeah, she giving you the same coochie, but you can be giving her something way greater,
Now
which is a
fuck
better
I
that.
mean,
mind,
No, I
a
want a
different
woman that
outlook
value
on
herself.
hold on,
I
a
want a
better
woman that value
mindset, a
herself.
different outlook on life, a different form of belief in herself, a different form of ambition, a
There
different
you
form
go.
of
can I say
drive.
something?
You can bring all of these things into her life, regardless of who the man was
Fuck that.
before you.
I
There
want a
you
woman that
I
go.
want
value
to say,
herself.
Straight.
I want a woman that
I
value
want to say
herself.
something. I want to say something that Kev said earlier. Some
Mm.
people don't know better, right? We've all dealt with somebody, and I said this before. I used this analogy before. I'm gonna use it again. We all learned the value of a dollar. We was taught the value of a dollar. You have to understand that people don't know the value of a diamond, and if you view yourself as a diamond, guess what? They have to learn that, and some of them have to lose. But that's still you teaching someone. Like you, I'm not taking like I want to just clear this up. Block, it's not nothing with you. But what I'm saying is, you judging somebody off of their past. But I'm pretty sure, bro. I'm pretty sure we could. I don't know if you go keep it 100 with me or not. You probably dealt with a Felicia before, and Felicia ain't been all that. So like you passing that judgment, but you didn't know any better, right? So now you in a situation to where you're looking at women and expecting them to know better before, and you didn't know better. It's not. It's not a. It's not a. What would the wording be? Somebody help me with a word.
Bro, I got 20 years of marriage under my belt with 3 kids by the same woman. I'm not here
Okay.
pooking.
Aw, good for
Okay.
you.
Let me say this. What happened to your marriage?
I don't share personals on this app, bro. I don't chat it.
Okay. But you just
That's
told me you was married for 20 years.
Yeah. I get
hey,
to
Okay.
determine what I share.
Okay.
touche. Don't push it too much.
But
We know what we know.
the
Don't
only
push it too
opposition
much.
I have with Block is he still, when he was giving his question or example, was he still saying he lead with money? I don't understand how you could lead with money and don't expect to get bad results from that.
Listen, I
Bad
can go
money.
out here. I could be married in 45 days if I want to.
Yeah, but you said
That's
you
due to
you
money,
bad
not
with
love.
money though.
What? Ain't nobody saying anything about leading with money. I
You
agree with
did.
straight facts that money is a part of it. Money is a part of it. You are not going to go out here and expect to win a woman like V, and you're living with your mom and you're barely making it. No,
Bob, can I ask you something,
I don't
Bob?
think majority of women are going to pick that. And if
Can
women are picking that, I don't have no value for those women. No,
Bob, can I
So
ask you
at what point
something?
do
For
you mention your earnings? When does that come into
when
play?
it's time, when it's time, I don't.
really,
That ain't
really
nothing that you
quick,
lead with.
Block, I want to ask you, like, when you're, because I think what's getting confused is when you were giving the advice, and I think that I agree with the way you gave your advice because maybe I understood how you were saying it, but I think maybe they're getting it twisted. You're pointing out that a man needs to go out and establish his finances first, not necessarily lead with that in dating, but just in his personal life. He needs to get out of his house and he needs to get his finances, whether they're big or small, he needs to get them under control and start
Exactly.
budgeting it and managing it.
That's all I'm
That's
saying.
getting twisted into approaching the dating world. You have to lead with your finances. I don't think that that's what
Hold
you're
on,
saying. I think you're saying
Mister.
men
No,
need
that's
to
how he
handle
brought it in.
finances
He
for
brought that,
themselves
Mister.
before
He
they can
brought
get
that
into
in
dating.
before you got here. So the conversation was initially about dating, and that's when he brought that in.
Yes.
He said that was a part of his value. That's how we got there.
Yeah, and so I'm asking for a clarification. Is that the angle he's trying to come from? Because that's what I'm perceiving, and if that's not, he can correct me.
That's what I said. I said a man should get out here, build himself up as a man. A part of that is building up your finances to be able to take care of a family and do the things that need to be done without struggle. That's it. I don't understand when people take that as leading with money. That is not leading with money.
So
Money
so
is
I
a
block.
part
I
said
of
got
that
a
because you
question.
had said that. I don't know if you noticed you said it, but you did say it when you
I
started
never said
asking the
anything about
question.
leading with your money. I never said anything about
Right
that.
on.
Hold on one
Hey,
second,
block.
y'all.
Let me ask
Go
you
ahead,
this
straight, and
then.
then we gotta get Shiloh wanted to ask a question.
Let me ask you this then, because I hear you right, and I agree
I'm listening.
We can't
He
hear
on a
you,
phone.
Sri.
I think he
with a
got a
lot.
phone call. Okay.
You're cutting in and out straight.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about. I think a man that leads with money is being foolish. The thing is, part of being a man is your ability to lead, protect, and provide. That's it. And a man that makes us, at least a certain amount of money, and able to take care of a household and secure his wife, secure his children, secure his household. That is what majority of women are looking for.
I do want to let y'all know, realistically though, like I think I feel like age plays a part in this conversation in some cases. To be quite honest with you, but I'm gonna leave it there. Leave it at that point. 'Cause just like Mister said earlier, they build from the ground up. Some people have had people come out their house, or their parents' house, and depending on ages again, and they
Preach,
probably work. They probably do their own.
preach.
They probably have their own job. They're not always stable. They find their homes together with people. I think some people are more used to having to present themselves a certain way to be accepted by certain people. The problem is y'all trying to get accepted by people that y'all actually want to get accepted by long term, which I think is weird. However, I think Shello is next. He wants to speak. Go ahead.
No. I mean, I was going to speak on, I believe it's block. I can't really see my. I got my glasses on, but um, I was going, but he was more specific when I kept listening. Um, I kind of had more of a point on this idea, like the kind of way the way that men go forward in a relationship nowadays. But I kind of am curious of what I think it was Straight and Touche had to say, and then to get more clarification, I'll let them go.
I was just saying that the overall, the overall, back to the beginning of the topic was people worrying about stuff that don't have nothing to do with them instead of just looking to learn somebody and vetting them in the process to getting to know them before the conversation went the way it went. I agree with Arthur on this. If you got to jump through hula hoops just to get the person, they're not your person. It absolutely does not fit you. That shoe don't. You forcing your foot into that shoe. So I think John said this as well. Providing doesn't all just mean finances. It's beyond that. Like you can provide.
a safe haven for a person to be vulnerable. You could provide a certain amount. You could provide so much stuff for a person that's not financial, right? And and then like I said, it went from that. That's my mentality. I think Block came in and Block was like, I'm asking the body count question because when I got it special, I said, okay, well, I feel that I'm not trying to discredit you, but what is it that you have that's special? He said some things that I felt like, that's something that you find in a lot of people. If you spend time, getting to date them, getting to know them, you find those things, right? So I was like, okay, well, that's not really that special. Overall, the totality of all this conversation, I feel like y'all are not, and if it's not y'all, don't wear the shoe. I feel like y'all need to date people that like y'all genuinely for who you are. If you gotta jump through a hoop, you gotta do all the A, B, C, D, E, F, G just to get them. That's not your person. And God is not allowing that person in your life because if he was, it would have been easily anybody that's meant to be in your life is gonna happen authentically. It's gonna flow. It's gonna be like water. It's just gonna be so easy. But if it's not easy, it's because that's not your person. I go to the gym. Nobody had to tell me I had to go get in the gym to get the women that I want to get. I went to the gym because I wanted better for myself. Not about no woman, not about who I want to date in that bracket. I wanted to do it. So I just think that you have to value yourself. And when you within valuing yourself, your person is going to gravitate towards you. It don't matter about finances. We've touched a lot of money. I'm not saying that a lot of y'all have touched and got a lot of money. Can y'all tell me where that money is now, though? Because money comes and goes. So finances can't be what makes you special. It can't. Because we all touch money. If you've sat there, you punch a clock, you are an entrepreneur, you any type of any of that you've touched us a large amount of money. The money is not should it should not be the reason for you to find like, oh, I got my money right, then I found my person. No, because you not go because you can find a person and they can wear a mask and financially be in your pockets until you don't have nothing and dip. That was never your person. You gotta find a person showing up as your authentic self. Meaning, hey, I meet you here, you meet me here, let's do this, let's do that. When I date women, I don't do no expensive, super expensive dates. I'll go bowling. Let me see how you are. Are you competitive? How are you in a setting where we are? It's just like it's different stuff that you can find people out in. It's different dates. People have to people have to just find alternatives
So, touche. My,
like that. Like
I'm more of a traditional man. I don't mind paying for dates. That's nothing to me. Right? When I see a woman that I'm interested in and she's interested in me, we have a talk. I offer her, I buy her to dinner or I buy her wherever we're gonna go, Top Golf or whatever. I'm creative, right? So that's what I do. And provided how she treats me within that date is going to determine where I move forward with her, right? I go out here and I am the man that I am. So I'm a gentleman. And if she doesn't
but
respond to me as a lady and is feminine, then I cut it off. In dating, you got to be okay with the vulnerability, right? There's vulnerability in dating. If you're trying to absolve yourself of any vulnerability, then you become the toxic person, right? You got
so let me ask you this. Can I ask you a question real quick?
to.
What is your definition of a traditional man?
A traditional man is a man who operate in his masculinity, doesn't want his woman to be the muscle in the relationship. I want to be the muscle in the relationship. I'm going to be the leader, right? And I'm going to be the one that provides, protects, and leads. So that's it. I mean, I'm going to treat my woman special. I'm going to treat her kind. I'm going to be a gentleman to her, and she's going to be feminine and nurturing towards me. That's it. That's my criteria. I'm not looking for a woman with a bunch of money. Do I want a woman that takes care of herself and manage her finances well? Yes, I do. Do I require
So
her to
now,
have
so Block, this goes back to our beginning of our conversation. What does body count have to do with her being feminine?
because I have a level of I have a reputation uphold, right? Now, I'm not going to be out here with a 304 that's done slept with everybody in the city. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
No.
So I got a quick question for that. Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So they're just small agree. Like I get where that's coming from, but this is my question about like the reputation and like the high value, like because I can't make assumptions. I don't know how old the rest of the gentlemen that I'm speaking that I hear speaking how old they are. Like I don't know. So I can only come from, but like the idea that like I guess I just don't understand the idea that um you feel you have to form yourself or form the way you conduct yourself as a man to the type of woman you seem to battle with or resent while defining yourself as high value in or by what your actions, those seem contradicting. So I just don't understand the point. Like you're going to find a lady that fits into your, at least in my experience, she's going to fit. Like if you're looking like if you got Cardi B in the club, but you're looking for somebody that can give her, like what are you doing looking for a girl that you already know is looking for something that you can't bring to the table. Like if you think she's like, I don't understand the point of view. Like I don't understand why we're trying to fight against people that we seem to not already inherently want. Go for the woman that you seem to want.
Right, exactly. It takes having
I
a
don't get it.
conversation. It takes getting to know a woman, right? That's what dinner is. That's what dating is for. You're getting to know a person. You're having conversations, and through those conversations is where you learn whether you want to move forward with that person or not. You don't. It just doesn't happen just like at a drop of a hat. It takes a significant amount of time. It can take a day, it can take a week, a month, whatever, right? Whatever, you're asking questions, you're getting to know, you want to know her background. Like it's just like what jobs do with background checks, right? If they learn that you've been a thief for all these years, they're not typically not going to hire you because they don't want that type of person representing their company. Just like with me, if you've been a 304 for majority of your life, listen, baby, I get that you changed your life, you repented and all this stuff. I get it. I'm still not picking you.
Oh yeah, that's most definitely ego then pride. I was about to say that you said that though, but I was about to say overall, right? Um, with what's with dang, it was dang. I know I was gonna forget too quick, man. Dang.
Hey, I got mine for Touche, if that's all right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Touche, with your last comment, you talked about like ideals, and I like the ideals, but I was just wondering, what is like the foundational like mindset that men are gonna have, and what kind of actions and discipline do you suspect that they would need to be able to fulfill in order to support the ideas that you're expressing in a way that can make them achievable? Because I love the conclusion. I just want to know, the men are going to have to set the pace, and what do you expect the men to be able to do? What kind of discipline is it going to require?
I, I'm gonna be. I feel like I'm not against, value. Like I said, I'm not against value yourself because when I date women, I'm not immediately thinking of in intimacy and stuff like that. Hold on one second. What I'm saying is the way to show up. Hold on. Can y'all
So
hear me?
why
Can,
go ahead.
can y'all hear me? Okay. So what I'm saying is you gotta show up. I feel like the standard for all humans is show up as your authentic self, right? In the vetting process, you show up as your authentic self. As a man, when you're dating a woman, you have to find out if you are you being authentic, and is your authenticity, a safe place for this woman. If, like Block said, he's a provider, right? And he's into vetting and stuff like that. Cool. His vetting can be a safe haven in a certain way to a woman to where she feels secure in that. You get what I'm saying? Like I think that it's just situational too. Like I just don't feel like I feel like your past some stuff in your past can be wiped away, but because me and Cam said this earlier, some stuff in your past, bro, it really don't matter. But then some stuff do. But it's just all situations.
Let me tell you why it matters too, Shay.
Hold up
The
before you
Bible
say
Hang on.
how it
teaches us.
matter. Before you
The
say that, I
Bible.
got a question towards. I actually thought about what I wanted to say. It's towards Block. right? Because you was speaking on certain things, right? About what
All right, Touche.
you,
I'm gonna get back to you after Kevin Block. Okay.
yeah. After, I
Copy.
thought y'all was, but yeah. About what you require of a woman, right? All that, right? And I about to say that almost kind of sound like how some of these women be though when they be looking for like a built a bear type thing or whatever. And I think that's a male's version of built a bear because they be looking like I'm gonna get me a woman that's submissive, that's feminine, and all this other stuff, right? It's like you're less likely to find something like that. Just like it's less likely for them to find a high value man that. And this the other part right here. Like, what would make that woman want to pick you out of everybody, or just like what would make these women that ask for certain men to that they're that special person. So it had to be something more than just that, because you can find a woman that might be feminine and submissive and all that stuff, but if they gonna do it for you though, like what how you know once you find them they gonna want you out of everybody else?
The thing is, if I see that her lifestyle and the way she's lived and the way she's currently living, if that's appealing to me, and I think that her lifestyle and her person is valuable to me and me valuable to her, then we can create something great. Then yes, right? I can't twist her arm to make her want me. I'm never going to do a woman like that. If she naturally picks me and she sees that I'm the man for her and I feel the same way about her, then hey, we got something. But hey, I'm not out here trying to twist nobody's arm to be with me. If you,
I'm basically asking like because you gonna have to like you could get what you want, but like how do you know you qualify for what what will make her want to accept you out of everybody?
what will make her want to
It
accept
has
me?
to be something different because you spoke on what basically what a high value man is, right? So if they don't say if it's dang they have to be to select a bunch of high value men, but what will make you different from other high value men?
Brother, I don't know. Right off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm out here being the best version of me to be. And if that woman, if me, the best version of me is appealing to her and she finds me attractive and she sees a future with me and find the same thing in her, like I said, then we got something. Let's go forward. But if, yeah,
So
it's
Block,
all.
that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier, and I don't think that you caught what I was saying. I think it was like Kev said, it was a little bit of ego in it. But that's what I was like. What makes you special? Because just how you gotta like you feel like you giving your best and you doing your thing. I feel the same way, bro. I literally got a career. I'm a commercial driver, and I get up and I go to the gym every day. I feel like I'm that dude, right? I feel like I'm something special. But everybody feels like they're special, but it's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was getting at. I'm not saying everybody feels like they're special in a different thing. And then you brought up your accomplishments. I'm not degrading that. Congratulations as a black man to another black man for being that. But like it's other people that have big accomplishments as well. You feel me? And like who's to say whose is bigger? Just
Right.
because yours is number driven, or
No, no,
because
no, 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 no.
somebody can say I'm their best driver. I can say I got a million miles under my belt without an accident or as a commercial driver. You get what I'm saying? Like
Brother.
I'm not degrading. I'm not trying to degrade you. That's why I asked you what made you special. You get what I'm
Hey,
saying?
can I rebuttal
I
to
don't get
what?
I
Hold on,
don't get to
Block. Can I rebuttal on
determine.
your behalf? You mind?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I hear what you gentlemen are asking him, right? But then it's really a rhetorical question because what's special and makes him stand out from the rest of them, isn't due to what he thinks, is due to what she thinks.
Exactly.
So,
That's exactly what I'm
so
gonna say. Thank you.
at the end of the day, yes, all of these things that y'all saying, it sounds perfectly fine, but it's not his choice nor opinion to place.
Facts, and I agree with you. I'm
Glad
glad
y'all
that you
both
said that,
said that too. That was the whole point. I'm glad. Ugh, messed up.
and
I
I'm
don't
glad,
get to
and
I'm
that's
glad.
what I'm saying. I under wait. All I'm saying is this, right? It you saying you special, that don't mean nothing. It's about the person that you're dating that makes you say that's like he's special. We can always boast and brag and say all these things, right? But if it's about the person that you are dating saying that that's special, like you get that's what I was getting at. Because a woman
so
chooses
touche.
how special you are. You like the lion don't have to say he a lion when he step in the room. Like and I think that's real. It's the same thing as hey the dude that put in the most work is the boss don't gotta say he the boss. It shows, right? So that's all I'm saying.
That's
So touche. Touche. One of
interesting.
my criteria is that I've had on dating apps, right? If a woman has a tattoo of her ex's name on her body, please don't even contact me. Don't even message me. You're disqualified, right? And I have women message me, well, you missing out on good women. Okay, you don't get to determine that for me.
Shallow hell.
I
Okay.
don't get to determine what's valuable to another woman. All I can do is listen to the culture, listen to what most women are saying they want. And if I see the women who are attractive, who are got good heads on their shoulders, if they are saying what they want their men to be, then if I want those type of women and I agree with what they're saying, then I should become what women want. If you want those women to
So then, bam, stop, wait right there, my brother. Glad you said that word right there. That's exactly what I was getting at. And it goes back to what Alter said. We got to stop dating the people who don't want us and who ain't paying attention to us.
I don't understand your point. I mean,
His stuff breaking up. Yeah, his stuff breaking up. Touche, you got the one bar, man.
so the thing is, man, you listen to the culture, you listen to the energy that's out there, right? If you see these attractive, educated, feminine, soft women saying that, listen, I need men, I want a man to be like this. And you see this other feminine woman who's respectful. She says, I need a man like this. You see women from coast to coast who are the women that you want, right? You listen to what they say they desire. And if you want those women, you should become what they desire if you want those women. And if the women are same thing with women, if you see the man that's a stand-up guy, leader, he's a protector, fighter, he knows God, he leads with compassion, and he's not arrogant, he's not self-righteous and everything. If you see that man saying, this is the kind of woman I want, those women who want that man should become what that man is wanting, vice versa.
Y'all
But
don't realize the issue. Y'all keep going off of
so
one.
that part.
Nah, we can't do this with
That's
Touche
No,
why.
yeah,
and
that's
them one
exactly what I'm
bar.
saying. Like you
Touche, you
hey,
gotta your
can I hear
Wi-Fi,
me?
bro.
Hold
I
on,
know
maybe my
Alter been trying to get in for a minute too. That's
no,
what.
Yeah.
I'm on the 405 trying to get through this little drop area. You know what's up with that. But what that a key thing, the women you want, the women that you should not want, because they already don't want you. They don't want you. If they wanted you, you would have to change and become this super. Oh, whatever, man. I'm over this.
Hold on.
That's
Hey, Alter, go
uh,
ahead. It's on you. I know you've been trying to. I keep hearing you go. Interested.
Right,
Go
interesting.
ahead.
That's why I wanted to comment. Say interest.
that's so I'm trying to get out. I can think they stopping and they not. But that's kind of like the point. Like that's why I said too, and what I was talking about that depending on what longevity you're trying to have with someone, that's how much energy you should put in being that person for that person. That's all I'm saying. I think so. If you know, and it's been said many times before, you have people who didn't have to push all this energy out there, be all these things, and they got exactly what they wanted. That's what's crazy. This was actually crazy. So it's like I feel like I hear what y'all are both
That's
saying,
what I was
and y'all are
saying.
both kind of
Thank you,
saying
Alter.
right. Yeah, it's like y'all are both kind of saying the same thing because what you're saying, Block, is that I have to work to be this, but this person outside of whatever I'm doing or being, they have to decide whether they want me. So the same thing. I still have to decide if I want you. And guess what? You did all that work. You went around this hill, up that hill, down that hill, up that track. And this man, all he did was walk out the house and he got the girl that you thought you was finna get. Ooh, crazy. Crazy work.
No, I just totally didn't make no sense to me. I don't know what you. I don't get what sense that
But
makes.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm
How
giving.
does that not make
So
sense,
Block, let me
though?
say this. I'm giving you I'm giving you what I don't know what generation you're born in, but I'm giving you the generation of now. If you cannot be yourself and get that woman, and you gotta go buy
So what's
septic
being
going all
yourself,
that other stuff, and I could get Vans and get her, that's not the woman, that's not the woman
brother? Do
for
you
you.
think you think
That's
that
not,
that's
and
the
you
only
shouldn't want
woman?
her.
You think that,
Right.
brother?
But
We're
that's what I'm
talking
saying.
about food.
But that
We're
I'm not
talking
saying
about
that that's the only woman. You're missing the point. No, you're missing what I'm saying. You should authentically be who you are instead of sitting there having to change and do all this other stuff. Get her because she don't want you already.
brother.
That's what I'm
When I'm
saying.
talking about I'm talking about attributes. I'm not talking about I'm talking about men who they want men who are financially stable, right? They want men who walk with confidence and authority in their life. I'm not talking about you buy a pair of
You talking
J's.
about a lot of women that ain't wives.
Can I say something
I'm
before?
talking about a woman who wants to be a wife to a man who wants to be a
Cap.
husband. I'm
Can
not
I?
talking these things.
Yeah,
You talking about
let me
jumping through
get you
hoops? I'm
in a
talking about
minute, Cap.
these are
Cammy.
things that men should become basically on their own. You should want to be financially stable. You should want to be in shape. You should want to be this or that. I mean, yeah, women can choose what they want. If they want that Pookie over there that's being himself, and that's what they think, that's what's attracting them fine. That's cool. I want the woman who wants the best for herself. I want the best for myself.
But you looking at him and
Oh,
you calling
come
him a
on.
pookie.
No,
But you
not
looking
the
at him and you
messed up
calling him a.
signal Touche coming back. Hold up. You gotta wait till your signal
Oh
complete,
no,
man.
but
And then I
bro,
can't even
I'm
get the
on
other
his
people
part.
in
I'm
because
on his.
it be delaying so bad.
He said touche.
Oh my God, Kim.
I don't understand if you
Hold on,
why is
so
increasing yourself and making yourself better? Because the thing is, if I remain single, I can still enjoy my life. I still enjoy my life. I can
That's
travel.
100. I feel that. If you single,
we
you the
got
most powerful person on earth.
yeah.
Come
Let
on
me get
now.
Cammy in because I know she been patiently waiting. And I
Yeah,
get
go
you.
ahead, Kimmy. We wait on
Yeah.
Kimmy. Go ahead, Kimmy, and then
Okay,
we
so
can
I've
get
been
you.
listening for a while, in the comments, but I want you to understand that women are a bunch of bold-faced fucking liars. And I know y'all gonna get mad at me, women in the comments or whatever, for saying that though. But women will say like, "Yeah, I want a man. I want a good man. I want a man that's financially stable, who protects, who provides, blah blah blah," and look past all of them niggas, all of y'all men, good men, for a dude who got 7 kids by 7 different women, who's a Pookie and a Ray Ray. These bitches be lying. Stop
Vice
going off
versa.
of women's wants and go off of what women actually need. And at the end, you know that.
That's exactly what I was about
That
to
is
get to.
the
Cammy stole it
problem.
out my mouth.
Stop listening to women's
Oh, that's
wants.
okay.
May the church say
Listen,
hallelujah.
hold
The thing
on,
is,
cause
Mm-hmm.
I
cause
don't want
straight
to.
facts will tell you. Straight
I
facts will
would
tell
not
you.
date a woman that wants a Pookie.
Hold
I would
on,
not.
hold
You know, I
on,
know we
hold,
know we dating a
hold
woman.
You
on.
wouldn't know what she want
Hold on.
unless
That's
you
what
take
I'm
your
saying
time to
though,
find it
because you
out.
can
Okay,
listen
sorry.
to
Go
a
ahead, Kimmy.
woman.
I'm finna
Hold
do timers
on.
on y'all. Let me get a timer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mute you. Sorry, unmute yourself, Kimmy. I'm trying to give you a timer, so y'all
I'm
can't
sorry, I'm a
talk over
mute.
her. Talk over her. Let's give her 3 minutes because y'all talk. We all talk over
I'm
her.
Ooh,
sorry.
I want 3 minutes now. But I just feel like I don't. I just feel like we listen to what. If you listen to what we want, we're asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars, and then we're gonna ask you for Pluto too. But that's not necessarily what we actually need. So you can be like, "Hey, I want a man who protects and provides." Straight facts will tell you. I have asked. I'm like, "This is the kind of man I want," right? And then they're like, "Well, this nigga right here is exactly what you want." I'm like, "No, I want him." That nigga ain't nothing like the man I fucking described. Women don't know what the fuck they want. Instead, you need to go after what women. Stop catering to women. If you have to change who you are, change what you believe, change the core of who you are as a person to get a specific woman or a specific type of woman, that bitch gonna leave you for the highest bidder the next time. Stop pandering and catering to bitches that don't genuinely like you like that. Yes, we want a protector. Yes, we want a provider. Yes, we want a leader. But if you start off with that, now I got you. Now I'm going to see how much I can get from you, how much I can exploit from you until I'm done with you, until I find the man that I genuinely want. Go for a woman who genuinely wants you.
So the thing is,
Okay.
guys, I'm not single. Okay, I have a woman that's right inside this house. So she does well for herself. She's very attractive. I'm taking on a cruise next week. We're leaving. So I mean, I'm good. I got the
Would
woman
you
I want.
marry her?
Of course.
Okay.
But the thing is,
I'm not gonna lie, though. I ain't gonna. I ain't trying to be like this though. With you, I ain't gonna lie. You remind me of them married women that you would not know if they married until they said it and so like that. Because the way you just speak on against, I'm not trying to say you like foul with it, but your talking points, it seemed like you single.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought he was
Either
she's
he
not
single
giving
or
him
got a lot of ass.
something. She's not giving you something that you want because
look,
why are you on TikTok and why are you
because
asking questions from other women and like,
I'm
is it
because
appealing to you or entertaining for
No,
you?
maybe he taking this as the other woman he taking out. I don't know.
I like engaging in these conversations for educational purposes and entertainment purposes. The thing
Okay,
is,
so you're learning to treat your woman better or
no,
learning
no,
how to cheat on her?
don't put words in my mouth. The thing is,
Oh, Lord.
The thing is, I think men should go out here and build themselves. I really truly believe in what Kevin Samuels was preaching. The thing is, men should go out here and build themselves up to pay the whole bill. That way you can control your destiny. The thing is, we see this all the time. These women get with these cookies. It's got it's all that noise. I'm sorry.
I was just about to say, I gotta mute her background going
Yeah, the
crazy.
thing is, men go out here, and I've seen this day in and day out. Yes, y'all get with these guys, these Pookies and Ray Rays and stuff, and then the next thing you know, it's a bunch of drama. It's children. He can't take care of them, and you break. Those relationships do not last. Quit playing. Stop. Who y'all fooling?
Rock, I hear you, but don't act like the Pookie and Ray Rays ain't the ones that the women that men like you,
Right.
financially stable, taking care of all the bills, are creeping out with.
Right. They
Mm.
can't. The thing is, this is the thing, right? When you as a man hold yourself of high standard and value, you get to determine when you go forward with a woman like that. The thing is, you have power to put
But
a
you
woman
gonna
out.
attract
You're here
majority
for
women
what? To
that's
give
like that.
You
advice
can pick,
to married people
you
or
can pick
to
that woman out of your
talk
life.
down? Okay. All
You
right, I
need to put
understand
that.
that.
You need to
So I
put
do want
yourself.
look. I want you to realize this though, because like I said, it's so funny because I used to. But majority, the one when you talk about majority, you're gonna attract the same type of woman. That's the whole point of being a high value man,
I
because
can determine whether I go forward or
of
not.
women that like pookies, that like money, that like status, all that stuff. That's what make you high. That's what would make you high
I
value.
don't believe women
So
are out here for most. I don't believe that. I'm not trying to get majority of women, right? I want the
that's
specific
what.
type of women.
You have a
Women,
woman. You're married. You
hold
can't.
on.
Why would you want
I,
any other
listen,
woman?
But
listen.
you're a woman of
Hey,
Bro,
hold
I
value.
know
on, hold
y'all.
on.
Hold
Hey,
on,
hold
right?
on.
Hold
One
on.
at a
Look,
time.
let me explain
Hey,
myself.
go ahead.
Yeah.
The
Hold
thing
on.
So
is,
Hold
the
on. Hold
thing
on, Block.
is,
Hold
when you
on,
go
Block.
out
Hold
here,
on, Block. You over here fighting for your life and you got what you want. Stop. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Kev.
fight for
yeah, I
my
don't
life.
know what's going on. I don't know how I be trying my best though, but whatever. I guess I'll be too nice. And I gotta be whatever. All right. So now what I was getting to because I knew I was gonna forget. That's why I like getting cut off. No. That's okay. I remember. Now the whole point I'm trying to get to is like, cause it sounds like you trying to flop it now. Now you're switching it. Now first you said this is what majority of women would need. Then I'm telling you don't want majority of the women that you like. Well, I'm not looking for majority of women. So it's like it sounds like you set yourself up for majority of the women. And then when I say that, you're gonna attract these type of women that like the majority, right? Then you like, well, I get to pick through them and all this other stuff or whatever. But it's like overall, overall, you just it's like get your one that you want or whatever. I mean, because you also gotta have good vetting skills. Your dang on, so you should better find that before you even get money. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you build yourself up, and then all of a sudden you think you gonna have it. That's why I asked you, did you have something specific that make you stand different from the rest of these other men instead of just going for the ones? Because like that's one thing I have not heard a need yet. You know what I'm saying? I keep hearing that women want this and women want that and men want that, but I don't think people know what they need for real, and that's the issue. You know what I'm saying?
I set myself apart because of my clarity and my
They need
outlook on life
Jesus.
and my wisdom, right? That's what I think I bring special to the table. Do I think another man doesn't have that? No, there's plenty of men out here that have their own way of wisdom and leading, right? My all I can do is present what I have and hope that it's appealing to the woman that I want. If she doesn't want that, fine. Shake hands. Nice meeting you, ma'am. Go on about your way. I don't have
Hey,
a
Block,
problem with rejection.
Block, I don't disagree with that, right? But just like Kevin, my bad. Just like Kev said,
I'm like, who's a
is
Kevin? It's like,
just like Kev said, you say all these things and you reference the average woman, right? And then you say, well, I don't want the average woman, but everything you do is in reference to. So that's what you're attracting, right? So at this point, it's like, okay, you may not want the average woman, but that's what you're attracting. So now it's not whether or not you want the average woman, because that's what you're going to get. Now it's just like if you're going to buy a Porsche. If I'm buying a Porsche, now it's not about buying a Porsche. What color Porsche do I want? You get what I'm saying? Like it's going to be the same thing no matter what you pick, because that's what you're putting out for.
The
mm.
thing is, you as a man get to
Right, that's
determine.
what you want. That's
You
what you
you
want. Do
you
what
you as
makes
a
you happy. In the end, you're gonna do what makes you happy. If it's irrelevant, do for yourself in the end. Like, be happy. Get what you want. Make the money you want. Live your life how you want. Be happy. Get the woman you want. If you're not happy, move around. If you don't have peace in your environment, it's not good.
What's up with it?
I'll
No
say
filter,
something.
my little brother in the building.
What's cracking with it, Brody? And I gotta agree with the host when he said, I'm hearing all these wants, all these wants, all these wants. So I'm gonna do
Mm-hmm.
some small explaining for y'all. A want, it is something that is subjective, like how you feel, what you think, and what you believe. I want I wanted a PlayStation 4 and then I got it. Yet a 5 came out and then I got that. Now I want a
Mm.
6. These wants are rapidly changing due to the things around me. What you think is subjective because only you heard those thoughts.
Yeah,
Only
they're
you thought of that
simple.
shit.
The
Hold
wants
on,
of
hold
you are
on,
simple. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
hold
caught.
on.
I gotta go, guys. Y'all have a good
This is
one.
a only you thing. So when it's only you doing that shit, it don't mean nothing to nobody else but you. In other words, who gives a fuck? Those are your personal wants, your personal thoughts, and your personal, all
Right.
that shit we only retain to you. So when he said, ain't none of y'all said nothing about a need. A need is
Mm.
something that is essential to you or that you deem very important. Now, when women or men say what they don't need because you got all these wants, all them wants is why your ass is confused. All them
Mm.
wants is why you don't know what you want. You want so much that you don't know what you want. And if we get everything we want, we really don't want shit. So
Hey,
like the host said,
Mm.
so like the host said, what do y'all need in this motherfucker?
laugh or what?
That's all I came up to say because
Hey,
I don't think y'all heard that man when he said it, and I got all
Mm.
that when he said it. In the short sentence he said it in, he really asked y'all got all what you need. Ain't nobody said, and sir, the guy that was up here, I'm mad he got out. He kept saying, I feel, I think, and I want. Nigga, what? Help
Well,
me
if I can be
understand this.
honest, if I can be honest, I needed
what
some
about
damn
what you
space to speak.
deserve? I deserve a loyal
Oh man,
man.
not a
But what you
deserve.
Hey,
Damn, you
deserve, hold on, but
deserve
you
to
don't,
mute.
hold on
Goddamn.
now.
You
This is
don't
the cold
determine
part
what you
about it.
deserve.
You don't determine what you
right.
deserve. If we all determine what we deserve, we will be not millionaires, but fucking billionaires and flying rocket cars with lightsabers and shit. We all
Mm-hmm.
deserve the best if
Right.
we determine what we deserve. This is how
Mm.
cold it is. It's the person that you stand across from that look you in your face that determine what you deserve up out of them. That's the coldest
Mm.
Amen.
shit in the world.
Hey now.
Mm.
I
And
just
if
Mm.
want
you
y'all to
feel
know
like you
that's my
deserve,
little
and hold
brother.
on, and this is the this is the worst part. You may feel like you deserve something, so you buy it yourself. Yet it never feels as good when you get it from the person standing across from you,
Hey
because
now.
everybody loves a gift.
What you say?
So that's what the host was basically saying. What y'all need versus what y'all want. Fuck your wants. You need something. Find out
Yep.
what's important and essential to you, and then you run with that. That is the definition of a need. Something
That's
essential
the
or very
truth.
important.
Yeah.
So I just woke up out my sleep. I'm about to lay my ass back down. I done had a long
I'm
yesterday.
real with
Okay,
that.
well,
I'm so
I'm in
real
the
with that.
dang.
comments.
Like,
I'm
That's
in the
find
comments
who
and I'm
fire.
listening
loves
though.
you, find who loves you, and they gonna love you forever.
So
Like,
I'm gonna tap in
that's
with y'all. Y'all
so,
be
yeah.
safe.
For
Thank
sure,
you,
brother.
no filter.
100,
That's how Kev
100.
Live do, y'all. You be sleeping, wake out
How
your
you know
sleeping
him and
word.
straight facts kick it. They be preaching when they want to preach. I say, okay.
Yes.
I'm crying.
And me and my brother don't agree often, but I agree with everything that man said. I know.
Yeah,
I
that's
Me and
about
you don't
opinions
agree all
while
the
being
time.
real,
hey,
really.
hey, y'all
I
didn't
mean,
hear me.
I can find a reason to not agree if someone wants me to.
Please don't.
I can fish.
He said, please don't.
I don't
Thank
agree with them
you.
because
Let's catfish
He said, I
everybody.
want to hear him fully awake. He the
Catfish.
exact same. I promise. He really is the exact same.
Really
it's
quick,
such
if
a
I
nice
can, I
guy.
do got to drop down. But I'd like us to, if we could, we got 23 people in here. Let's everybody share this live. Let's get it out there. Let's motivate Kev to keep the live up. Go ahead and gift everybody up here if you'd like. If you feel the need to send me a gift, don't send it to Kev. Let him get it all because I just give my gifts back to the host whose panels I visit. So don't send any to me. Just send it on over to the host. Let's see some hashtag FYP, hashtag for you page. Some people say hashtag Mr. P is always right. I wouldn't do it, but some people do. But I just wanted to just say really quick that the last prompt, how do you vet or search for red flags? I'm not really going to get into that. I've already addressed that before. Can you do it without a judgment? Having red flags and vetting is a judgment process. So it's not possible to
Oh,
actually
he said
vet
that right.
or search for red flags without making a judgment. That's the whole point of it, is so that either they check these boxes and you can decide that they're good or bad for you. So the whole point of vetting and red flags is to ascertain a proper judgment. That being said, everybody here be blessed. I hope you all have a wonderful day. If I don't see you guys soon, y'all take care. Alter, if you can, look up that Dunning-Kruger effect. And if anybody in here really quick, the reason I brought that up to Alter is because a lot of what we're talking about with wanting certain things, needing certain things, being entitled to certain things, the Dunning-Kruger effect is a psychological mindset that people have where they perceive themselves to be overqualified for certain positions when in reality they lack the certain qualifications to even get there. So they think because they know a little bit, they think they know so much, and so they don't need to learn anymore, when in reality they're not even seeing the whole picture. And everybody falls victim to this, in my opinion. At some point we all have these moments where we think we're the top dog, and then reality really quickly shows us that we're not. It's just up to us to recognize that. So I think if you guys want to look at the mindset that's kind of happening here, I think we're kind of discussing the Dunning-Kruger effect. You all have a
Yeah,
wonderful
that was
night.
really good. Thank you for showing me that. I was like, I'm gonna definitely look into that even more. That definitely so that it makes a lot more sense to make you understand who you're talking to, and then look in the mirror and change some things about yourself. But that was a really good point to look up. Thank you.
Which is actually great because it leads me to a question, right? So
Mhm.
are red flags subjective?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
of course they
But
are.
I think that there's, but when
Uh-huh.
you start talking about subjective versus objective, people like to muddy that. Like there's people out there that are outliers, so that means that something isn't objectively bad.
But who
Mhm.
hasn't really accepted red flags? Like, of course you do. Come on now, like,
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
not
but
what
a
the point
red flag
was.
to me may not be the same to you, Kim, and I think we can
right?
understand that
You're
that's
right.
where it
I
becomes
understand that.
subjective. But I
Yeah.
think we both would say that a spouse who actively goes and buys kittens just to kick them would be objectively bad. There's not going to
Yeah.
be very many people who are going to say that's something that I want in a partner. So there is some objective stuff, but most of it I would say
Yeah.
is
Sometimes
subjective.
they're unseen. That's okay.
But y'all have a good night. Someone needs to drop
For
me while
sure.
I'm talking
You
because
too,
that's how I like to be
mister.
dropped, and I
Whatever, you
can't
know what I
keep
got you.
thinking
You
of
know what I
Bye.
things.
got you.
Nope, got
Bye,
him.
y'all. There you go. Right in the middle. There you go.
Bye.
That's my favorite part. He like he be like, they do in the middle of talking. All right, it's 3 spots, y'all. If people
Come on
down, if y'all down in the comments, y'all
in.
come up. Y'all ain't gotta be scared. We getting this thing going, man.
Honest with you, if I see you writing a lot of comments, I'm sending you a request.
That's how y'all do it. That's so right. I swear I be hearing people comments is boarded up. They be they request me so bad.
Good
Yep,
conversation.
It's so funny,
for
man.
sure, for
But I
sure.
see Peace came up. Did Peace want to speak?
Peace want a piece of this message conversation. Let's go.
Hello. What's up, though?
What's up?
No, no. Uh, it says if you give unsolicited personals, you deserve unsolicited opinions. Agree or disagree? Yes, because if you want to tell all your business, don't be mad if somebody got an opinion on your business. Why you talking so much? You don't want an
Mm.
opinion. What you talking about? Um, who, how, when, we,
Are
and
we?
Before
why.
Hold
you
on. Did we
go
get to
there,
the? I don't think we got to the yellow yet. Are we there yet?
no, we're not there yet. Now, about to say
Okay.
something.
My bad.
Go ahead.
Where
Sorry.
we at?
So,
I guess.
if you want to expound a little bit more, or we can go to the next person.
No, I feel like honestly, if you're in a situation where you're comfortable enough to talk about your personal life and your personal vendettas or whatever's going on with you, like how mad can you be about people having opinions? Like honestly, like did you just talk about what you was talking about? Are you venting or do you want to answer? I feel like a lot of people just be talking, but then all of a sudden they get mad when somebody else has an opinion. Like, just have to see yourself.
I agree. They shouldn't be mad at all. If you come on the whole internet and speak your mind, like get that feedback, accept answers, learn.
And I agree
Like,
with y'all.
I mean, it
How
wasn't
many
on
yeah,
your
people?
For You
I
page.
agree with y'all.
Like,
Yet, how many people can take criticism? Even though there's positive and negative criticism, we're just talking in the general aspect of how many
Yeah,
people
because
could
we don't
take
know
a
each
form
other
of
from Adam from
right,
Eve.
right.
Like,
So okay, and this was the go. This goes when he said before about perspective, right? What's a red? Who deems to be what is a red flag? So if a person is criticizing you, right, and they say, well, the outfit's nice, but the shoes don't really go. It all depends on how you're taking that at that point. Some people may take that, well, then fuck you, then, bitch, rude.
Damn.
And some people may take it as like, maybe I need to change these shoes. Maybe these pants ain't popping. Maybe this dress ain't the dress I need to be putting on. So it all goes into really say who can really take criticism in the general aspect and not take it as a bad thing. Because most people are taking things as bad things nowadays. You can't say hello to a person like hello, good morning. The fuck you mean
I
good morning? It's
agree.
grand rising. Like, oh, okay.
I
But
feel
hold
like
on,
people
I
be
agree with you,
saying
Rico.
stuff
I
and
agree with you.
they be saying stuff and they don't expect pushback from it, like whatever
But
they be saying. So like whenever somebody say something, that ends up being like pushback or being contradictory to what they said, then all of a sudden they want to play the victim role.
So you
but
basically
No,
a lot
saying
of it
people
cause
doesn't.
got
like
communication
Hold
issues.
on, hold on. A lot of it
no,
doesn't have to do with that
Correct.
though. If we're gonna
Communication issues. That's right.
hold on, if we're gonna call a spade, then let's be fucking for real. 80% of this shit that people got to say about what somebody says that's going on personal with them be negativity. It be a whole lot of fucking negativity. They not giving no
Yeah, they're
fuck what
trying
you
to
said.
vent,
They want
and we
to.
should.
yeah,
They want something to talk
yeah,
about, and you
to
gave them
them.
something to talk about. Now, can you be angry at that? No, you put that shit out there. However, you
Yeah,
can be angry at the fact of how they chose to use the information you put out there.
true.
I'm gonna keep it real. I don't even, and I rarely say this word, yet I don't think you can really be angry how they chose to use the information. If I distribute my information into a public platform, however, that other individual decides to use that, I don't have no control over that no more. If it was my personal information, I shouldn't have put it on a public platform because it was personal to me. B, since I don't control nobody else's thoughts or actions, whatever they decide to do with their information, I have no control. So in the end of the day, a person really can be
100.
mad. A person really can be mad if you give an individual some information, whether it was personal to you or whatever the case is, and they decide to use it in a negative way or use it against you, you release the information willingly at that point, and they took advantage of the willingness of the information. And because you don't control them, is why you really can't be mad at them. You can only be disappointed in yourself for releasing a level of information to a person you shouldn't have.
That's right.
I want to
And
throw
that's
this in
that's
there a quick
that's what I have
second
to
too.
blame the other person, just looking at yourself. My fault.
Oh, no, you good. You good. I was just about to say this real quick. I just to throw make add some extra stuff in there. People love the unsolicited compliments though. I'm done now.
I agree because no compliment,
They
and I'm
love
agree with that
what? What'd you
because
say?
people love unsolicited compliments. And let me explain. No, I've never heard a woman walk up to anybody and say, "Compliment me, goddamn it." So every compliment is unsolicited at this
What'd you
point.
say? I'm what?
I've never heard a woman walk up on any of us men and say, compliment me. I've never heard a woman out
Oh, you
blatantly
right.
say in any area, I want a compliment. So at this point, every compliment you receive, may it be from woman or man alike, is an unsolicited compliment.
Compliment. Yep.
And I'm mad that he said, you ain't shit. I don't want no, this nigga ain't shit.
I am grateful. If you compliment
Depends
So
me,
on
I'm
what
not
that person
complimenting. No,
complimenting
nah.
you look
Because
like.
women say, I don't like unsolicited compliments. Understand what an unsolicited compliment is. You're not giving your consent for me to compliment you. So even if I say, oh, you got a nice smile, that's an unsolicited compliment.
Mm.
Because you never
Oh,
gave
you
me
right.
permission
said
to
a
do
nice
this.
mouth, but if it
It,
They
was
it,
take it in the wrong way sometimes.
beautiful, I
But if
would
you a
acknowledge
ugly
and say thank
monster
you.
gremlin, you telling me that I'm beautiful is fucking harassment.
hey, I'm going to tell y'all right now, ladies. I'm
No,
going to
Wow.
tell y'all right now, ladies, be careful
Wait,
what y'all
that's a
getting
thin
ready to say because
line.
y'all getting ready to
you
set
are
yourself up
ugly.
with y'all
You're
words.
nasty then.
Oh,
Because
Like,
ladies, be
let's not
That's a
you're
confuse
thin
an
line,
behind,
though.
unsolicited
behind me.
comment for
If
a comment that is
no filter, if you were to
accepted.
comment me,
Great life.
Now,
if
let's
I
not confuse an unsolicited
hey,
comment for a comment that is accepted. There are different parameters
for compliments
It's
that are
perimeter. It's
accepted
No,
not
you can
versus
perimeter.
the
accept
unsolicited.
It's
you can accept the
perimeter, not
unsolicited
All
comment, and
perimeter.
that's
compliments
fine.
don't have to be accepted,
It's
but an
perimeter.
unsolicited
No,
is
and
different.
I agree with you with that. But it doesn't change the
Let's not
fact that
confuse
all the
it.
Get the
compliments
fuck
are
out of here.
unsolicited because
Right.
you're not asking for them. Even if you accept the comment because it was a nice comment, it was a nice gesture, whatever the case
It
may
was.
be.
It was.
Yes,
And I get that.
You're right,
You're
because in the
picking and
workplace
choosing
he
what you
said,
want to.
I like your elbow. I like you like my elbow.
That's weird.
oh, I like
That's
your,
weird though, right?
That's weird.
Exactly. It's
I
an
like your
unsolicited
beard.
comment. But
I
if a
like your
dude was like,
necklace.
"Oh, you got a
That's not
pretty
weird.
smile," that's
That's
the
not
same thing
weird.
as
What
saying
is
you
weird
like your
about that?
elbow. It's
Yep, it
unsolicited.
is. That's
Like
literally
What
the
is weird
same.
about that?
it's the same thing. It's irrelevant why he's worried about it. If I say I like your elbow to the back of your kneecaps to I like your smile, all these things are unsolicited compliments at you at this unsolicited compliments.
I
So
Mm,
love a compliment.
catcalling is the worst form of unsolicited compliments though. That's it.
mm.
That's all it
Wait,
is. It's again,
let me
people are
stop
picking and
me
choosing what
though.
they deem to be bad, but an unsolicited
Yes,
compliment
okay,
is just
yeah,
simply an
okay, okay.
unsolicited compliment at the end of the day.
Yeah, okay, I
That
got
leads me to a question:
you.
is there a
Yes,
such thing as a
yes,
solicited
sir.
comment? I
No,
mean,
hold
good
on.
I like your elbow.
Yes, there
That's what
actually
would take
is.
right
And
there.
Yes, from your
this is the
man.
such thing as a solicited compliment. When
Yes,
a woman asks you, "How do I look?" and you're complimenting her, at
Yeah.
this point she's asking you
I,
about your opinion.
okay,
So it's a compliment being implied.
I
How
Hmm.
does
agreed. I
she
just want to
look?
see if you was gonna
Strong
That's
say
women
that.
don't do
yeah.
that.
And
Yeah,
that's
that
the
was, yeah.
cold part about it. Unless she asks you, it technically speaking,
yeah,
unless she asks you, nigga, you ain't supposed to compliment. That's how, and
yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess that's how it's supposed to be. I'm not saying that
Um,
is what it is or it should be. I'm just
unless
more
you,
or less assuming.
okay, I will say this though. My husband is not a jealous man, but if he says, if you were to say something like, "Oh, hey, ma'am," or "Hey, ma'am," because I'm old, or anything like that, he would be like, "Okay, he's a nice gentleman. He's a nice fucking guy. He's a nice, genuine guy." Point blank, simple. It doesn't. I don't know what race has to do with any of that. It's
What?
being.
Who said something about race?
We're not talking about race, man. I don't even know how I got that far. And if
Who
you're,
said
and it's
anything about
different,
race?
if you're in a relationship, most men are gonna look at the other man and compliment you or to him. Most men will respect, will look at that other man and nod their head to that man. That's a compliment to a man saying, "Yo, bitch is bad. You
Yeah,
did
you
that, big
got it.
dog.
She
You
said
Unsolicited
it.
did that."
comment.
Like,
Yeah.
and we don't verbally have to say it, but this is I've had men walk past me and look at me and nod. They're like, "You know him? I ain't never seen this nigga, but I know what he meant." I nod back. I
Yeah.
understand, player.
I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to see where she came with this from. Did you would you even listen to Alicia?
I
I
just
tried to get
I
away
just
from
want
that,
to
but
know what
okay.
she
I know
what
you
she
was.
drinking.
It was
Like
burning me.
we
I
can
had to
laugh,
go
huh?
through it again.
Y'all
Like,
gotta make
no.
me
Hold
laugh.
on, hold on. I'm gonna
Because
help
she
her
brought
out
I
up
let
here.
it
race and I got
slide though. I'm like,
confused.
what the
So
heck?
Wait,
It's
what
because I'm
she
the only
drinking?
Panamanian man up here, and she felt like y'all was ganging up on me, so she can't. No, I'm just playing. I just
no,
made that
because I'm
up.
Irish and I
Oh,
didn't feel
that's what
like
it
I was
was.
getting ganged up on. So come on now.
Yeah, that's a
I'm the only
white
dark
tea
skinned
man.
Irish here, so it can't be about race.
Was that an
Nah,
unsolicited
let's not make
topic?
it about that because I have
No, because
biracial
I'm a
children. We
Caucasian
can't
dark
do
skinned
that.
man and I love my black
I
queens.
love dark
So
skin, light skin, yellow
I don't know what's
skin, brown
going on.
skin.
Who you talking about? Dark skin Irish.
I am a dark skinned
Him.
Caucasian man. My daddy is an Irish man. My
I don't
mom
know
is
why y'all
Nigerian.
laughing.
No, it's a true
No, he
story.
really
That's what
is.
my
It's
First
the
DNA
off,
truth.
say. I
That's a
can't prove it
white tea
wrong.
man.
My
first off,
daddy is
I, first off, my granddaddy Irish, so you don't know where you at.
no, he
He's
full blood
not
Irish.
lying. That's
No,
what you
I'm not
taking for
lying. Like
Isn't
I
gay.
can
it
show you,
beautiful? That's the
No,
I can
beautiful
show
Desiree.
you,
part
I
about
can
it.
show you a picture. This is a full blown big nose Caucasian man.
No,
What's the
no,
song?
dead serious. My granddad Irish.
He's
Doggone.
Mm.
Yeah,
he's being
but
serious too. That's a white tea man.
I
I
know my granddad is too. I'm not about to do his
when I
song,
say we the black Caucasians, I mean that shit.
but what I'm
I
telling you,
just
like
want to know what she
that
was
shit didn't make
drinking.
no sense.
Oh
I
my, leave her alone. I'm trying to let it slide.
Tequila, it's a
Because I want some. I
tequila.
want to drink.
What do you mean?
I just got a question
That
for y'all.
was
I just
funny
want to
though.
know what does race got to do with any of this?
Now,
Nothing.
I
I
It's
want
have
to,
no
hey,
irrelevant.
I
idea
just want to
what it
answer
is.
who, how, when, where, and why should we judge?
Tell him it's
You,
irrelevant,
Hey,
Oh,
please.
are we moving on now, Kev?
Yes,
She
we
said
Yeah,
my
we
are.
need to. Yeah, we
husband.
need to. But
But
She
no.
see,
said my
Did everybody answer
husband.
I
though? Did
see.
everybody answer the purple one first
I
though?
want to answer the prompt real quick about the judging.
yeah, everybody answered the purple one.
I
Move
If
got
on.
before you do that, I gotta make sure that everybody answered that first one. So
okay,
we
yeah.
Peace
I
over
didn't
there.
need to
Mute
answer
up,
it.
Peace. You over there
My
laughing and
answer
I'm
is
stuff.
on
irrelevant.
mute.
We're gonna move
I
I'm
didn't
forward.
on
get
mute
the
right
answer, but
now.
Oh,
we
I
can move
like y'all.
forward.
Y'all cool.
Man.
Man.
Let's get it so I can get filter on the other one. I know he want to start the next one though, so I want everybody to just hurry to get through this purple one real quick. I think
We
it seemed
did.
like
Huh?
We did.
everybody agreed for the most
No,
part.
we answered the purple one. Yeah.
Oh, everybody did?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to try. Okay, I don't want to try her again. She might say, "Well, the answer
Now
is
you could
black."
try her again. Oh shit! Never mind. Never mind.
The answer is not black though. It's like stop. All right, you can
Huh?
start it off then. Go
All
ahead and
right.
start off the
So with the one with who, how, when, where, and why should we judge?
Never.
If no, I'm gonna tell you
Get
why.
him.
If it's left for us to judge ourselves, we gonna justify everything we do to be okay. If you don't believe it, how many things have you did bad within the last year that you justify and said it's okay? Now, if you got to think about that, that means you're finding more
I'm
justification for
not
that
gonna
shit.
think about it. I'm gonna say I've done a lot of things wrong, and it's not correct, and I would never judge
Yeah,
another person.
hold on. Now you did wrong things. Did you punish yourself the equivalent of the wrong you've done?
Yeah, I think I have,
See, there goes the problem right there. You think you have, and therefore we don't judge
but
ourselves
I'm
based on
alone.
the,
So who else can
hold,
judge me?
hold
No
on.
one but
No.
God.
And that's the biggest problem. You're being judged by everybody. The moment you step outside, we're being
I
judged by
know
the way
that's
we
right.
dress. We're
That's
being judged by the way
terrible.
we move. No, it's not
That's
because we do
yes,
not
it
That's
properly
is.
judge. Put
life.
like this. This is why it's not bad.
I
If
live for
somebody
myself, not for
no,
everybody
you man,
outside,
hold
though.
on. And that's a lot of
Okay.
women's concept and problem. You got to do some understanding. I want you to understand something. When people live for themselves, it's a selfish act of damn near ignorance because we're never alone and we're social creatures. We always want attention from something else or someone else. If you
Mm.
didn't, you have to ask yourself, why are you
Oh,
on
I wouldn't
TikTok
accept that.
conversing with other people? So we know we seek attention
I want
somewhere.
acceptance from who loves me.
Now
Like
hold on. Now
that's not
hold
right.
on.
I
In
don't
order
like the
to have
world now.
acceptance, now
Okay.
hold on. It doesn't matter what you like. In order
You're
for you to
talking
have
about
acceptance from
social
something, I'm
aspects. I
talking,
don't do
okay, so
social.
I no, you do because you're on a social media platform socializing. So you do social. You're doing it now with
Yeah,
me. You
I
don't know
do
me and we're
social to
socializing.
try
But
to
you hold on,
see.
but you said you don't
Oh,
do
you got
social.
me. You got me.
I know I'm that good. I'm that good. So let them cook, right? Like little Glorilla said, let them cook.
But I
So
do
you have
social on a worldwide
it
aspect.
doesn't matter. You're
Get that
still
one.
socializing. It does not matter.
No,
You are still socializing. In order
you're
for you
right.
to go meet
Okay.
somebody, you have to socialize in the world. Because even if you want to meet
Well,
somebody, you have
come
to
meet me.
socialize. We're socializing. That's what we're doing. So we're all that I want to be alone. We know that's the lie we're telling ourselves. And the reason
Yeah,
why we
that
don't
is.
judge ourselves properly is because we continue to justify the things we do. We will find a reason to say that this was okay that I did this. Oh, well, the motherfucker flinched at me. So yeah, I ping pong, fuck it. Now I was intimidated. I'm justifying my actions. So this is why it
Mhm.
makes sense where the other person looks at you and say, well, that was actually wrong. You could have taken another route. They are passing judgment. Even if they're giving you good advice, telling you what you've done, saying you could have had an alternative, they are literally passing judgment at that point, whether you see it or not. So
But I don't
we
pass
judge each other
judgment.
based. If you looked at another person, you said, hey, you could have done things different. You are passing a level of judgment because at this point, you're saying you did something wrong and you had opportunity to, you're judging them.
I only pass judgment on who comes in my
Yet
world
you
and
just
tries
said
to
you don't
love
pass
me and
judgment,
tries to
though.
make a world with
Yeah,
me.
understand though, you just said you don't pass judgment, but then you turn around and said I only pass
I
judgment
do
when.
because
So
that's
therefore,
wrong
it's a
when that
contra. So
person does
therefore,
wrong
you
to
pass.
you. Oh, I like you.
Hey, little
Follow me.
So
brother,
you're
I'm
little
passing
brother,
listening.
judgment.
chime in.
So no matter
You
what you
make
say,
me
you're
think.
passing judgment. That's
Chime
all you're
in.
Yes,
doing.
sir, I
It's
am.
an inevitability. We're
Well,
going
my
to
judgment
judge
is
each other
correct.
based on what we do, and we're all going to think we're judging correctly. Not even the
Right.
judge correctly, and that's that nigga job. So how you
Yeah,
know
that's
you
why I
judging
choose
right
to be
and you only get
alone.
paid for it? So
Because
when
I
it
ain't
comes down
ready
to
for that.
judging,
I don't want
you
to be
have to have a
judged,
level. You have
misjudged.
to have, but you have to. You have to have a level of judgment when you're getting ready to deal with somebody. Because if you don't give a
I don't
level
want
of
to deal with
judgment,
nobody.
even when you, then what you on social media for? Because before you got up here, you had a level of judgment. It'd be people
He
cool.
got me on that
Come on.
because
That
I
was a
like to learn.
checkmate.
I want
That
to
was
do
a
what
You need
y'all.
to
checkmate.
You're
be
not in my
quiet,
face.
man,
Like
cause
that's
you keep
different. That's
you keep giving
like
them the
Hey,
keys
hold
like
to the
on.
I'm
Hey,
trying to
hold
Matrix.
on.
learn.
Hold
You
Like
on.
got that.
I'm trying to
You
have
Y'all
the
you
are
got
Learn
you
mentality.
and
to be
talk at the same
quiet.
time, though,
Hey,
Pooh.
one
Yeah,
mic, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic.
you
Thank
got
you.
me,
Thank
baby.
you.
That's good.
Real
I
quick.
like you.
Damn.
Kim. Hey, Kim, I
Good
got a question for you.
conversation. Teach me some more.
I got a question for you. So my little brother said you have to be judged, right? You said I don't want to be judged by nobody. He said you have to be, right?
Yeah, that's
However,
hard.
I'm gonna take it a step further. You want to be judged, whether you admit it or not. You want to be judged, and let me tell you how I know you want to be judged, right? Because you do things every day that determines the outlook of who you are to other people, and you do this
Ho-
purposely.
Hold on real quick. I got a better one. How many of you ladies like compliments? The moment you accept that compliment, you were being judged because they looked at you and judged your outfit and then complimented you based on it and you accepted it. You're being judged all the time and you don't even realize it. That's how wild that shit is.
Yeah,
You
it's crazy.
judge all the time, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah. Even here go one main thing. You
Maybe
can.
they realize it and they just don't care.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep, that
That's
too.
my problem. I care too much. Like I'm just no. Like that's crazy.
I think
Girl,
people
you've been
truly
contradicting
don't.
yourself for the past 5 minutes, and you
Hold on.
stressing me out.
I think people truly don't understand, or they don't realize that they want to be judged. Not trying to be funny. She's not the first
Yeah,
person
you're
I've
right.
heard.
You're like, am I good or
Hold on, Miss
bad?
Kim. Hold
Yes,
on, Miss
I'm
Kim.
good. Tell me
Hold
I'm
on,
good. Like you're right. I agree with you
Miss
100%.
Kim.
Like
Hold
yes.
on. Hold on.
So I'm so good to myself. Like tell me I'm good, but nobody ever does.
All right. Thank
That
you.
I
Thank you
think
for
that's
holding
the
on. That was
external
wonderful.
validation
Hold on.
that
I think
people just
people.
end up like trying to look for or trying to seek, like
No, like regard.
externally
Look, it's a normal thing.
instead of like
It's none of those. It's
person.
a normal thing to want to be judged. Like
I'm
whether you want to do
want
better in
to be
life,
not
whether you
judged.
want to
I
do.
would
Hold
say
on,
more validated,
hold on. So everybody,
encouraged,
when Turtle
validated.
speaks, everybody just gonna speak
Oh,
at once. Fuck Turtle, huh? Everybody else can
validation is
speak,
judging.
but
You
Turtle
are.
not gonna be able to speak, huh?
You better start muting people.
Man,
Hold on. Peace. When you
hold,
looking for validation, that's the equivalent of judging. Y'all
hold on,
gonna look,
Rico.
and this ain't disrespectful. Everybody should take the time out of a day in a week, just read a couple pages out the dictionary. It's gonna help
Brother,
you talk a lot more better shit. Cause I be talking shit, but I know what the fuck I'm saying when I'm talking it, cause I be reading shit.
brother,
That's how
hold
I'm so
on, so
smooth.
I could get
Go
my
ahead, my
point
fault.
out. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna
Damn
take that advice.
it. Look, at the end of the day, every single last one of you wants to be judged, whether knowingly or unknowingly. This is why we wake up and we put our best foot forward and we try to advance through life.
But how
Part
you
of
judge me is
hold on,
really
Kim. Hold
irrelevant,
on,
right?
Kim.
Oh
How
Hold
you
God!
judge
on,
me is
Kim.
irrelevant.
Hold on, Kim.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant because at the end of the day, you want people to
It's
judge you in your best light. And that's what you want. It's not what you just something that happened. That's what you want. You want people to judge you in your best light. You want to be
I know
judged.
my
So for
light though,
people
so
to
it doesn't
hold
matter
on.
how they judge
Oh
me. I
my
know my
God.
light.
Hey,
Kim,
Kim,
give him a second,
respectfully. Hey,
Kim.
hold on, Rico. Kim, respectfully, I let you speak all the way through. I did not interrupt you. I
I'm
don't
not
know
trying to
who did.
interrupt you, but I know my
I
light, so it
understand.
does. You can
I
judge
just
me
want to say my piece.
100%. It
I
wouldn't
just want to
matter.
say
Two
my piece
two
I'm
without
still
being
seconds,
gonna
Kim.
be me.
interrupted.
I'm gonna have my
Two
light.
seconds, Kim. Let him understand, Kim. 2 seconds. Just understand.
I just want to say my piece without being interrupted respectfully, because I promise I didn't interrupt anybody while they were speaking. And if I did, tell me, but I don't think I did. Now, respectfully, I hear people and everybody says it. I don't care what nobody give. I don't give a fuck how people judge me, how people look at me. That's incorrect. We all care. Whether it's to a certain person or a group of people, we care. We care how people look at us. We care how people look at how we dress, how we act when we go to work, how we perform. We care. We want to be judged. We just don't want to be judged negatively.
Can I piggyback off that real quick, Turtle?
Let's
Let me
just
help
go
y'all.
ahead. I just want to say my piece.
When
I'm going
y'all
back on
and
mute.
And this is how y'all know y'all like it. When you go somewhere and you got if you on a block, right, and you live on this street and don't nobody on this block fuck with you, and they always whispering about you, they always talking about you, somebody always snickering on your name, they kids don't want to play with your kids, they got something to say about your car, they got something to say about your gas, they got something to say about your light bill, they got something to say about everything they don't know about you. You mean to tell me you ain't gonna want to check a bitch? You gonna want to say something.
You
That's
got to be
because you
still,
care.
be
Oh, no,
calm.
no, no,
It
no,
don't
no, no. It
matter.
doesn't. It does not matter if you be calm. You still feel something inside, the need to go check a bitch. Therefore, you
Right.
care what people say, and you care about their outlook and their judgment. Because if you truly didn't care, it will all be oblivious to you. The
But if
delusion
you
will be
truly
so high.
find yourself, you wouldn't care. Like, okay, so what?
Even
Like, you got
no,
to
and
find
that's the code.
yourself.
Look, y'all say that shit all the time, yet y'all
I
care
found
about how
myself
people,
after
and
43
yet
years,
you
so it's
care, and
okay.
yet, and if I said a
I
list of
wouldn't give a
things, I will
fuck.
get a reaction up out of you that you thought you would never give because you care.
I think she proving it right now. That's why she keep
I
doing
She's
all
know
the
been
that's
cutting.
the
proving it
bad
for the
part.
past
Right,
You
because she
10
cut
minutes
every
at
time
this
she feel a
right.
certain
point.
way, she keep cutting
You
everybody off. That's how
say
you know.
something.
Exactly.
Every time you feel something that you feel like you being attacked, the first thing your rebuttal is I. Nobody said you though. So you care somewhere inside. And you can't
I
see
care.
how much you care. And you keep saying, I don't. Let me tell you about people who say they don't care. Them the most loving, softest
I
motherfuckers in
know,
the world.
because I
I
care a
don't
lot.
care.
You
But they
right.
go in the bathroom and they cry. And they hold on to their teddy bears. I can't believe I'm a fucking loser. That's exactly how they feel. Because they care. And they so busy telling everybody that they don't care, all they do is care.
You right on that one.
I
And
know
let
I'm
me
right.
say
So
this.
He
you
been
care
right the
about
whole
how we.
time.
Yeah, let me say this real quick though. Another quick little thing, then I'm gonna let y'all rock again. Oh, I see Katie about to go too for sure. So let me say this real quick. Just because you don't judge out loud don't make it don't mean you don't judge. So some people off rip, this is one thing we can't control. We can't control
Keep it
that
inside,
that
huh?
we're that we're gonna judge regardless though, right? So even if you keep it inside, that don't mean that you don't judge. So people like to say this thing that I don't judge or something like that. Off rip, when you see something, it's gonna go. I mean, it's almost like it's also a defense mechanism off rip. So everybody judge with that silly stuff. Like even when you use the word discernment, I use my intuition. That's still judgment. So that's why I love talking about this topic because y'all don't realize y'all be saying stuff and don't realize that y'all just put a bad stigma behind judging. That's what every human being do. You know, it's off rip. That's just what they do.
It's not just the word judging. Look at the word consequence. You hear consequence and they instantly think you it's in trouble. No, the word there's good consequence, there's bad consequence. It all
Mm-hmm.
lies in your action. It's not a bad word. They hear the word groom. Well, yeah, you're a bride. So I had to groom you to become my wife. You have to know what I like, what I love, what I don't like. Why would you be with somebody you don't know shit about? That makes no fucking sense. So it looks like you will be groomed to my standard. Yet people don't like the words, what it is. They don't know what it implies. They just simply don't like the word itself. So that's why I tell people knowledge is infinite. Go get that shit and it's free. So if you could not like a word, but whether you think it or not, you're judging people because when you see a crackhead, you don't be like, come give me a hug. You like, get your dirty ass back. Back the fuck up, dirty bum. So it's a reason why you're using those words. You're
Good
judging. It's the reason why
conversation.
it's the reason why you saying crackhead. You're judging. It's the reason why you're looking down on them because you're judging. This is something that we innately do, whether we try to or don't try to. We can, as humans, we can't help that shit. Now you have to ask yourself, are you making the right judgments though? Are you judging based on the right
Can't
set of
help that
things? Or
shit.
are
You
you
right.
just
Can't help
judging
that
to be
shit.
judging? See, and
Love
I
Yeah,
have to
man.
understand
yourself.
this in myself. Am I judging people based on I just want to judge a motherfucker, or am I judging a person based on the
Yeah,
right
I'ma judge
things?
myself. Judge me. Come on, judge me.
Because you
You
just
want me to
said you didn't
judge
want to
you?
be judged.
Shit,
Hold
I
Oh
on.
do.
my
Fuck,
Hold on. No,
man.
no, no, no.
God.
I
He
got it.
made me
Hold on.
realize I had to be
Hold on.
judged.
I got her.
I
What
can't.
you and
I
Alicia,
feel
what
like
y'all drinking? Sip me
Y'all
some.
I,
are good live. Y'all have a good night. That's what's up. Y'all having good
I'm gonna
conversation. I
tell you right
appreciate
Man,
now.
y'all
y'all.
making the white girls
thank
look
Man,
bad,
y'all the
man.
Look,
truth.
look,
The
I'm gonna tell you
truth.
right now, King.
Keep
You got
speaking
a
the
level,
truth.
you have a level of denial you live in, and that
I
you probably
know.
ain't gonna see
We
for oh
all
shit.
do.
Who
I'm
is
No,
we
living.
no.
all? I don't live
Understand what
in
I'm
the
saying.
country.
Man,
You have
we
a
Y'all
level of
all
say
trying
denial.
to
we
grow,
I don't speak
learn, and
French.
accept ourselves, and we gonna be okay. I love y'all. Bye.
Denial
Okay.
is a river in
Yeah,
Egypt. I
see.
don't live in no fucking
You have
denial.
a level of denial that you're in to where you can see it and you refuse to get the fuck up out of it. That will be that is what handicaps you. Is your own denial, your own realization of your denial and not wanting to let it go. And I've met people who realize they got a problem and they still, I know I got an addiction, but I ain't putting this fucking bottle down. So you know you have an addiction and you just don't want to let it go. So you can know a lot of things and say, no, I know these things are true, but I'm gonna choose to walk this way. There's another word for that.
Insanity.
I'm not gonna say it, but yet there is another word for that. I appreciate the gift. So,
Delusional.
and you don't know, that ain't the word I was going to use. You don't
Crazy.
want a man like me to judge you because I'm a hard judge. Because when I have to judge myself, I got in that courtroom and said, hell yeah, I did that shit. So don't send me to nowhere else. You need to lock me up because if you put me somewhere else, I'm a sprint for the ropes. And that motherfucker sent me to jail and locked me down and made sure I went to lockdown because I made it real clear. If you give me opportunity, I'm gone because I know what I did and I need to do this time so I can fix my problem. And I never went back to that situation again. So I understand people, we're not judging ourselves like that, but you got a level of denial that you're going through, and you realize your denial, you do not care. You in delusion and you just don't care about your delusion no more. That's bad.
See,
That's your problem.
I got a
y'all ever,
question for everybody.
y'all ever seen that clip in New York
Who,
when she said that?
who, how, when, where, and why?
Uh, y'all ever seen that clip of New York when she be like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. And then next, you see her crying in the back of the limo because she actually give a fuck.
This is how I knew I judged myself. This is how I knew one day when I was 17 years old, and the judge gonna send me to fire camp. And I don't know. My mama looked at me and she pulled me to the side. She said, I don't know if you smart or stupid, but I ain't never seen no nigga do no shit like that ever in my life. And I looked at the judge. He said, we're gonna send you to fire camp. You could go in there, make some money, get a certificate out to be a firefighter. Ain't no walls, ain't no gates, it's open field. I looked at that judge. I said, look, I'm gonna keep it honest with you. I said, you want me to do my time, right? He said, yeah. I said, you want me to stay out of trouble, right? He said, yeah. I said, don't send me to no fire camp. You dumb as hell. I said, you send me to a place where I know I can get away. I'm not going to sit there. I'm not going to stay there. You can't stop me. You can't control me. If you want me to do my time and you want me to stay out the way, send me to lockdown. I said, because there I can't get away. There I'm limited. I said, but if you give me unlimited freedom, I'm going to take advantage of that. I said, so you might want to make the right call and not the
Not
call
you
you feel.
judging the judge though.
I was judging him. He was getting ready to make a stupid ass move. Now you getting ready to send me somewhere where I know I
I'm a
can get
flight
out.
risk. I'm gonna
There
tell you
ain't
this
there.
right
Yeah,
now.
I'm a flight risk. There
I'm
I
ain't
ain't
no
gonna
gone.
tell you
walls. There
nothing.
ain't no gates, and y'all not gonna catch me. Y'all gang of old Caucasians. And now I'm only 17, about to turn 18. You're not gonna catch me. Like you're
Right,
surrounded by
gone.
mountains. I told the judge I made my way home from across state lines. What make you think a couple mountains gonna stop me from getting back to my mom? That man said you right and sent my ass to lockdown. My mom said you're crazy. I said no. I want to get out. And if he send me here, I'm gonna leave. So I want to come home. And the best thing I can do is go somewhere I know I can't escape from. It may be hard, but I'm willing to walk this walk and talk this talk. Then I'm about to be on the run in a couple months, soon as they piss me off. So I made the best call possible, and the judge respected it. Simple. Now that's judging yourself if I ain't never heard it, or it's stupidity. Either or, I fixed the fucking problem real quick, real fast.
I feel like so many people in That the nigga was not in rehab.
Jail is not a rehab. I was going to jail for violation of some shit, and I was 17, so I spent the year,
Oh
We
my
and I
should
knew.
Jesus.
we should have like, oh, I don't
And
judge.
it wasn't even. It's not what he was talking about. Isn't rehab? It's a camp.
It was fire camp so it was basically being locked up to become a fireman. They pay you while you in there, and it was like you get to go out and do the fires and everything. And I thought like, damn, that's cool. Then I thought about it. What if I get mad
It's called
because
camp.
they tell me something I don't like? That means as soon as you let me off that fire truck, that gear will be left where the fuck it's at, and I'm gone. Or y'all will wake up and again, I'm gone. Crack of dawn.
She said, "Oh,
Send me.
you're a baby." What? No, rehab is
Oh
for
my God.
addicts.
You
Sweetheart,
Fire camp.
Alicia, you
I'm
know you
talking
on the
about roughly
panel,
20
right?
years ago, sweetie. I'm talking
Fire
about
camp
roughly
has
20
been
years
You
ago.
around forever.
Y'all know she on that lick lack.
she
Leave that
she
lady
she
alone.
was literally just on the panel. Why didn't she just say it?
She on
I
that
think
lick
she
lack.
forgot.
That's wild.
No,
She's
not
been
Fire
drinking.
County, Fire Camp.
No, she was.
Like boot
There's a
camp.
show
No.
called Fire County, and
Oh,
it's kind of
I
the same
guess. Yeah.
situation.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And if
That
you're
is
afraid
actually
to
that
be
exact
judged,
situation.
I,
But
I agree
it's
with
for
this.
juveniles.
I agree with this on a post. If you're afraid to be judged, that means you ashamed of what you did. That you don't want to take accountability for your shit.
No,
When
that's
you do
fair.
things, when you do things, and even when it comes down, and y'all about to hate me for this, even when it comes down to accountability of a body count, you are being judged on these things. You are being judged on your character, your presentation. When men are them pookie ray rays, whatever y'all want to call them, whatever, all of us men, red pill, blue pill, orange pill, black pill, all of us niggas are being judged based on our presentation. And the moment you want to get upset or you want to get mad about it, you are ashamed of that shit. And I tell people, if you ashamed of something, then you shouldn't be out there doing it. I'm not ashamed of who I am, so I'll be telling people this the type of time I'm on because I'll be like, I think the shit is cool. Other people think it's toxic. So, and that's all in perspective. Yet, if you ashamed of something, then you shouldn't be doing it. Take pride in what you're doing. If you out here fucking Tim, Doc, and Harry, then you be like, oh yeah, I'll be riding like a rodeo. Stop playing with me, nigga. Body count big. What? Experience out the wall. Call me Final Fantasy, bitch. I'm Sephiroth in here. What's your name? Like, if that's your forte, and if it's not your forte, then you shouldn't be doing those things. You should be real mindful about who you decide to entertain. That go for men and women alike. Because some of you niggas is dirty dicks, from what these women say. Y'all talk about them.
Mm.
Niggas is nasty too.
Oh boy. Yeah, facts.
Ooh,
And
child.
for the last
Okay.
one, how do you vet or search for red flags? I'm gonna have to agree with. I said you don't say what's that? Can you do it without judging? You ain't again, judging is going to be implied in everything. And a red flag, like Turtle said, a red flag is all in what that person sees as a red flag. Some people like I tell a woman, I know I talk shit. You got what? It's once a year I'm gonna allow you to slap me because I might say some slick shit to where you just like
Here we go with this
you deserve
shit.
this shit. Now, to me, that's not a red flag or toxic because I understand. Hey, look, you might need a vent. I don't watch 9 seasons of Snap. I don't want to be on there. So you may get mad and feel like you want to slap the dog shit out of me. Boom. All right, cool. You got another 365 days before you do this shit again. So you better get with the shit talking real quick, or you better learn how to walk away because I'll leave you in here by yourself. Simple. I'll like bye, and I won't give a fuck. So as far as red flags, that all goes into who you talking to. Some people don't mind it. Some people do mind it. So
I like red flags. But
I don't
anyways,
like women talking shit to me. I can't take a person talking shit. I'd be like, you might as well slap me. I could take that shit. Suck
that's
it. Like,
what
but
I'm
don't
Okay.
with.
No.
start talking shit to me because talking shit is like, okay, I will leave you in here by yourself. I
That's
promise I'll
what
be
I'm with,
gone.
Rico.
So red flags as in again, that's all in perspective though. Some people may like an aggressive dude. Some women like them sensitive men. Some men like them aggressive women. Some men like
I
them
was talking woo
females with
business.
them
Let's
females.
move on. I was talking woo business. Let's move on.
Oh, nigga, I'm talking about the post. All right. So that red flag is all into the perspective for the individual. Simple. He said, "All right." Then my outtakes on the topics. It's y'all turn.
Uh, who, how, when, where, and why should you judge? You should judge every motherfucking day. 'Cause if you don't judge, somebody else gonna judge for you, and then you gonna be at the whims of somebody else's motherfucking opinion or discernment about what you finna deal with or what you not finna deal with. Yeah, bitch, I'm judging real bad. The fuck? No. I have opinions. I have standards. I don't like it. I don't like it. Period. Not wanting to be judged, you're ashamed. That don't sound right. Not want to be judged, show you're ashamed more than proud. Agree and why. First off, that is a ungrammatical sentence. I don't even know that. Like that's not right. Um, Want to be judged, show you're ashamed more than should you be ashamed more than proud, I guess. Um, I don't think you should be proud or ashamed. I think that you should just be
So
yourself.
with that question is basically I probably wrote it down wrong though, but
I don't think you should
that-
be ashamed or proud.
proud. I think you should just be your fucking self, because
Hello.
ashamed means that like you're judging yourself based
Hello.
on other things. Like I don't get it. Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
even
So
logical.
I
so
don't even know what the sentence is illogical, bro. Like make
right.
Host, are you trying to talk?
Oh my gosh. I don't know if my voice too low on this thing or something. I don't know. That gonna be irritating me. But I'm about to say that I'm trying to get to the so she ain't had to ask that question because she kept running her mouth while I was saying it. I was saying the way the question is right is basically because I probably wrote it down wrong, right? I'm saying people be saying they don't want to be judged. So I'm saying that that shows that you must be ashamed or feel embarrassed about it rather than because people say I'm proud to be a certain thing or I'm confident and all this other stuff, but then you also in other words will say I don't want to be judged. So that's what I'm getting to about that.
In other words, let me give you an example. I got a homegirl who is 304 and she come on this motherfucker and she say that shit with her chest out so much. I know she's proud of her 304 activity because when she tells me about it, it's like the highlight. I went on this date and this motherfucker, I'm like, this is the most diabolical. Okay. So if she wasn't proud, when somebody says something about it, she would have a level either defense or denial about the shit, is what
Or
he's
she hit
saying,
you with that
essentially.
don't judge me, judge your mama. That's their favorite thing.
Type shit. Type shit, type shit.
You get it, not peace. I don't know if you get it.
You know what? What I don't get is that the fact that even though I was saying what I was saying and I didn't understand clearly like miswritten statement or whatever, you told me I was running my mouth when y'all been running y'all mouth the whole time. I feel like it's giving you just like to hear men talk.
I got you. I got you.
I
So at
don't
least
mean
you
No,
got. At
like
I
least you.
want to
At
hear
least
you
you.
talk.
Hold
Keep
on.
going.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
I
on.
don't mean
That's
like
good. She
that.
got it out. So you done already, or do you want to
Yeah.
finish answering it or not?
I feel like if you should not once again when I originally came on here I was like if you have your business to tell how much
What's that? What happened? Who
if
did
you
that?
have your business to tell how much shame should you have about other people judging your business that you already put out there. I said that in the beginning.
So
All right, I
so
got you.
when people put their business out there, you basically saying like, yeah, you put your business out there, you should be expecting to be judged by some shit.
Exactly. Like, why would you put your business out there if you didn't want nobody to have an opinion on it? You should have just kept your mouth closed and mind your business.
So I guess the real question would be, why are people getting offended for putting their business out on Front Street and somebody saying something? Because you know how many people put their business out on Front Street and then get mad at the comments?
And I have no idea.
Okay.
That's not even my like why. Like why what are you talking about? If you
So do
ashamed
you agree with the shame, the basically the shame thing? If you doing something, you shouldn't be ashamed of what you're doing. And if you're ashamed, then you shouldn't be doing it.
if you ashamed, you shouldn't be doing it. But if you ashamed, you definitely shouldn't be talking about it. Like, come on now. Like, how you gonna do something that you don't even want nobody else to know, and then be talking crap about it? Like at the end of the day, that's how snitch niggas get knocked up. Like that's how niggas get paperwork. That's
She
we
got some hood in her. She said that how them snitch niggas get knocked up.
like that's what I'm saying. Like we got paperwork on
Keep
niggas
boo.
that was mad about oh my god, oh I shouldn't have done. Then why the fuck is you? I got papers on you, baby.
If
What do
you
you mean?
ashamed, you shouldn't have did it. Okay, I agree with that.
What do you mean? Why the fuck is you want paperwork but you was down the ride? Stop playing so much.
Okay, so with the vetting and searching for red flags, how do you vet and search for red flags? Like, what do you do when you out here and you looking at a man and you like, okay, what's them red flags to you? How do you see them and everything?
Now the terminology is throwing me off because it's like how do you vet or search for red flags? You don't vet. You don't search for red flags.
Hmm.
Flags are going to flag. You don't look for them. You
I agree
don't
with her.
pull them out of people. No, they're going to be red as fuck. Either
So,
you know that either you know red from green or you don't. Are we colorblind?
no, and I agree with her, and this is why I agree
Like
with her.
are
If
people
you
going to
go,
show their true colors? Are you looking? Are you
if you
colorblind?
no, no, that's a fact. If you go looking, this is what I do know. if you look for something bad in a person, you will never find nothing good in that
You
individual.
gonna
Yet
fucking
if you
find that
see the
shit.
good, if you see
Yeah.
the good in a person, you can generally see the bad in the person as well. Now you have a choice. So if you out here searching and betting for red flags, you're gonna be single for a real, that's what you're looking for. I'm not
So
look. I know everybody got a red flag to them.
I was, yeah. So I think with that question, with that question, I'm kind of asking. It's like a more of a personal thing, like, or
Yeah.
we can skip it also if y'all don't want to tell y'all red flag. Because some people might be want to date people on here and don't want them people to know. But
Fuck
overall, I'm
that.
just trying to see like what's people's techniques. What do y'all do for to identify red flags or something like that? So
I'm
that's what I
honest.
mean by first.
I
I
look for the
don't
good in a
identify
person.
red flags. I just don't like your ass and I don't talk to your ass after that. I just keep, saying who you are or whatever. Like,
Okay,
if
what
you
make
talk
you
we
not like on
cool
you?
or whatever. I mean, I don't like people that are, how can I say it? Like, if you talk too much about like negative things or whatever, like that's a red flag. I'm like,
There
yo,
you go.
like you too much bent on like the negativity instead of positivity. Like you hit somebody always complaining and shit like that. I'm just like, no cap. It's not like you not grateful, but like you too
Like
busy
pessimistic, I
focused
guess.
on pessimistic rather or whatever. I'm like, I don't like that. I'm clocking that T or whatever. Or like it's just a
What
whole bunch
about
of other shit. But
What about
at
passive aggressive? Would you
I
deem
don't
that as a red flag?
A
passive
red what?
aggressive.
He's like, nah, that sounded.
Passive
Yeah,
aggressive. A person
like people who like sneak this real quick and they'll
sneak
say it,
this,
but
or
they
y'all
don't
get
mean
into
it.
it and
They
they'll
don't
text
want
you passive
to
aggressive.
hate a sneak disser. Bitch, say it with your chest or don't say shit. Like I
Mm.
hate a sneak dissing. At the end of the day, it's just like if you sneak dissing, I'ma call you out at the end of the day. So you meant to say that or what? Or you ain't meant to say nothing? Okay, shut the fuck up then. Cause you ain't saying now at this point, bitch, you just playing games. I hate a sneak dissing. Like realize, say it with your chest. Like, yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna say my. Hey, look, I'm
I
gonna say
hate
my red flag because I like shaking the room up with my red flag.
that.
But never mind, I do mine at the end because it's go. When it drop, I want everybody to say theirs and all that stuff first, though,
I'm crying.
because I know I be having some. But
I'm gonna keep it real. A red flag is a if you got a communication issue, that's the red flag that I can't fuck with. If
mm,
you can't take in information without becoming emotional about it, if you can't look at the overall perspective without attaching yourself personally to it, then we can't talk. Because I know at this point, we cannot get an understanding. And people confuse understanding and agreement to be the same thing. No, I understand this doesn't mean I agree with the shit. I just
mm.
happen to I just understand it for what it is. So with the understanding in place, it's not for me to agree or disagree with. It's for me to make a choice to either say I want to do this or I don't want to do this. Yet, but to agree to disagree is not there no more because I understand how cats operate. So they don't really bother me. And I prefer, and because I understand cats is why I prefer to have one over a dog. A dog is a level of attention that requires. I understand a cat doesn't require this attention. And I'm perfectly fine with that. And I don't even care for them motherfuckers how I thought I did. I'm like, yeah, y'all kind of weird when you think about it. Y'all think we the same thing. Nah, we not. Yet you don't require a level of attention and you do your job. I understand this perfectly fine. And that's how I can deal with a level of things. Understanding.
What the fuck did the cat have to do with that whole situation? You just
Because a
want
lot
that
of
Nah,
people
nigga.
don't understand. A lot of people say this cats are sneaky
I
and
get what
cats
he
do
meant. I
this.
get what he
Now,
meant.
hold on. And this is why, because people say cats are sneaky and cats do this. No, cats are extremely bold and they do shit in your face so for you to see them. So people don't understand these animals, so they equate them to not like them.
Because they
So it's
missed
the
some
fact
red
that
flags.
exactly the fact that they don't understand them is why they don't like them. But yet, when you understand something, you stop judging it. You have no
Mm.
reason because you understand it. You understand it perfectly fine. So the
But you
judgment
can't
is
understand
erased.
the cat.
No, I understand how they operate is why I don't judge them. They're not sneaky animals. They are extremely bold animals. They want to do things in your face to let you know I did that shit because it's a dominant thing they're trying to get with you. It's either you gonna run them or they gonna run you, and you have to establish this. So they gonna do things in your face because they expect the same energy in return. If you don't understand this, this is where the sneakiness is implied. It's not sneaky though.
You
It's
can't
a
never
struggle.
run a cat. You can't run your cat.
No, you can't run it, but you establish dominance over it. A
You
dog you
can't.
can run. Yes, you can. You can establish dominance. Understand, lions work in a dominant sequence.
All
Any
right.
animal that runs in a pack runs like that. But when you understand them for what they are, when you understand people, When you dealing with a woman or you dealing with a man, and you understand that individual, they become real easy to deal with because you
Okay.
understand what you're dealing with.
Wait before y'all,
As a
before because
person
y'all
who
get this.
owns cats, I cannot give my cat a bath. My cat, I can't give my cat a bath, but
Then you didn't
it
establish
don't.
your dominance.
I can't give my cat a bath, but do I fucking want to? And does that mean when I call my cat is going to come to me? That is an establishment of a hierarchy of dominance. If I am the top dog and I tell my cat to do something, they supposed to fucking do
Okay,
that shit.
listen.
I
Okay,
can't tell my
okay, so
cat to
you
do
don't.
shit and they
Okay,
listen.
that's okay. So that's
That's
what I
a
mean. You
dog
don't. Okay, so listen what
mentality.
I'm saying. You
That's
do
the
not
difference between
understand.
a cat and
Okay,
a
listen what I'm
dog.
saying. You do not understand the cat. Then you don't run or control that motherfucker. That's the
Then
biggest
you
under.
don't
Okay,
have
no.
dominance.
Listen what I'm
Dominance does
saying.
not
Oh,
exist in a hierarchy with a
listen.
cat.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm
You
gonna shut up.
establish your dominance. You do not understand cats. I can grab this cat and put that nigga in the tub, and the most he gonna do is meow. He will not fight. He will not scratch. The dominance has been established. You don't defy me in a
Yes,
certain aspect. I'm the
true,
motherfucker that runs the show over here. Yeah, you ain't listening to everything I'm saying because you're picking and choosing what you listening to, but yet you don't cross that boundary with me neither. The
true.
dog, I could tell, be quiet, shut up, lay down, jump, and she do everything. Don't move. She stop in her tracks, freeze. Like she good
True.
with commands. The cat picks and choose, but he knows what and what not to do too. He know messing with cords can get you launched.
Mm.
Messing with these plants can get you launched. We've already had these experiences. So he understands, okay, all this shit is off limits. What I can do is this though. I understand this now. I
Yeah.
understand cats though. Dogs, I can control you. Literally, I can control you. I can't
Control and
control
dominance.
him. I just have to establish dominance. Control and dominance is the. Don't get me wrong; they're the same, but they're synonymous with each other, but they're not the same. I
Not
can
the same.
control you without dominating you.
All right, y'all, real quick, cause y'all dominating the panel right now.
I'm crying.
Exactly. It's
So real,
funny.
so real quick. Let me get a lyric in, and then I'm gonna get she just in, cause they ain't say nothing at all. And then I'm gonna try alter again, see if she got some, or Petty. I ain't hear her from her in a while either. Go ahead, lyric. What you got for me? So we really on a. Even though they spread it all out and answered all of them, though, but we gonna get you back caught up. So you can start off with the
Should I talk about a zebra or no?
No, we good. Well, I'm
All right.
good with the animals, man.
Use a llama. Use a llama.
Yeah, yeah,
All right.
not the llama. I thought they pulled a llama. I thought that's what that
To,
was. But you know.
to answer, okay, if you give unsolicited personals, you deserve unsolicited opinions. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you put your personal business out there, you can't really control how someone reacts to it. So I agree. With how, when, and where. And why should you judge? I mean, I think everybody judges. You just do it silently versus doing it in an outspoken fashion. I think everybody judges.
Mm-hmm.
Not wanting to be judged show that you're ashamed more than proud. Agree on why. I mean, I do think that to a degree that if you're afraid to be judged on something that you have done, you kind of are ashamed of it, but you don't want people to call you out for it.
Mm.
How do you vet or search for red flags? Can you do it without judgment? I think that you can do it without judgment. You know, that comes along with judging silently and judging the way that people, act or there's certain mannerisms that they carry. So yeah, I think so.
Okay, if people can answer this fast as he did, we can hurry up and get to the open panel. Okay, let's go ahead and get main thing in real quick. What you got, main thing?
Skipping.
Oh, all
Yeah,
right.
real quick. I'm doing nails. My bad.
Okay, my bad. Let me get in your pretty time and stuff. Okay, I got you. Alto, what you got for me? Is you back?
I think she still stepped away.
All right, Petty,
Yes.
it's on you.
um, if you give unsolicited personals, you deserve unsolicited opinions. Agree or disagree? I agree because why are you telling us your business? Like we don't be needing to know what happened when you were 7 or that your baby daddy do this. Like that's not our business. And then when we say something, they get all in their feelings. It's too much. If you kept it to yourself, we couldn't say nothing. We wouldn't know. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Let's see. Who How, when, where, why should you judge? I mean, for your own self, for your own protection. How do you know your boundaries if if you're not going to judge? Like how do you know what you're not going to put up with, what you are going to put up with if you don't judge? Um, Not wanting to be judged, show you are ashamed, more than proud, agree or disagree. Uh, I don't know. I but so I'll take that because I could give two shits if somebody is judging me. Nor do I care if somebody knows that I'm judging them. Oh, thank you, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Like people are gonna think what they're gonna think regardless. Who gives a fuck? Is it gonna stop my day? Absolutely not. How do you vet or search for red flags? Can you do without judgment? I don't. I felt what Peach said. I don't really search for red flags. Like if something come across my way and I don't like it, it gives me the ick, or it doesn't touch my spirit correctly. I don't want no part. And then it's over and done with.
So what gives you icks then?
Ugh, not gonna hold you. Cat
You know I
lovers. No,
can't
I'm just
make stuff
playing.
simple. I know you ain't been over here in a while. You know I had to ask that.
Damn, judge me.
No, I'm just I'm just kidding, mommy. Um, ooh, a major ick of mine
So
is
would you say your ick and discernment is the same thing?
yeah, yeah.
So you
It's
judge a
like if you
man based because you said I'm gonna just use this against you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
go
apologize ahead of
ahead.
schedule.
No, don't apologize. It's
So you
me.
gonna judge a man based off liking cats?
N- I was joking, sir. Okay.
No,
If
I'm
you like
asking.
cats, you can
Even
like cats all you want.
I'm just asking in a hypothetical. If the cats are your
Oh
ick,
no,
right?
if you
And
cats aren't
that
my ick.
and hypothetically, if cat, because most people hate them little fuckers.
Oh,
So if cats are the ick, right? And that's the level of discernment, and
hmm
judging is the level of discernment, right? Are you judging him
hmm
based on he likes cats?
no,
Okay.
no. This, no, that's not something I'm like, oh my God, I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm gonna miss out on a great man because you like pussy. Oh, that's so crazy.
You'd be surprised how many motherfuckers don't talk to a man because they like cats. So yeah.
One of my major icks would be a man that doesn't have bougie D. That would be an ick for me.
Mm, not the bougie.
I
Yeah.
really think
So you
that.
say you don't want the loose Peter Whacker hair.
Uh,
Nah.
no, I
What's
If
personally.
it's if
bougie? What's bougie D?
The
like if I
opposite
Um,
of what I said.
if 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 I didn't have to work
Like,
for it and I just got it, then I don't want that. Like if you're
oh,
too eager to give it up, I don't want no parts. If you're willing to give out, you know what I'm saying, your thing like samples at Sam's Club, that's just too much for me.
what if he only do it with the ones he really like?
yo,
If you give it up to everybody, why would that be bougie?
Like, no, if he give it up to
That's
everybody,
not
I understand what
bougie.
she's saying. If she giving up, like, if he giving, like she says, samples at Sam's Club, that's for anybody who walking past. Yet, what if he only doing it to like, whoa, whoa, not you, not, whoa, you, I got something for you. Come here. Then what? What if he only do that with,
You come here. Yeah, that means he has V discipline. Like I like a man that's like not everybody can touch me.
I thought
You
that
get
was
what I'm
me.
saying? And that's not just physically, but like mentally, spiritually. Like, nah,
Well,
I like a bougie.
wouldn't that be considered bougie D right there? The one that
That would
everybody
be if
can't touch?
She like somebody that's a privilege. Like it's a privilege to sit
A
up here and
seasoned
touch me.
That's
privilege? Oh,
literally
that's the
bougie.
Nah,
seasoned
it's
nigga.
a privilege to touch me. It's a privilege to have my
Yeah,
conversation. This
that's
shit
the
ain't
seasoned
just for
nigga.
free.
Yeah, that's a
yeah,
seasoned
I
motherfucker.
like but you could be seasoned and not over seasoned. Like let's be clear here. We all adults, everybody
That's a
has an
fact.
itch
You
that,
could be
that,
seasoned and
that
not
wants to be
salty.
scratched. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Like come on now. I'd be dumb as hell to be like, yeah, I want a man that's never been touched. That's crazy. I'm grown. I've been touched. That don't make no sense. You get what I'm saying? Like that don't make no sense.
I mean,
But I
but
do
don't you
not
think
want a
that's
man.
a
No,
no? My
for
bad.
me,
The
if
only
a
thing I
man
was
has like,
I have a
it, it,
question. Like, how
go
do
ahead.
you know that? Like,
the guy is like seasoned and like he's just untouchable to other people, but you can touch him type shit. Like, what if he's just playing that role to the point where, like, I'm playing hard to get? Like, is this something that you're
They
surmising from his surroundings
can't play it for
and how
long.
he carries himself?
Can I answer
Because a
that,
man
Petty?
can carry himself in a certain way, and you can think that, but like they Sam's Club when they not around you. So like, what is giving you the, you know,
Nah, because you can't.
this this
A man that's like
interaction
that,
is
he can't.
special kind of energy. I just want to know.
Can I answer?
A man that's like that, he can't. No, go
Okay.
ahead.
It,
I'm
a,
just saying.
fa- a facade can only last so long. When a man got a level of a standard, you gonna see it by the way he move. Because he not gonna pay you no mind if you don't meet the standard and requirement. And if you do meet a certain look requirement, the moment you open your mouth and you don't reach a level of a mental requirement, I'll say, he's gonna deny you. The conversation's gonna end right then and there. He's not gonna find you attractive in no aspect. That's because you're not meeting the standard. And he could be seasoned and everything, but he ain't salty. And that's gonna show in his experience. Because again, we can't hide our experience no matter how innocent we want to play. That experience always seems to seep out. I be trying to be a real cool dude in public, so I like to walk around in suits. I keep my shades on. I be real calm and collected. And in the back of my head, I be praying. I pray to God don't nobody ask no dumbass question like where you from, because I hate to have to come out this. I hate to have to fuck somebody up and rip this suit. This gonna end real, real bad. So I be walking around real quiet. So I understand the experience of who I am is always present, and you can't hide that, man or woman alike. So when it come down to his man, a woman gonna know. It's up to y'all to make the choice, though.
And not lie to ourselves. A lot of times we lie
Oh
to
my, that's
ourselves
true. That's true.
to
I think if humans do that too. That's the crazy part. He loving
and then
life.
not just be just with the opposite sex. Like we lie to ourselves when it comes to our friends. We lie to
Mm-hmm.
ourselves when it comes to, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people look in the mirror and even like lie to themselves. And then we be wanting them to tell us the truth. Like it doesn't work like that. Only people that understand themselves and is truthful to themselves, then they're gonna give you the raw truth. Period. Damn, who hitting the keys
Oh, dang,
hard
I
as
be
hell?
forgetting this thing be here.
I'm crying.
You
That's the
aggressively
Android
texting.
vibration.
That's that vibration. Yeah, I do gotta turn that. I'm just turning it off, right? That way everybody can't hear me.
That's crazy.
We try to type to the chat and it be. Was that every? Okay. Um, who alter you back, right? Or which one, man? Nah, man, you got to talking. This a rap. All right, you don't be throwing your 2 cents in talking about you doing nails and stuff. Unnail yourself.
I am. I'm just drawing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
He's all to see you see, but y'all see my minds, man. My mind's always be all busy and stuff. Calling and stuff, busy and stuff. About to rehire. All right, I guess it's open panel.
Discernment, having a level of discernment is cool.
you hear
Yet
me?
you don't really know a person until you start communicating and conversing with someone. I tell people you have to ask questions and not be afraid to answer questions at the exact same time. Never be ashamed to apply a little bit of pressure on a motherfucker. If you want to be personally involved with somebody, that means you want personal information about of a person. When I sit down and I talk to a woman, I'm about to ask you if I want to get personal with you, I'm asking you personal questions because I want to know who I'm about to get personally involved with. This not rocket science. We adults. So if I think I like you, I'm gonna start asking personal questions because I want to know about you personally now before I even deal with you on that personal level. Yet if I can't make that connection with you, then I don't want to connect with you nowhere else. It's pointless at this point. So when it comes into discernment, it's like you got to talk to a person for that shit to happen. That's not nothing that just happens when you look at an individual and have one conversation. Nah, y'all have to. This takes place over time. Come to find out, about some people will last for that. We talk for a couple months, and some people last for we talk for a couple weeks. It's all in, I guess, the two individuals at that point.
I feel like the day and age nowadays, like people be trying to keep shit like way too much at a P level, like to the point where they act a certain way for, periods of time or whatever and stuff like that. I don't want to seem too eager. I don't want to seem too, open. I don't want to like this person too much. I don't want to text them back quickly. All these other things because they're worried about some type of like judgment or all these other shit. Like random, like these things don't even just mental hindrances or blockages off of like real connections and communications that they could be having with people that like mess them up for like actually being in a real understanding or communication with a real motherfucker. Like I feel
So
like
that's a communication issue at that point. If you telling yourself, I don't want to like this person too much, and then you know you like them, who's telling you that crazy shit? You. So you're the problem at that point. Because if I like most men, I don't know if all of us do this. Yeah, I'll say a lot of us do this. If we like you, we normally try and show this because this is the only thing that makes sense. I can't like you and be like, I like her, so I'm not gonna call this motherfucker for a week. No, I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna hit you up and everything. I'm going to show you I'm interested. How can how do I know you're interested in me if you ain't showing the same level of interest? So I understand what you're saying, perfectly fine, but that goes into like that's a personal problem because last time I checked, men ain't no mind readers, and if we was, we would have won already on an overall scale because we can literally read your mind. So at some time, person has to make all this make sense. And mind you, I'm getting my responses from women, so I have to ask y'all, does this really make sense to y'all when it's being said out loud now?
Mm.
I didn't think so.
the
So
audacity. No, it doesn't make sense, but like when we're looking at the dating game on a societal level, like what we are being force fed as far as our understanding of a dating game. And this is from society, but not an experience nor a learned experience by many people. They're learning from this freaking lie, type of thing. And then it's like the communications and
okay,
all.
so I'll say this, right? And this what a woman told me this, my grandmother told me this, my mama said this too. A lying man is a cheating man. A cheating man, a lying man, an honest man, always going to be an honest man. And then they said, let me tell you why. Because when you cheat, you're going to naturally lie about that shit. And after you tell that lie and you feel comfortable, you're going to cheat again because you probably got away with it, thus resulting in another lie and another cheat and another lie and another cheat. Proving the point that a lying man will cheat and a cheating man will lie. Yet an honest person, once they tell you who they are, they've let you know exactly who they are. They've given you a choice. One thing I understand about women on a high scale is that y'all respect the truth, yet you don't accept that shit at all. If men tell you who we naturally are or who we are, you're going to reject them. Thus, you have a large caliber of man who is going to lie because they know, even if you don't think it, feel it, believe it, they know she's going to accept this fucking story I'm about to sell versus me telling her I'm a piece of shit on the inside. Yeah. And they go with that, and women eat it up because y'all all have this dream of I want to meet this man that only wants me. No, if that man could look at another woman and be like, damn, she thick, she got ass, that booty, and today listen to what he's thinking about. What is stopping him? And women's like, well, he can respect you. No, the consequences of you is what stops him. So that's called fear. Or because you're standing there. So let's remove the consequences and you out of the picture. That nigga may go for it. There's a possibility, a high one. Why? Because he's lusting. And women don't want to accept the fact that men will lust. And that's how they operate. You can respect the truth, yet you won't accept the truth. And most of these men want a level of women.
I
Sadly enough, fornicating with multiple women, yes. Being with multiple women, maybe not. Yet,
no.
if if fornicating with multiple women wasn't it, you wouldn't have a variety of men that go out there and excessively cheat. You wouldn't have so much cheating being the number one reason of divorce is infidelity. A motherfucking man is cheating. So we know at that point in the mental, you want to fornicate with multiple women. It doesn't say you want to take care of them. It doesn't say you want to be with them, but you want to fornicate with them. That's a man with no D control. lack of control, in other words. Yet, women, you want this man to lie to you because he told you something different. So if a man, I tell him, if a man tell you the truth, you do have a choice. And I understand that y'all respect it. Yet if you reject this, the honesty of that man, trust me, guaranteed another one will lie to you. Because how many men are actually, even I even tell women, we're gonna lie. These motherfuckers is damn near professional liars at this point. If it wasn't true, why do so many women get lied to, duped, cheated on, and abused? That means this nigga's lying. And it's a lot of it going on. So it's either you can accept the truth of something and be like, you know what? It's a lot of things about a man you're not gonna like. Just like it's a lot of things about a woman a man may not like. Yet we have an easier time accepting something about y'all that y'all have a real time having something about us. And that makes the dating field toxic. And the fact that a lot of these niggas will lie, cheat, and steal makes it even worse for y'all. Because again, man can be extremely manipulative. And lying is a part of manipulation. Or it's a tactic of manipulation, I'll say.
Okay.
Yet you also have to understand as being women, you can't play a man's game and think you gonna win at the game. You gotta play your game and find the advantages on your battlefield to make a motherfucker play your game. It's kind of like a boxing match. It ain't really gotta be physical. It's all mental. If you really break everything down, it's all from a mental aspect. So when you playing the game, you don't fight on another person's pace. You fight on your pace. I tell women, you get that man to talk and listen at the same time. Trust me, you gonna do it. And in 2 weeks, you ask him the same questions that you asked the very first time. And if he remembers nothing about you, understand he listened to nothing about you. He does not care. He looking for one thing and one thing only. You need to remove him because he didn't remember anything that you told him about you. He was never listening. Y'all have to play y'all game and put a motherfucker in a box. If you want a man to get to know you and like you for you versus wanting you for what he see on you. And let's face the facts. When we see y'all, we don't look at y'all and be like, man, her scholarship or her motherfucking degree in psychology is amazing. I see it all in her brain. Her thoughts are so beautiful to me. Nah, we see your face, we see your body, we see your curves. And that is what attracts us to you to want to talk. And then you have some dog ass niggas be like, I don't care how fucked up she is. And she ugly. I don't care. And then you have some man like she bomb, but her attitude bad, so fuck her. So that's it's all in the two-way street. But y'all have that power initially as women.
That goes back to me being like, yo, like, how do you know if this guy is uh bougie with the D for you, or I don't know, he's just faking it, because we
That
have a society in which men love to lie and act a certain way in order to get what they want or play that game with you because they're trying to get something from you
and
versus them being who they really are. And
genuine.
I understand
So, and the best
long
thing I can
term,
answer
if
is
you
you have
play the
to,
waiting game and you understand and you watch the Q's and Q's and P's, you'll figure it out because authenticity does not lie. I get that. I hear that. But
Mhm.
the way we look at society and the way we have a track record of these spookies and these ray rays, or just the state of men nowadays, they would rather lie instead of being truthful because they're not even comfortable with their own truth.
Yeah, because you have to understand why these men are lying. If men are telling women the truth about who they are, and they are, if 100 men walk in a room, and out of 100 men, 10 men decide to tell these women like, "Hey, look, I like you, I want to date you, whatever, but I also like these four other females over here, and I want to talk to them too." She's gonna say, "I respect it, but no," and they all gonna reject them. 90 of them men is gonna be like, "We not about to say that dumbass shit." Even if I like them other ones, I'm not gonna tell her that shit because they all seem to have the same reaction to that shit. Or at least out of 9 out of 10 women, 8 had the same reaction. So guaranteed, we 90 is about to lie because 8 had this exact same reaction. So it's very few women who can accept the truth and say, it depends on where my position is and where you're gonna sit. If I'm at the top, I'm cool. But if you think I'm about to come second, then nah. And that depends on how much that man really like her at that point. Yet a lot of women are not gonna go for that. So it's all in at that point, it's all in what that woman is willing to accept, what that woman is willing to deal with. That goes into y'all. And I can't tell women how to make a choice based on the man she want, but I can tell you how men operate so you have choices of those men. Either you can deal with a lying motherfucker or you can deal with an honest man. But you have to understand the honesty when it's there.
Yeah.
You just said
Let me
basically if
let me
men really told the truth,
let
then
me.
men would never have anything
I
because
tell the truth to women, and somebody told me because you tell the truth so much, you're gonna miss out on a lot of boxes. I said that's totally fine. And that person was totally right. Cause I'll be missing out on shit left and right. I'm like, damn, she was fired too. She not gonna fuck with my black ass. Whatever. And it's an L I gotta take. Yet I'm not gonna lie to no woman to make her happy. Like that makes no fucking sense to me. Like if I'm lying to you to make you like, what the fuck am I doing? I have to question myself at that point. I'm lying to you to make you happy. What the fuck does that say about me? What am I doing? Like that's even a confusing statement in itself. So yeah.
Right, dang. I guess my mind's done put time so quick. But real quick, y'all. Let's get Mac and Nasi in real quick. Mac, what you got for me?
Okay, can y'all hear me?
What's up? Long time. Hope
I
you ain't
know
no
it's been a minute,
no good
but
no
I
trouble around here. You know I got a boy.
no, I like y'all conversation y'all been having. On, I agree with everything Peace been saying, and then she asked the same question that I would have asked too, with no filter, because everything that you've been saying over, I agree with too. But that's where my issue be is the fact that so many people be on that time of lying and whatnot. It got me to the point I don't believe nothing nobody say, and I don't be trying to self sabotage or nothing like that. But I just can't help it. Like if, like you said, if the numbers is true, if 90% was nine out of 10 people be lying, like obviously that's gonna make me not just believe nothing nobody say. You see what I'm saying? So that's the part that I be at. Like, am I
And
self
and
sabotaging or am I just doing what's really
again,
best?
I
Like not believing
I
people.
can't
Like you see what I'm saying?
I can't tell you what you're doing as a woman if you've been lied to so many times by motherfuckers. If you've been through a repetitive situation,
It
I
ain't just
can't tell
about me though. You yourself said 90%. So what that mean? That mean 90% of all men, right? It ain't just me. I ain't just speaking on my own. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I speak on, and I move based on my own experiences. But you also got to think about the rest of everybody
yeah,
else.
no, okay. So in a general aspect of women, I cannot tell y'all if you've been lied to by men on a high scale. I can't tell you to not trust that instinct when you've constantly been lied to because you've
Right.
constantly been lied to. You have to expect the motherfucker to lie to you. If I'm constantly being lied to by women and being mistreated by women, I have to. You can't calm me out of saying that won't happen again because it constantly happened. The most I can tell women at that point, you have to look at the man you're talking to. You may be talking to different faces with the same costume on, and that happens a lot. So it's all in the type of, you have to look at the type of man. I hear women say the type of man they want, yet they don't go after the type of man they want. They seem to be attracted to the opposite of the want. So you have to look at these factors in yourself and apply them. Because I really can't tell you how to fix that problem. I can just tell you motherfuckers will lie to you. So be aware.
Right.
Yet I can't tell you how to make that decision and choice when you've already been through a level of lying and bullshit with men. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're
So I
saying.
could just put the pieces on the table. How you put it together is like, hey, look, I could tell you how these pieces go together, yet you're going to assimilate the best way you can in the end anyway. So
But
I tell women, look at the man y'all talking to. If you're talking to a man that shows pattern models, other men, you have a type, but you're looking in the wrong direction. You have a type, but you keep looking to these type of men for it. And that's a part of the problem.
right. And I agree with everything you say. And also like hearing this type of stuff, or like I got homeboys, like male homeboys, stuff like that. And it's almost like a lose-lose situation almost because it be they lace you up on so much stuff to the point like you know how shit go, and then it ends up like you be so vigilant or cautious to a certain extent that it's like, well, shit, I know how shit go because shit, I had people tell me, you
I'll
know what I'm
ask you
saying?
this. What do you need out of a man?
What you mean? I feel like that type of question is almost like people
Okay,
like the
all right,
average
let me
person want the
explain.
same stuff. Like, let's be
I know,
real, people
hold
want
on.
the
Let me
same stuff.
explain.
Like,
Hold on, let me explain. I need something out of a woman. And if a woman that cannot meet the requirement of that essential need, then I do not need that woman in my life, nor do I want her in my life at that point, because she cannot meet the essential requirement of what I desire, what's important to me. So when I ask women this question, I understand you can say you don't want something. Yes, that is true. It's a lot of shit I may not want, but it's a lot of things I do want. So I know these things change rapidly. And if you want too many things, you'll lose track of what you need, and you generally don't want shit. And if you get everything you want, you won't be satisfied. So that's why I ask women, what do you essentially need from a man? Do you need that level of protection? Do you need that honesty? Do you need a man to be stern? Do you need a man who is father potential? Like, what is it essentially important to you about a man that you feel like you need? And if you don't know that,
Right. That's my point though. I feel like everything you just said, yeah, I want all that, but I feel like, yeah, majority of people do want that. You see what I'm saying? That's why I asked you like that type of question is kind of like, yeah, everybody wants that same type of thing. You see what I'm saying? Like it's rare that it's a outlier or something spectacular that I want out of a man that isn't just what the other women would want to. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, all that stuff, security, loyalty, all that. Like, of course I want all that.
I
You
would
see what I'm saying?
say I would beg to differ because the entire reason we're having this conversation is because people don't want that. They want to lie and they want your pum pum girl.
Right. I know. That's
They
why I'm
will
not.
look,
That's
I'm
why
lie
gonna
I
tell
don't
you
for it.
believe
now.
that
And
nobody
I'm
say
being
it.
I'm being
The
honest
only
with them, just
man,
like I'm a
the
little
only man that
upset
don't
about
want
that.
your
Let me
box,
finish, no filter. Let me finish, god darn it.
You put an hour right there.
Like they will lie and they will go to the ends of the earth to lie just to have access to it. And what I'm also hearing now is that it is not it is not a man's fault because men are 9 times out of 10 default setting that is how they will operate. And it is all on a woman to have the discernment to not deal with a man like that, or oh, it is what you want or what you don't want. But these men will lie and pretend to be what you want until they get what they want. And then their intention was never to find a woman that they were be able to be honest with, never to find a woman that they were able to be loyal with, never to find a woman that was going to be, the type of woman that they could be able to raise kids with. All these other things like that. None of that even matter because they just wanted to get to the poom poom. So, like, what is it giving? Like, what is
No,
it?
and that's
okay,
and I
I agree
agree.
with you.
Literally everything
Like,
you said. That's my whole point. When people ask me that, like whenever I'm talking to somebody, whatever the case may be, getting to know them, and they ask what you want out of a man,
For honesty,
you if
all right,
you
hold
sit
on now.
around and
Look,
tell them,
protection.
now
that's the thing
hold
though,
on,
if you
ladies.
sit around and tell them what you want though, like you said, they can put that mask on and pretend to be everything you want until what
And they,
happen. You see what I'm saying? That's
and
why
that's
I
why
don't
you,
even believe in
and that's
telling
why I said
people what you
ask
really want. You
questions.
let them do
That's why I
what they
said,
do.
and that's why I say ask questions. Now understand this: the only man that don't want to fornicate with you is the man that play for the other side and he play for your team. That's the man that don't want to fornicate with you. And the second man that don't want to fornicate with you is the man that does not find you desirable.
So fathers and brothers and cousins have no. So your brother, your cousin, your father, your uncle, they don't count. None of them men count as far as men that don't want to fornicate with a woman, or was I raised in a different dimension? Let me go ahead and break this down for y'all. I done heard a lot about. I done heard a lot. And there's some of what Filter said I agree with. Most I do not. But we ain't got to agree to get along. What I will say is this. Asking questions ain't gonna get you shit, ladies. Let me say that again. Asking questions ain't gonna get you shit. If you ask somebody, can you trust them? The person who you can trust and the person who you can't trust is gonna give you the same fucking answer. I want y'all to think about that. If you ask somebody, can I trust you? The person who you can trust and the person who you can't trust is going to give you the same damn answer. Asking questions ain't gonna get you shit. So what do? You watch their movements. And you watch your movements, more importantly, your movements. Now, I done said this before, and I said it once, I said it twice, I'll say it thrice. When it comes down to what a man wants from you, set your boundaries. Set your boundaries, set your requirement. If they don't respect them, fuck them, move on. Simple as that. It ain't rocket science. It ain't quantum physics. Promise you. It don't take a fucking PhD to understand that shit. It ain't about asking the right questions. It's about moving in the right way. You don't want a man to make you a baby mama, then you make him put a ring on that finger. If he don't want to do that, move the fuck on. It's as simple as that. Asking questions ain't gonna get you shit, cause he gonna tell your stupid ass what the fuck you want to hear in order to get that pussy. It's as simple as that. Oh, asking questions is gonna get you. Oh, shut the fuck up. That ain't gonna get you nothing but more questions. I thought you said this. I thought you said that. Well, guess what, bitch? I lied. I lied. You let him hit it raw without no second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Instead of,
Good to
nah,
say
you gotta meet dad.
a single mom. I'm crying.
Instead of, nah, you gotta meet my brothers. You gotta meet my uncle. You gotta meet my pops. You gotta meet my pastor. You gotta meet that male figure. I don't know what old boy was on. I don't know what old boy was just talking about. Talk about the only man who don't want to fuck you is the man who play for the same team. I got 4 living sisters. I don't want to, and they gorgeous. I don't want to smash none of them. I got nieces. It ain't never crossed my mind to smash none of them. I got female cousins. It ain't never crossed my mind to smash none of them. And you want to know what? Some of them have brought their boyfriends around me and my brothers and their fathers and their uncles and their grandfathers to get verification and validation to vet their man. Because as men, we can see something in them men that you can't see because you might be digmatized. I'm going to tell y'all ladies something. We men are horrible liars. We're horrible liars. I don't know what the fuck Buddy was talking about. We suck at lying. Women say all the time, oh, I knew my intuition was cutting the fuck up. My intuition spidey senses was going off. I knew that motherfucker was lying. Oh, I saw all the signs. I knew it. I saw all the signs. You ignored them, but you saw them nonetheless. Because when you do the math, that man talking about 90%. Motherfucker, do you know if paternity tests would have to be given out at the time of birth, a lot of these women would be in trouble. They would be in trouble. When the test results come out, the majority of the kids that's being raised by these men don't belong to these men. Women are better liars than men, and I ain't met a woman who ain't denounced that fact. I ain't met one, because the CDC has confirmed it. The CDC done confirmed it. Y'all make better liars than we do. Shit, I knew it. I knew this dude was married for 20 years and his wife had an affair for 30. He dead and gone now. His wife had an affair for 30. How do I know? Because I was part of that affair at one part in my dangerous years in life when I didn't give a fuck if you were married or not. Yeah.
Damn.
I was part of it. So what Buddy was talking about, that's some bullshit, ladies. We so fucking gullible. Y'all say it all the time. Majority of us wear our heart on our sleeve. Majority of us tell you what the fuck we want, what we looking for, what we here for. When we come out, let me tell y'all women something. We lie to y'all by telling y'all the truth. God knows I do. I tell them straight up what I'm looking for. And then when they find out exactly what it is, I didn't believe you when you said it. I told you. I told you. Majority of men lie to women by telling them the truth. The women don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe it when the man says, "Oh, look, you know what I'm saying? I got like 6 baby mamas right now. I'm currently facing a case. My credit shot to shit. I'm living with my moms. You know what I'm saying? I really ain't got no job right now. You know what I'm saying? He telling you what the fuck I'm 6'3", and that's all the fuck you heard. That he was 6'3", had green eyes, and his foot was a size 14, and you missed all the other shit. Men tell you what the fuck is going on from the goddamn get-go, and you missed all that shit. It's like playing Monopoly. You just pass and go, collecting $200 just to pay rent and stay out of jail. That's how a lot of y'all women live in your life right now. Men tell you what the fuck is going on. We make horrible liars. You want to know why we make horrible liars? Because real men are going to check that shit from the get-go. We going to see it, we going to call it out, and we going to check it. We going to see it, call it out, and we going to check it. You want to know how we can see it, call it out, and we going to check it? Because a lot of us done been that dude. A lot of us done been that dude trying to get the draws. Lying about how much money we make. Lying about our size. Lying about what we do for. We done seen that. I'm an excellent liar. I'm going to tell y'all right now. I done all this shit. I know how to spot a lie before they open their mouth. Because I done been there and done that. So in conclusion, hush up, Bert. In conclusion, if you start moving in the manner that you want to be treated, ladies, you're going to force that man to do one or two things. Get on or get gone. Stop asking questions and start making moves. Simple as that. Nah, the show ain't over. The show ain't over. Those of y'all who don't know me, this is what I do. I'm a Nasi, the god of stories and reality. I spin my web and I catch the bullshit, and the flies either get caught or they get out the room. It's as simple as that. For those of y'all who know me, this is what I do. So yeah,
That silence
I
was
normally
very
do leave the
powerful.
room. I normally do leave the room speechless. I normally do leave the room quiet.
I'm dead.
Because this is what I do. I will never quote a statistic or a fact and not tell you where you can go find it. But I wish the brother man would have stayed up here, because what I was speaking was about is a direct shot against what he was talking about. Most of everything he said was just conjured up ass. That's majority of what he was saying, was just to get y'all women to throw them simp coins at it. Because if you asked him where was any proof of anything of what he said, Most of it, if not all of it, was anecdotal. Too many people get up on this app and they spit that rhetoric, other all word, anecdotal bullshit without no facts to bring it up.
Now,
So yeah, I had to come in and do what I did because that shit would have y'all in shambles, ladies, and I can't have it. I love the women too much. I can't have it. My niece be on here listening to me from time to time, and I can't have it. I can't have it.
I understand you saying that it's anecdotal BS or whatever, but honestly, the entire statement that you made earlier about, oh, well, men telling the truth, and if they tell the truth and you telling the truth, and how it worked for you, that is a personal experience. I feel like you're projecting if you're saying that men that tell the truth have the same experience that you do or you have. Where are you getting your facts from? I don't see any statistics
No,
saying
no,
that.
ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am. I said we lie to y'all by telling y'all the truth. The
Okay,
fact
so who
is,
is we?
y'all don't believe, ladies, women.
But this is the thing
Men
though.
will tell you the
When
men will
you
tell you the
say
truth.
we,
Men will tell you the truth.
when you
Men
say
will tell you the
we,
truth. Hold on,
you're
again. Hold on, hold on,
speaking
hold on.
for you and
How
who
many
else?
of y'all heard the saying? How many of y'all heard the saying that men are
That's
logical and
anecdotal.
women are emotional? Hold on. How many
That's
of
not
y'all
true.
have heard the saying? I'm answering your question, sugar. How many have heard the saying that men are logical and women are anecdotal? Excuse me, and women are emotional. Have you heard that before? Miss Peace and Love. Have you heard that before? That men are logical, women are
I
emotional.
definitely have, and I know that is a lie.
Okay. Okay. Would you say that the majority believe that? Yes or no? Guess your opinion. There ain't no
I
right or
believe
wrong answer.
I believe that the majority were trained to believe that.
Okay. Now, if the majority are trained to believe that, understand something. In order to be logical, you have to be honest. In order to be logical, you have to be honest. That's the way it works. Because illogical deals with falsehood. You made a statement earlier, following up after the brother that spoke earlier, about how the men, for the most part, just want to get the draws. I agree with you. I agree with you. And the fact of the matter is, when it comes to getting the draws, they will do what they have to do to get the draws. You know that. He knows that. Coming out the gate, y'all both know that. You look good. He look good. That's what he there for, and you know that, and that's what he there for, and he know that. So the only logical response that he is gonna have is to do what he has to do to get the draws. Now, knowing that, it's up to you to fact check him on anything he says that you may not deem as being true. It ain't up to him. It's up to you. He telling you the truth. What he there for? He there to get the draws. Not all men, but I'm going off of what you said earlier. You said the majority of men are there to get the draws. That's what the other guy said. Majority of men just want to get the draws. They just want to smash, have fun, and blah, blah, blah. So why not fact check? If you just want him to get the draws, then you ain't got to worry about what he's saying is true or false. But if you are concerned about if he gonna make you a baby mama, if he gonna leave you high and dry, or if he gonna play with your feelings, your emotions, all that, why not fact check him? We do it in every aspect in life. Every other aspect in life. You ain't getting a job without somebody
Got a
checking your
question
job
for you.
history. You ain't getting a loan without somebody checking your credit history. You ain't getting every other aspect of life. You ain't going to the doctor without them looking at your medical history. You ain't get a job without them looking at your work history. Why not fact check a man before he potentially makes you a baby mama? Why not check his history?
Now, I am not disagreeing with your logic. I'm not disagreeing about that in any way, shape, or form or fashion. But what I will say is that I've had a lot of correspondence and communication from different men that all say the same thing, as in, this is a fault of the woman and women in general for not taking that time and vetting or looking for red flags or fact checking or taking these men back to their family for them to, ascertain whether they are a worthy, or compatible mate, etc., etc. I feel like the blame always goes to women. It goes to, them not being raised, them not understanding or know how to fact check, vet, and all of these other things. I feel like it always goes back to women instead of like men being like, as a man, you knowing what you know about men, a man that knows that you don't even trust your, well, I won't say that you don't trust your woman around a man, but you don't trust certain men around your woman. You hear me? Like, it's just giving like the entire rhetoric that I get from men is always, oh well, you know what, you should know better than to choose a Pookie or a Ray Ray, or without men
Okay,
taking
right
the
there,
accountability.
right there, right there, what you just said,
I'm
right
gonna be
there,
quiet.
right there, what you just said. So there's a difference between a man and a Pookie or a Ray Ray. There's a difference.
That wasn't the question.
There's,
But you understood the sentiment behind the statement that I just
I,
made.
under, I understand the
Okay,
sentiment
so
behind the statement
I'm
that you're
trying to
making,
focus on the
and I'm not
sentiment,
saying,
not a Pookie on the Ray Ray. This
I'm
is
not
not
saying that
the.
men shouldn't be held. I'm not
Thank you.
saying
I
the
love
XY
that. Yes.
chromosome should not be held accountable, because I come after them too. Ask about me. I come after them too all the time.
Okay.
All the time. But there's two, however, I'm trying not to use the word but. However, there's two sides to the coin. This, because like my granddad said, anything you said before the word but is bullshit. However, there's two sides to the coin. Okay? If I'm walking in the middle of hell, if I'm walking in the middle of Oakland or Detroit, and I'm wearing $20,000 worth of jewelry on me, and I get mugged, I'm just as accountable and just as reckless and just as foolish as the people who mug me. If I go into the forest with a pork chop around my neck and the bear smell me from 4 miles away and I get my head bit off, that's my stupid ass fault for walking into the forest with a pork chop around my neck, because I knew the bear was going to smell me. And I'm not going to sit there and be like, why you bite me? Why you bite me? No, you knew not to come into the woods with a damn pork chop around your neck. You knew not to walk into the hood with $20,000 worth of jewelry around your neck. Nah. You knew better than that.
You know
It
what?
don't give them the right. It don't give the bear the right to attack me. I mean, it's a bear. It don't give somebody the right to rob me. However, at the same time, this world don't owe you safety. This world rarely owes you, it half-ass owe you an explanation. You got to make sure that you're doing the best thing possible for you at the end of the day. You got to make sure that you are taking the proper safety and measures and precautions. I'm 34 years old. I don't have any kids. I could have kids. I could have had kids when I was a teenager. I could have. But I knew the responsibility of what came behind having kids and not being prepared. I knew what the responsibilities and the consequences of having kids with the wrong person. I've seen it too many times. My dad used to say, you don't have to worry. Life is too short to make the same mistakes that others made before you. Because the smart person learns from their mistakes and the wise person learns from other people's mistakes. I've seen too many people have children out of wedlock, children with the wrong people, children with a bad person, and etc., and they still fighting them same battles today, custody battles, child support battles, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to make the same mistakes. I would be a fool to walk the same path as somebody else and then turn around and say, well, why did you do me that way? No, you knew better. When you know better and you choose not to do better, you are a fool. It's as simple as that. Cut and dry. You a fool. You chose to make a stupid mistake because, and it ain't even a mistake. You chose to do something that others before you did, and it didn't work for them, and you said, oh, well, it's going to work for me. That's the definition of insanity. Doing something over and over and over again and expecting a different fucking result. It don't matter if you're a man or a woman. It don't matter if you're a man. It don't matter if it's a man who got a bitter, angry baby mama or a bitter baby mama, whatever, and vice versa if it's a woman with a no account, deadbeat baby daddy. It goes, the sword cut both ways. This is a double-edged sword. This is a double-edged sword. So we gotta stop acting like we the fucking victims in this situation whenever we wind up with somebody who fucked us over and you didn't do your due diligence to double check that motherfucker. I don't know about you, but if anybody asks me for a quarter, I'm asking why. You asked me for my time, what you need it for? I'm double checking and I'm verifying and I'm betting everything because it's too precious of a thing for me to give away. My seed, my money, my time, my energy, whatever the course may be. This whole life, I told Kel I wasn't even gonna come up. I'm on the third, fourth fucking beer right now. I'm like, bro, I'm not even coming up. You already know how my energy get on this live, man. You already know how I am in this TikTok streets, bro. But when it comes down to it, you are the captain of your own ship. You are the master of your own home. If you let somebody come in your home with dirty boots and they shit in your toilet and don't flush and they dropping paper and food and candy wrappers and all kind of trash on your floor, it's your fault that you let somebody come in and fuck up your house.
I understand what you're saying. Now, I can also say I'm 33. I don't have kids. Now, can I say that I have done a good job vetting and all of these other things and making sure I didn't end up in situations that I didn't want to be in because I learned from watching other people's mistakes. I hear you, Anansi. I feel you, honey. But I will also still double down on the fact that you're like, oh, well, if people playing the victim. I think that as much as you would blame the person that, let somebody walk into their house, like, it's not even about somebody even being on your fucking doorstep. It's just the state of the society that we live in and people not holding people accountable, which is why we even having a conversation about unsolicited personals and should you judge or should you not judge. People been running around being unjudged for so long they think the shit is fucking cute. It's not okay.
But see, here's the thing, sugar. Again, and I don't repeat myself. When we are judged and when we judge others, it gives the opportunity for somebody that's listening who ain't been there and done that to say, that might not be a smart thing for me to do. Our community, the black community, has this problem where we feel like you ain't black if you ain't struggled. You ain't black if you ain't been through some shit. You ain't black if you ain't if your parents ain't fucked up your credit at 6 or put you at the house at 14 or you'd have had a kid by 18, 19, 20, and the list goes on and fucking on. But when it comes to those of us with common sense to say, if you had an example or if you knew of an example to do better, you should have done better. Now it's time for you to set an example for the next generation. We keep letting this, to me, I'm going to speak to me. To me, it's about setting up the next generation for success. We got to stop setting up the next generation for failure. That's what it boils down to. So when we come up in this society where nobody wants to be held accountable, you can't tell them shit. Embarrassed by nothing, ashamed of nothing, and y'all know the fucking saying. Y'all know the saying. Don't nobody want to be held accountable. Don't nobody want to be, and even worse, don't nobody want to be responsible. That's the worst part about it, because accountability ain't shit without being responsible. And for those of y'all who don't understand the difference, let a Nazi go ahead and break this shit down for you. Accountability is saying, a Nazi, I borrowed your car and I put a scratch on it. I had a fender bender. Responsibility is saying, let me make it right and pay for the deductible in your insurance. Let me take care of it. Or hey, I spilled some wine on your white carpet. I spilled some wine on that $20,000 alpaca. Let me go ahead and then responsibility is saying, let me pay for it to fix it. See, you can't be accountable and not be responsible. But people don't even want to be held accountable nowadays. Thus, there's no responsibility in fixing it, and thus the cycle continues with the next generation. How many more times do we need to keep continuing the same shit? How many more times do we need to constantly pass down the drama and the trauma to the next generation? If nobody is willing to say, I fucked up, don't do what I did. Don't do what I did, daughter. Don't do what I did, son. Don't do what I did, niece. Don't do what I did, nephew. Don't do what I did. It will not work. I tried it. Your grandma tried it. Your great grandma tried it. Or I tried it. Your daddy tried it. Your granddaddy tried it. Your great granddaddy tried it. Your uncle tried it. It don't work. Don't do what I did. Then nobody will have an excuse anymore to say, well, nobody told me. That's the point. Mac, I know you had a question, Sugar. If you
I
still
know.
remember
I'm
your
trying
question,
to.
you can go
Before I
ahead and ask it,
forget, I
please.
wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No, you good, honey. Go ahead.
Okay, so back to when you and Peace were like having a dialogue, and you said basically you said something about the fact like you said how you used to be, or even still whatever, like you a good liar and all this, like you know how the game go because you used to be a good liar and stuff, right? So then the conversation went to like men, they can lie and do what they want to do to get the box or whatever, but that's based on a woman's discernment. And obviously I understand the whole not being a baby mama part and all that. I got all that down pat. I ain't worried about the baby mama and all the ring. I'm already knowing I'm gonna have a ring before I ever have a kid. I get that. I'm still young and stuff, so that's why I'm asking you these questions. But my question is the fact that you know you yourself has been a good liar and stuff like that, and you know how men can lie and stuff like that too. And you said how women have to vet and make sure a man, is on a certain time and not just want, the superficial things or whatever. Do you, what do you feel like is the way, do you feel like it's a certain, because I've heard men say that ain't no time limit. A man can wait 6 months and still just get the cat and then hit the road and kick rocks. So my thing is like, if you know yourself, men can be good liars and things like that. Like, how much of that do you actually put on a person to know whether or not, that's what somebody going for, especially when they can put on that mask and be everything you want and woo woo. You see what I'm trying to say? I don't know if any of that makes sense, but
If you look at the comments, that's what I know just answered your question. Brother,
take your time.
brother
So
just
that'd be my
answered it.
question. How much time would you say then?
That is up to the individual. Look, I learned how to lie from my mama. That's what I learned.
But
Not
I've
every
also heard
man.
other men. I've
Hold,
heard other men say that
hold
a
on,
man
sugar.
can
Hold
wait
on,
like
sugar.
6 months or however long, and still that's all they wanted, and that's it. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on, sugar. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Not every man. I stand by what I said. Men are horrible liars. Very few are really good at it. Really good at it. Very few are really good at it. But again, the brother in the comments said, time reveals all. That statement ain't never been more true. I can't tell you how much time. That depends on the individual. That varies. Some folk crack within the first couple weeks. Some folk, it might take years. It just depends on how good of an individual, how good of a liar they are, how many masks they wear. It just depends. I will say this. If you are expecting a result and you put a time, or that individual gives you a time stamp on that result, I'm giving y'all the facts. I'm giving y'all the facts. They keep changing the time as far as this when we gonna get married. This when I'm gonna have my shit together. This blah, 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 blah. And if the reason why they changing it is not a reason that is an understandable reason, I mean, job loss, death in the family, because shit does happen. I ain't gonna say that shit does happen. I ain't gonna say that no, that shit don't happen. It indeed does happen. But there's never a substantial reason why, damn, we've been together 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 years. We got the means to take care of each other, to be together, to be married and whatnot. And in 10 years, I ain't never been to his place. 10 years, I ain't never met mama. 10 years, I ain't come on now. 4 plus 4 don't equal 44. Time is going to eventually reveal all. Now, whether you put it together in 1 month or 1 year or 10 years, that's all. Now, that right there, that's up to you. Again, that's why I said it's up to the individual. No, it don't make it right that any man or any woman would do somebody that way. It don't make it right, because I've been on both sides of the fence. I've done women that way, and I've been done that way by women. Absolutely. I was with a girl, one of my previous relationships. We went together 5 months. And I asked her to marry me. She said no. We tried to make it work. I broke it off, and then she tried to make it work. We tried to make it work a little bit after that, and it didn't work. But after 5 months, I felt like I knew that I wanted to be with her, and she said no. She didn't give a reason. She just said no. So I'm like, all right, cool. But if you know what you want as an individual, and you start setting up the guidelines, the rules, the regulations, the standards, the this is what I need, this is what I want, and that person is dodging that shit like the Matrix, come on now.
I think it's important to know what your goals are personally. Like, what are your goals? And then when you're introducing yourself to someone, or you're having those 6 months conversations with someone, trying to figure out if their goals on any level align with yours. And if they don't align, then that's you vetting a red flag. If they're not aligned and you can already see this man doesn't want kids, I want kids. This man doesn't have any career goals. I've got career goals. He doesn't seem to be on the right path where I want to purchase a home, or I want to get married, or whatever your own personal goals are. If that doesn't align, that's your red flag. You drop it and move on.
There it is.
And I see, why do you have an hour on your...
I think that's Bert. I believe Bert's a mod on this page, and Bert love to hear me talk. So
Hilarious. We have an hour in here. I hate that I missed the conversation. I was actually talking to my fam. We're talking about accountability. So thank you. I missed everything y'all talked about. I'm pretty sure y'all went through all the prompts. That's freaking great. I missed it. That sucks. Y'all got to the very last one, right? And then y'all are on your own conversation about it right now. I'm asking.
I honestly ain't answer none of the props. I came up here to
Okay.
honestly came up here because the old boy was up here pandering a bit too
Who?
hard.
I
I
missed
don't even remember his name. I told y'all
it.
that shit I'm drinking.
I'm drinking.
I ain't gonna remember. I ain't gonna remember none of y'all after this conversation. I ain't even bullshit.
He came up here because
Yo, I'm done.
he low
I
key
came
came
up
up
here
here because
to stir
me
the
and
pot and
whatchamacallit,
spin the wheel.
me and No Filter was going back and forth, and he felt some type of way, so he came
No
up
filter.
here. Yeah,
He
you
wasn't.
know,
He
No.
wasn't telling the whole truth.
did that to give his
He
opinion, to
he wasn't
project a
telling the
little
whole
bit.
truth.
He was
He was up
projecting
here
real bad.
lying. He was
He
up
wanted
here
to come up
lying
here
to y'all.
because your
He
truth
was up
more.
here.
Because your truth more important than anybody else's. Fuck Sonder.
Right. My truth is the truth. It's objective, like I heard you say earlier. My truth is straight objective. It ain't subjective. It ain't political. It's straight objective. I don't care what nobody say. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Y'all ask me a question. Look. Y'all asked me a question. If I was in my hoeing days and any of y'all asked me a question, I would tell you. I wouldn't even tell you what you want to hear. I would tell you what you need to hear, and that shit would come off so fucking profound. You would have had no choice but to give up the jaws. It was. I had a whole system. I had a whole system in my 20s. A
I
whole
believe you,
system,
Anasi.
and it worked.
I
It
believe you.
worked.
What
I
made
used
you
to
want to
get
settle
paid for
down?
the shit.
What made you want to settle down?
Ah, time,
Mm.
time. Really?
You was
I mean,
tired
that
of
was
being in
God
the
honest
street?
truth. I was tired of being a gigolo. I mean, it
Mm.
was time. It wasn't even my idea, but it wasn't my idea to start it, but it was my idea to end it. It was
Mm.
time. And at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? This shit is getting tiring. Like it's getting tiring. Or I'll tell you the moment. I was living in California. I was in Anaheim, and I was with this woman, and just got done scrambling her eggs, and we was like, we was in the bed, and she showed me a text message from her fiance, and he was like, oh, we need to talk, I miss you, I'm sorry, but and she was like, look at this fool, just look at her. She was laughing, and I was like, God damn, what have I become? I was like, what have I become? Like, this is, I'm like, this. She was like, this is sad. She was showing me the text message. Dude was pouring his heart out and crying and all of that. He cashed after, and she sent the cash up to me. She sent the money he sent her. She sent it to me. And I was like, you know what, bro? Yeah, it's time to call this. It's time to stop this shit. I mean, because this is like the third, fourth, fifth time that you've seen this happen. I mean, the dude was just pouring his heart out in the messages, and I don't know. I don't know why that one did it for me, but at that point, this way back like 2014, you know, and I don't know. It I don't know what it was about that one, but I just said this was sad, and I just stopped.
Well, ouch. Whew. I'm glad to know that you're better. I mean, people can grow from their past. Y'all won't let these women grow, though. It's funny. All right. I actually wanted, Kev, are you gone? Cause get your life. Did anybody? I wonder if anybody else answered it. But I thought I heard y'all talking about the judgment part. You wasn't on there or not? You wasn't up here when it was talking about the judgment question. I think no filter's gone. I'm about to exit him out. Nobody get to sleep in here. I didn't give y'all no pillows. Oh my gosh, why I can't remove him?
I'm crying.
Why I can't? Get out. What's up? I don't even show him in the box. That's great. Oh, is he gone? Y'all see no filter ever?
He's not in the boxes.
Oh, it literally show it. That's so crazy. Okay. He said I'll let you talk forever. And I see he's over there drinking and chilling. He's good. I think y'all heard y'all talking about. Did you talk about that though piece, the judgment part?
Yeah, I was like, it says, how do you vet or search for red flags? Can you do it without judgment? I'm judging every motherfucking body because I'm judging whether you're a good fit for me and how I move or how I flow. I'm judging your motherfucking ass. But also, I'm not searching or looking for red flags. You gonna show me who you are. I'm just gonna peep how you move, what you do, what you say, how you treat people, how you treat yourself, and I'm gonna move accordingly. And you might not even know I'm judging you, or I'm vetting you. You might not even know what I'm vetting you for, but I ain't finna fuck with your ass. You might not even know that I'm not fucking with you, cause you ain't even on that level.
Wow.
I'm just about to mind my motherfucking business. Like it's not none of that. It's like it's just about standards and knowing, who you want in your circle and who you don't, who you gonna be with, mess with, talk to, fraternize, all of that. Like, yeah, I'm judging the fuck out you because they can't sit with us. Period. Like, I don't even know. Like, if you don't have that, if you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. So you just gonna let anybody sit next to you? Nah, we won't do that.
Y'all get quiet when that timer come on. I'm sorry using that. First. Okay, period. I think that's a great answer. I don't even have to respond. I don't even have to respond because that's what I would have said. Rob liar. Because I'm tired of y'all saying, I don't judge. I don't judge. You know why I tell people like when y'all say y'all don't judge, that mean you can pick somebody off the street and be with them and marry them today. Oh, okay. You have to judge.
People that say they don't judge is scared of being judged because they judge, and that's what I'm like. How the fuck? How the fuck you what? Like, oh, so you scared of somebody saying that you judge other people because you don't want to be judged? Well, stand on business. What the fuck?
Nah, I came to listen and to judge. Fuck all that.
So do you judge? And I see says not wanting to be judged, show you're ashamed more than proud.
Hell yeah. That's all I ever knew was to be judged. I thought that was normal, was to judge and to be judged. Like I no bullshit. That's how my parents, that's how my grandparents were. That's how my whole family is. It was calling out the bullshit for what it was, regardless of what it was. Your breast stink. You're putting on too much weight. You're losing too much weight. Um, you made a bad financial decision. Whatever the case may be, because it was all about making an individual or trying to help an individual make better choices. So, y'all call it judging. And when I was coming up, I looked at it like helping. You know, tell me when I'm doing something wrong. Tell me when I'm doing something wrong because I'd rather you tell me than I do it wrong and then you say, well, I knew you shouldn't have done that. Why the fuck you didn't say that when I was doing it wrong then? I can't, that's what I hate. Look, I don't mind being judged. What I hate is if you see me fucking up, you know I'm fucking up, and you don't say shit. And then after I done fucked it up, I gotta spend more time unfucking it. And then your ass is over there, I knew you shouldn't have done that. See, you should have done it this way. Well, if you knew better, why the fuck you ain't say something? So tell me. That's all I'm saying.
Tell me now. Okay, perfect. How do you vet or search for red flags?
I should just go slide a little song in there.
You better act like that wasn't real laugh. I know that wasn't. Peace. I'm not. I know you just lied about that
That was
laugh.
funny.
No, I'm dead serious. I had to mute myself. What's
Boy,
up,
ain't no way.
like I'm crying.
Ain't no way, boy.
Bad boy. Cost the lung out on that one.
No, okay. I'm laughing because one, I'm still a Nancy. I don't mean to offend you when I say this. Like the entire like situation of like just what you just said was very much I'm sorry because I keep saying this. I'm just like it's giving projecting and it's giving very subjective to your own personal experience. Like, even the conversation or the segue you just had, talking about your family and, like how if somebody's doing something wrong, they supposed to tell you versus watching you do wrong and then, after you did wrong, then they had more to say than they had to say before they were supposed to guide you or teach you in a way in which you would have never did wrong in the first place. Like that's very subjective, and I feel like that's kind of you projecting your own learned experience onto other people. But in the same way or same scope, couldn't you say that that should be how men and women should treat each other when it comes to the dating game? And if that were not the case, wouldn't it be more men telling other men what to do and what not to do? Like, but that's not the case. Look at us all out here, just
Well,
frolicking in
absolutely.
the grass. I don't.
I agree. I agree with you. And again, you don't know me that well, but I tell a lot of my life stories because there are those who can resonate with it. Most folk do it on here anyway, so why not? And when it comes to answering the question, I answer the best way I know how. Because when it came to the judgment, I explained why I don't mind being judged, why I don't mind judging, and why I don't mind being judged. Because if you care about me, and if I care about you, I'm going to tell you when you're doing something wrong. Now, and I stand on what I said. What I don't like, what I don't stand for is an individual who just waits and hopes and wishes and prays for somebody to fuck up. They stand by and they watch. And then they want to say something. See, if you don't care about me, don't say shit. Don't say nothing at all. But don't pretend that you care about me and then wait till I fuck up and say I knew that wasn't gonna work. If you cared about me, you would have said something. And when it comes to the second half of the statement that you made about telling men that in dating, again, Miss, you don't know me that well because Kev, Alter, Uncle Bert in the comments, they'll all take I come after the men. I'm worse on them. I got more male enemies on this app than I do female. I don't give a shit though. However, here's the other side of the coin. I can tell them all to live on day long. I can tell them till I'm blue in the face. But if there is going to be just one woman, just one, who will give the no account man the time of day, then what I'm telling them, it accounts for nothing. It accounts for nothing. I could tell 100 men, look, be better, do better, act better, be better than yesterday. But if there's 1,000 women that will give them the time of day, what I said don't mean shit. It's gonna fall on deaf ears, and it ain't gonna matter nothing. But what I said earlier still stands. You won't be able to say nobody told me not to look out for this. Not to look out for this.
I feel like it's giving a hard head make a soft ass. You know, a lot of people like to blame it on, a situation where couldn't nobody tell them better and they didn't know better, but that's just their excuse and them not reading the room and the situations that they were born into. They observed the things around them and they just tried to blame it on their upbringing instead of taking accountability. I feel like a lot of people have generational victimhood and it's unbecoming.
Well, Miss Peace, remember, you got to remember what I said earlier, Sugar. Accountability without responsibility equates to nothing. 100 times 0 is still 0. 1,000 times 0 is still 0, etc., etc. I can tell the same message to 100 men, to 1,000 men. It means nothing without responsibility. They can be accountable and say, you know what, bro? They can say, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna be better. But until they decide for themselves that they are gonna be responsible for when the temptation comes, and the temptation being any woman who is willing to lay up with them and create a broken home, until they're willing and ready to be responsible, the accountability ain't gonna matter none. So the other side of that coin also falls on the women to say, look, if a man tells you he's not gonna do this, that, and the third, don't entice him, because he's already weak in the flesh. He's already weak in the mind. He's trying to build himself, and it don't take much for him to because let's not play holy. Let's not play holier than thou, and that like that there ain't some no good ass women out there that's looking for any opportunity to tear a man down. Let's not do that. I acted in a movie called Brian Banks back in 2017. It was filmed in Memphis, based on a true story about the NFL players, starring Aldous Hodge. It's got Sherry Shepard and Morgan Freeman in it. I was in that film back in 2017. It's based on a true story about a young black male named Brian Banks out of California. He was a high school prospect for the NFL, and this girl lied and said that he graped her, and he spent 5 years in prison and another 2 years trying to prove his innocence. Let's not play holier than fucking thou, that women do not be trying to set up their men. Let's not act like this shit don't happen on the other side. Women will say, oh, a man to give a woman a baby is just so she can't enjoy herself. I ain't denying that. But if both sides of the coin ain't being held responsible, it don't matter what I tell the next generation. If a young pretty girl bats her eyes and spreads her legs, he's gone. And if he don't have the willpower, he gone.
You know, I always
He
wondered about
gone.
that though. I always wondered. Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I'm like, this thing is so weird. Sometimes it don't light up, and I'm like, I don't know if they hear me. Okay, cool. Um, dang it, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Crap. Oh, yeah. So there's a friend of mine. Well, it's my friend of friends, and she has like what, four? I think they're on her fourth kid. Not married. They're on her fourth kid though. And people would say, "Oh, they like he done trapped you." I don't know how you get trapped in something that you were a part of. I never understood that. Actually, I don't. I don't get it at all. So I think in situations like that, Sure. I mean, of course, that's not trapping. That's not trapping. But I think overall, you have to just look at the fact that two people are just deciding that they're benefiting different ways. That's what it comes down to. Can't no man trap you that you willingly was a part of. And then I would even give you that if it happened once. But I can't even give you that once. Let me stop lying. I can't give you that once. Why? Because both of y'all, when he put that thing in you, it was a possibility, not an absolute, not a chance that it couldn't happen. It was a possibility that you can have a baby. And if you feel like having a baby in that moment, at that time, with that person was a trap, then you open your legs to him made no sense. So something else has to be happening. But yeah, just want to put that out
Go ahead
there.
and spill it on them. Go ahead and tell the truth.
Tell the truth, okay? Cause y'all need to stop playing. Stop doing that, okay? When we're talking here that trapping stuff, I'm just like, what are we saying for real? Only way a dude can try
Cause
to trap you is in that way. I'm telling you. Honest. Let me say honestly.
I was just gonna say the fact of the matter is most men don't enter that mindset. I ain't gonna say all. Most men don't enter that mindset as far as like I ain't gonna fall into the statistics of being an unprepared father or an absent father or anything like that at an early age. Most men don't develop that mindset until they late 20s if they lucky, early 30s if they lucky, but on average mid 30s. On average.
Fall into what?
So the mindset of I'm gonna be a better man. I ain't gonna be creating a broken home. I ain't gonna be out here just fucking everything left and right, and etc. etc.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, the majority of young men that need to hear this message fall under the age of 30.
Mm-hmm.
So when they hear this message, and then it's a young pretty woman,
Mm-hmm.
it's a young pretty woman who she's gorgeous and and she hot between the thighs and he hot in the groin and anything that us older generation is saying. And I say older because I was called not too long ago, and so I'm like, God damn, I'm
I want to know
already.
this though. Why when y'all get
The
called
fuck,
y'all automatically just gonna make y'all just be it's so
I
funny.
was called, I was called. A young man said I gave a young man some advice. He was about to have a bad day changing that tire, and I was like, look, man, I was like, look, bro, you need a whole new tire. I'm like, you see this lump right here on the side? Leave it alone. It's gonna explode in your face. It's gonna take half your face off. I stopped him from having a deadly incident. He was like, man, I appreciate that, and I was like, god
Bruh.
damn, like
He forgot what he did for. He just like, wait a minute. Hold
I'm
on,
like, what you
Yeah,
mean?
he done aged you 20 years.
I'm only 34,
That's
and
it.
but anywho, I was called so
That's
yeah,
crazy.
I got the right to call these kids youngins. But the
Young.
fact of the matter is, when you tell
It must
these
have been the
youngins,
accent.
when when you tell them, when you tell them to work on your mind, work on your body. Spend your younger years working on you, not for nobody else. Build your credit, stack your bread, build your body, your mind, your spirit, all of that. Get strong in all corners. In all corners. That way when you look for a woman, not only will you have something to offer, but she will also see somebody who is serious. You tell them that, and if a young pretty girl come in their face, and he don't have the mindset, he ain't ready for it. All that go out the window. All that go out the window. So just as we have to educate the boys as men to educate these young men, the women need to educate the young women to say, listen, baby, be something for him worth waiting on. If you want him to have be something for him worth waiting on. You know what I'm saying? Don't be the one. Be the one that he got to figure out. Be the one that he got to be. That he gotta put in some effort to get. Be the one that he got to meet daddy to get. He got to meet your brothers to get. Be the one that he got to question. Be the bit of mystery. Be the one that he got a question. Be the bit of mystery. Don't be the one that's your link in the bio and he click on it and he know everything about your ass.
Hmm.
Don't be that one. Because what's the ass?
Hmm.
Don't be that one. Because what's the point of me trying to figure you out? You don't know me. That's your favorite color, the name of your dog. I know what kind of draws you got your link in your bio. That's what I'm saying. Just as the men have to crack down on the young boys, the women have to crack down on the young girls, and that way the next generation don't be. We ain't cracking down on them. They're gonna grow up to be crack babies.
They're gonna be
That's
addicted.
all I'm saying.
They're gonna be addicted to something, but the only issue with that, I feel as though it needs to be a. I mean, it sounds good, and it makes sense as it should be. Women should talk to women, men should talk to men. The only problem is there's not enough. There's not enough accountability to go around to teach kids the right thing. So you can't. And to be fair, to be honest with you, not to be fair, but to be honest, there's not enough women with accountability to teach the girls, and there is a good group of men who don't have accountability to teach the boys. The problem is there's not the things that actually need to be taught is not being taught. Trauma is being taught. What I did, what didn't work for me, what you should do, knowing you know it don't work for them, but you're gonna tell them to do it anyway. That's what's crazy.
E. I think I think it is a lack of accountability, but I also think that like the I don't think that there's a lack of authentic people. I think that authenticity is so far and few between that like we look at fake shit like it's real nowadays. You know, I feel like society praises fake shit, lies, you know? So when people are being authentic, i.e. telling the truth, somebody would look at like what's wrong with this person because what they expect is lies. People are not learning from authentic people. So it's getting real weird out here, bro. It's getting weird. People looking at lies like it's the truth. And people that are being authentic are, you know, looked at like that why you being real in a world of lies. Like
Mm.
it's getting real bad, sis. I'm gonna just sit back and sip this tea.
You got that spike tea. Go ahead, she just.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, she just.
Um,
Y'all, she
yeah, I
just is
should
one of
thank
the coolest
God.
women on this panel. Y'all hear me? One thing she ain't gonna ever do. Well, I ain't seen her in a minute, so I gotta cover her.
Uh-oh.
One thing she gonna do is come on this out like she the coolest one. You hear me? She said, "What's up,
Shit.
y'all?" You know what I'm saying?
Ah, right.
Yeah. Like she ain't finna come
Don't start
hostile.
that shit.
Shit.
Feel like you just woke up.
That's that player
No, I'm just
shit.
exhausted from
Nah, she
doing nails
just
all day. That shit just dreamy.
Nah,
you be
Um,
doing
yeah.
designs and stuff.
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm
period.
tired.
She tired, but this is what she
Um,
gonna sound like anyway. Like, hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, y'all need to calm down and get these taps in while y'all talking. But go ahead, listen.
cause period. Tap it up and hit that gift bar. Send that red heart. Okay, join that team. You know they say the team make the dream work. Okay. Um.
Did you hear how cool that was, though, y'all? I ain't peeped that thing.
I guess I answer prompt. So if you give unsolicited personals, you deserve unsolicited. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think, yeah, if you put your business out there, you leaving it open for the whole world to judge a book by its cover. Because at the end of the day, if you sitting up here blasting your partner or anybody that you know on the internet, that just shows your character. It shows your mentality. And I wouldn't trust nobody. I ain't gonna lie. I judge people who put their business out there for real. Because shit, you left the book open for me to read, okay? So don't get mad when I start reading and start questioning some stuff. Okay? Um, who, how, when, where, and why should you judge? Because life is built off judgment. We supposed to wake up and judge every day. We supposed to judgment is how we decide on if we're making wise choices or not. The world teaches their kids to judge from the moment they come out the womb. This is how people tell right from wrong, what's good or bad for them, what's needed and not needed in their lifestyle. Yeah, so I just think judgment is needed all the way around. Not wanting to be judged shows you ashamed more than proud. Yeah, I agree with that because people. I like these questions though. Not wanting to be judged shows you're ashamed. Yeah, I agree with that. Because I think those be the people who be like, don't judge me. Don't. Why not? The hell? You doing something I don't agree with, so I'm going to judge you. At the end of the day, you better eat this criticism or get the hell away from me because I'm going to eat you up. And I just think some people, they, when they're being ashamed, like, because I think shame needs to come back. I don't know why, but that shit needs to be here. It just needs to be here so people can understand that what's allowed and not allowed, what's okay and not okay. At the end of the day, yeah, I can understand you trying to live life, but some shit is just unneeded. Like when I walk outside nowadays, I just be like, man, this shit is unneeded. Like some people would be doing unnecessary ass shit, and I'll be like, what the hell? Like what they say, what the helly? What the helly? That's how I be feeling, man.
Hell yeah.
What the helly, LeBron James?
About it.
What the helly, Cyrus? Okay. Um, what was I saying? Not wanted to be judged. Yeah, I'm done with that one. How do you vet or search for red flags? I mean, the red flags is there right off the back. You could tell by how somebody approaching you, conversation, you know, how they're acting in your presence. It says a lot. I think if you too forward, it says a lot about you. If you're too standoffish, shit, that says a lot about you too. I think people see the red flags, they just don't care. But I think if you're get out my head. I think you said how do you vet? Shit, I mean shit, that's all about your mental and your discernment. That's you gotta be wise enough to understand you. And I think that's the best way to vet is when you understand you. When you figure out who you is and who you want to be and where you fit into this place called life, the red flags will automatically show itself, and you gonna be the person be like, it's not meant for me. And you gonna start walking down Sesame Street. I'm telling you, you gonna be like, I can't do this. I said walk down Sesame Street. I don't know why that came to mind, but it just sounded good. All I picture was Big Bird.
Yo, I would have used it. I'm like, you know what? You over here being goofy. Go walk down Sesame Street. Go take a stroll down Sesame Street. Whoever do that, Kel, can I do that next time we gotta drop somebody? Go take a stroll down Sesame Street, just drop them out the pedal. Cause
This,
that shit
so
be
the second part to the question is, can you do it without judgment? Can I what, vet or search for red flags without judgment? I'm trying to understand it.
both. Can you vet or search without judging?
Mm. I mean, you could try. It's gonna be hard. You better become a mastermind, cause I mean, I don't know. I think so. I believe so. Um, no, that's a lie.
Okay, I'm about to
That's
say
a lie.
that was
That's that.
Yeah, because I
I'm
was like,
crying.
wait, huh? How do I not judge something
No,
without,
that
like,
was a
I don't
trap.
know. How do I vet something or search for something or look for red flags without judgment? Mm, I don't know. That's a different kind of question. That's like really picking at my brain right now. It makes me want to say two different things because a part of me feel like there's people who literally vet, but it's like I don't know. It's like they don't judge. Like some people be like, "Oh, I don't judge you for sitting up here doing coke back in the day."
Ooh, I'm nervous because King went on camera real quick. I said, "Oh shoot, I ain't know."
You get what I'm saying? Like they'll be like, "Oh, I don't judge you for sitting up here being a 304 back in the day." I can't understand,
What's up,
but
y'all?
that's a red
Hey, King.
flag in itself because
What's up,
it's
Queen?
what's up, King. But I think if you sitting up here, I don't know. That's why I think about that question. Like, can you do it without judgment? Is the person who's sitting up here saying, "Oh, yeah, I can understand you was like wilding out, being promiscuous back in your day," but it could also be looked at as a red flag because if you did this shit back in the day, who said that you ain't gonna be doing this shit later on in life? It's just an open eye to what's a red flag. I don't know.
So good answers. Good answers. It was you had took my part though because I was like the when it comes to the red flag part, right? How do you know it's a red flag? If like you said, if they're too forward, that's all like she took my point. That's so good because like they're too forward, or if they're too standoff, they don't know how to communicate well. That can be a red flag in some ways. Like some dude just telling you, I love when a woman stick they they put in my mouth. Y'all just met on the first date. I'm done with you. Like, what's wrong with you? Something's off. So based on certain things, comments people make, you have to add what people are not saying. Sometimes that's how you really hear what's actually happening. You got to add what people are not saying. Um, and that last question to me, hey Aya, has got to be a trick question. That's why I know she just is tired because the answer is clearly no. You can't. I don't care how nice I am because it's not about being nice. I can be nice and judge you at the same time. I'm like, oh wow, you're a very nice person. I would never date you because your feet smell like dog fetus hair.
Yeah.
Dog piss.
Like,
Dog
yo,
piss.
what the?
I'm sorry, what is that? So, like, you have to. You cannot get around it. When you go into when you go into a donut shop and you want a jelly donut, you just judge the other donuts. You just judge the other. When you buy a toothbrush, you just judge the other toothbrushes. When you get married, you just judge everybody else you had an option to marry. When you go on a panel, you just judge which panel you're gonna go on. So you're gonna judge all the time. And like I think Peace made a great point. I can't say how she said it. But when it comes but when it comes to the judging part, like the only people that has a problem with judging is the ones who judge and don't want to be judged. I think that's kind of how she said it. So it's just interesting.
because you have to. There is no way around it. You're gonna be just the person that's saying, "I don't want you to judge me." When I say something crazy, just goes to the first prompt. If you give unsolicited I mean, it's happened the other day, so I know Kev used it. When you sit there and try to say something, sob story about your life, and then when you get snapped on, now you want to gaslight everybody else in the room because they didn't come at you as sensitive as you thought your the approach should have been. No, you should have judged the atmosphere that you were in, the environment that you were in, to know that sob story wasn't gonna work on the point that you've been making this whole time. Y'all just be thinking people ain't smart, and that's the problem. But
I said that when it comes to like people that don't want to admit that they judge other people,
yes,
they
say it how you
are
said it.
they
Yeah.
are
Oh yeah. Yes, read the room type shit.
yeah. I said people that don't want to say that they judge people are afraid of people judging them for judging other people. Like
I love it.
that's wild as fuck. Like they're the people that are afraid to admit they judge people are afraid of other people judging them while they're judging people. Why they trying to tell people that they don't judge people? Like mind explosion. Like it's a circle of fucking just
Effery. Mm-hmm.
falsehood. It's a circle of falsehood. It must be dismantled. Like it's so fucking. It does not make sense. It
Nope.
never made sense, bro. Like it doesn't make sense at all. Like why are you so ashamed to stand on business? Like because you afraid of somebody calling you on your
That's
bluff.
it. That's it. Because like they're not afraid of standing on their business. They're afraid of you standing on theirs.
That
That's the
part,
part.
you afraid. Why you scary as fuck? Like you scary as
Because
fuck.
you're
You
not
don't
keeping the
mean
same
nothing.
energy.
You don't
That'd
mean
be the
nothing.
problem.
You don't mean nothing. If somebody else asks you the same question, you gonna switch the fuck up. Like you don't stand on shit.
Yo, Luda
You
said
don't.
non judgment is a circle of judgment. So funny. Oh shoot.
It is. I'm crying.
Yo, that's funny. That's
Okay.
crazy.
I don't judge nobody. Bitch, why you lying?
That's why you only let certain people in your circle. Like, I'm sick of
That
y'all.
part. Cause you don't like being judged. Cause you a scary ass bitch.
That is
That's
insane.
why. That's exactly fucking why. That's what I'm saying. You be scary as fuck. You don't judge nobody because you don't want to be judged. Because you scary as fuck for
Mm.
real. You don't stand on shit. If you fall for anything, if you stand for nothing, you won't fall for any motherfucking thing. That's the motherfucking problem nowadays. Don't nobody want to judge nobody. Because ain't nobody standing on their business. And they flip flop every time somebody asks them a question. Because they want to make friends and make it seem like they down for any motherfucking thing. But if you don't stand for nothing, you fall for anything. Non-judgment is a circle of judgment and fucking falsehood. These motherfuckers don't even know who they are anymore.
And
Ew.
y'all ain't real. Y'all
Gives
ain't
me the
real.
ick. It
I
gives me
think
the
that
ick.
that's because people. Oh, first off, peace, everybody. Hope everybody doing well.
Hey,
Yo.
hey, hey.
Okay, what's going on, Alter? Peace, peace. um, one thing is, they judging you. They judging you based on their judgment. Like that's the wildest part. Like you said, it's a weird thing, and I think it's because of this internet shit too. Most people are just so used to being online, like the interactions in real life is so awkward. They don't even really know how to interact with people overall. It's just conversations, and people just say wild shit on here. So there's never any like in real life accountability, and then niggas just be extra sensitive. It's almost like how you said if you're not used to something and you come around it, even though you know you want it, you really don't even know how to treat that shit. It's kind of the same. It fit in the same vein, is what I'm saying. I'll say this last part. I was sitting on a live with someone, and she kept talking about how she was feeling offended by people being disrespectful to her. But every time So, and no one was being disrespectful to her, but every time someone said something she disagreed with, she had something condescending to say when she interjected about that person, not about what they said, but about that person. It was just a wild observation to watch the actual projection of what she was doing.
I feel like you're talking about old girl that we was in a panel with the other day.
Nah, actually, I'm not. It was
Don't
a
be
completely
name
different
dropping.
situation, but I guess they kind of mirror each other. But I was actually thinking about somebody different.
He's no, it's so many of them. You know, look, it can be anybody.
You
But
picky.
she said, "I mean, name dropping." But I mean, but that happens a lot. It happens a lot, and it just blows my mind. But that's just what they call it, hypocritical. Like you can do something, but somebody else can't. I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all are. Once you put out the fact that it's okay, then you have opened the door to that. It's a whole thing that goes with it's unsolicited personals, and you deserve unsolicited opinions. They don't expect that opinions part. People think they can say whatever they want to say, how they want to say it, and you can't respond the way you want to respond. The way they would feel it's okay to just air it out, not caring who's around, what energy's going on. I don't know why people think that sympathy is everywhere.
Because it ain't, especially on this motherfucking
It's
internet.
not. I mean, like you gotta get
Sympathy
clocked
is
into something.
everywhere. I'm
Cause
crying.
that's what they be thinking. It ain't no way that you can go on a stranger's panel and tell about how you got touched at 5 and how it's all men's fault and you think you ain't finna get drugged. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And then you're gonna use it as excuses. Well, that's why I got in these relationships. That's why I've been messing with these people. That's why I did all these different things happen and you think it's gonna bring that energy of, oh man, I feel you. You think that's gonna be what takes you all the way to the top once you got done cussing everybody out on the panel, telling everybody else how they ain't this and that, and then you're gonna bring up a story that people should feel sympathy for. But it gets twisted on you. Because now the opinions based off everything that you've already said is gonna take all that out. This one girl used an example and I really actually I was like, why? Why? She used an example of her getting um of this guy having something happen to her after she done snapped at everybody on the panel. She was saying that she had went somewhere, some guy that she really knows something happened, and she was expecting people like, "Oh my God, sorry that happened to you," and she did not judge. She did this. See, not judging can hurt you too. She didn't judge the panel that she was on, and those people dragged her. Why were you do? Why did it? All these different things that she did not receive the opinions that she thought she was going to receive and the attention that she thought she was going to receive from it. So it's like you got to be mindful of what you share because nobody's forcing you. You can't force me to share nothing I don't want to share.
Facts.
But if I willingly tell you my whole entire life and you got the nerve to right after that tell me that we don't know nothing about you, it's crazy. You just told us
You just
everything. What
told
else we
us.
need to know?
Exactly. You
You
just
don't know
told
that I
us.
got kids. You just told us you had 5 with this other dude. What are you talking about? You just told us. You
No,
just told me. So
That
it's
should
like
be
I'm only
killing
gonna.
me.
It's crazy. I'm only going off what you said, ma'am or sir, man. Because the
Them ones
men be
do be the
doing
ones
it.
that be killing me. It's like you just posted this shit on the internet and you talking about y'all need to mind y'all business.
Oh my
You just made
gosh,
it the internet's business.
that one right there. Like, why y'all all in my business? I ain't gotta tell y'all nothing, right? You didn't have to tell the first thing that got us in your business. Now, like, I mean, you didn't have to do that. So
I
now,
ain't
no, we invested.
I ain't gonna front. In real life, I do have a habit of interjecting sometimes, and people be like, "Damn, you all in the well, you talking loud enough for a nigga to hear it." I heard the whole fucking story.
Dang, you all over here. No, your story all over here.
Facts.
Now your story make it all over here. Like that's crazy.
Now I
I'm
got
like,
an opinion.
huh?
I said now I got an opinion.
And now
It may
I
be so
thought you asked
helpful if you
everybody
listen.
in here.
Yeah.
but you
That's
gave unsolicited personals. I'm crying. Look, I think it's a fucked up situation where we end up in places and spaces where people are having conversations and whatever's being said, even if it's somebody else's unsolicited personal, they can't differentiate between
their own personal experience, Sonder, and their life story, and somebody else's, to the point where everything's freaking personal. Like, why are you taking it so personal that,
Exactly.
oh, because they said something that you don't agree with, or something that like touched a nerve in your own personal, situation. Now you have to try to attack that person personally by using their unsolicited personals against them. You was just talking about Shorty and how she went through all this and all that, but every time somebody said something on the panel that she didn't agree with, she tried to go for their jugular. Like, that's one, her already talking about her unsolicited, but two, her using other people's unsolicited against them because she was personally hurt in ways that ain't had shit to do with her. Because, like I said, Sonder, everybody's own personal experience. Like, you're not queen of the universe. Like, let somebody else cook, or let somebody else have their own experience without it having anything to do with you, or and nobody's attacking you if somebody's just telling their own life and experience. Like, people be doing too much.
Yeah,
I
that's
was I was sitting on a panel. I forget what the fuck we was talking about, but one person gave an example to try to make me see one thing one way, and then another person gave me an example, and the second person, I don't even know, I don't know these motherfuckers. She white. I can even tell. I'm like, so when I agreed with what this lady said, because she really gave context, I was like, I understand this, and they were like, you see what he just did? I was like, what I just do? You agreed with the white girl, nigga. She don't show her face. All I can see is skin. You telling me we don't got no light skinned niggas? And then on top of that, I don't even, I don't even fuck with white girls like that. You're assuming based off of something because you can't explain some shit, and she explained it better. That I agree with her because she white.
that's crazy work. That's how they get real disingenuous right there. That's
Bro,
that's
it's a
funny.
wild place. Any way to invalidate what you saying
Oh
without
yeah,
having an actual point, just to
facts.
be
Hey
able to point it
Tom,
out.
that's so true. That's why we get called. What we get called. We get called the pick me's, all these different things. I'm like, you know what? I love what that one girl said the other day. Like, if you were open to like logic and reasoning, you could just be smart and not think it's just agreeing with a certain group of people. It could just be the fact that you're willing to actually look at what's been said, listen, actually make a genuine observation, not off your biased view, not off your trauma. You could actually hear what's actually been said versus thinking that people just agree just to agree. Like, I just think that's insane to me. Like, it's just really be some simple stuff that don't even have to be thought out too much. But because you got to use a calculator to figure it out, and I don't, you think somebody just trying to agree. It's just kind of, it's very interesting. These panels have taught me a lot. It has taught me a lot.
And then, I mean, sometimes a lot of people come on here, and you never know, because, like I said, it's the internet. So people come on here and be who they want to be, and sometimes it really do just to be fake. So they may be on here just be lying just to get fake sympathy for whatever fucking reason. You never
Yep.
know. Like, you just never know at this
Oh,
point.
don't say that because they'll fight you on that one. So you're going to tell me that you shouldn't believe all women? You should believe everybody. You should believe all women. If a woman tell you that somebody drug her to the seven seas and brought her back with dry clothes, you should believe that it happened. Oh, okay. Got it. Like, y'all want people to
You
be
ain't shit if you
crazy.
don't.
Like, and you ain't shit if you don't. Like, baby, that's correct. That's some
I
crazy.
will say we have a fucking epidemic of people who are listening to respond instead of listening to understand. And you will get it the worst when you find yourself having a conversation or making a statement, and a panel is having some type of like topic, and while somebody's communicating, they will pull out one sentence of a rebuttal, and they will just go on a crazy tangent.
Oh,
And
that's true.
like,
yo, like what's going on? Like, because that is what triggered them, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That will throw everything off, and that happens like so much, especially when you scrolling through or like you're a part of different panels. That happens all the time. And two, I will say, y'all caught me on a good night because normally I be wasted and trolling. I be wasted.
You just said what I was saying.
Black.
Coming on here
No,
trolling like a motherfucker.
no, but
No.
I'm really opinionated and I'm a really deep thinker. So I get in. Sometimes I'll be in like different like different panels or whatever, and they just be on. They don't be talking about nothing, or whatever. Just be like, yo, like y'all don't even care. Like y'all just saying stuff because it's divisive, because it keeps the people going, like just to have people clicking or like, pressing hearts or whatever, or the even the topics that's on the page for people to talk about are all things that are geared to make people argue, geared to make people misunderstand, or they'll have people that are on the panel that will fight one side of the topic to the ends of the earth without having people come up or genuinely express themselves or have a decent rebuttal. Like you will literally go on different panels and get shut all the way down and then realize, oh, this entire panel was so people can come up that were opposing to what we put up just so we can fucking drag their
Yeah.
the entire purpose of it. So like literally you never know. And I mean, Alter talked about discernment earlier, like literally nobody gives a fuck. This is the internet because people don't have accountability. We got people that had Twitter since they was like fucking 8. They've been saying any motherfucking thing outside. And guess what? They really think that shit fly outside until they go outside and then they can't look people in the eye and say the same shit. Because they can't look people in the eye because they used to living on the internet, one. And two, if they ever said that shit out loud and said that shit to a real motherfucker and looked them in the eye, they get smacked the fuck out. Because that's not how you talk to people. So it's a whole bunch of other shit going on.
Yeah, that energy be different in real life, and people
Yeah. Twitter energy ain't real life energy. Back the fuck up.
because you can really feel that shit in real life.
Yeah.
Like you
Real
can really
life.
feel that shit.
The what the 5 fingers say to the face.
Even if you don't even make no physical contact, like if
Yeah.
you're a person that understands, like even down to the most simple aspect, which is like eye engagement, right? Um, it's a different thing, and I know as women, y'all get it. Like someone that can literally be able to engage with you and stare in your eyes, not just from an attentive perspective. It's just a different energy. You can tell when someone doesn't have confidence. When they do have confidence, you can tell when a motherfucker lying. Like just certain shit that you start picking up on when you are aware by actually just looking. So it's just the energy you can feel. And when you don't have that, when you ain't trained that, you know what I mean, from because you used to being on the internet, you don't know how to act or react in person because you don't know, you can't pick up on all the nuances that you actually see from humans.
They some wanksters, some fake gangsters.
Yeah, the world is weird, and it's not gonna get better because more and more, like I think even with the whole thing that happened in 2020, the younger generation they even more on the internet. They don't get none of that training that you would normally get like in school, being around kids, not even just in school, but even just being out because they got this whole 6 foot rule uh, drilled in their brain, not being able to touch one another, play with one another, just shake hands and all this other shit that we normally pick up on. They just gonna be some real autistic kids. I think that's why they just super sensitive.
Damn, I'm crying because you say autistic. It's not
But
even.
that's what it is. It's a. I mean, when you really think about it, that lack of awareness and I'm saying it also too because I was a kid that was segregated and I did it, but I did it to myself. But I was also aware that I did it to myself, and I was able to pick up really easy when I did really start getting out into the world, it wasn't a problem. There was social cues that I knew that I didn't have because I wasn't constantly around people. You know what I'm saying? But I also, again, I knew I was aware of that, and some people just don't. Not everybody can go out and just pick up on shit and be able to advance themselves because most people aren't really aware. They can't look at themselves and understand what they may, I won't even say lack in, but may have to actually work on to hone in on type shit. You know what I'm saying? But shit, I ain't come up here to stay up here this evening. Kev, did you sleep, bro? Did you there? You sleep?
I'm here. I'm just on the game.
Already. I just wanted to come up and speak to y'all. I came through earlier and shit, was kind of busy, but I just wanted to come say hello to everybody.
For
I'm
sure.
about
For
to head
sure.
down.
What you
Appreciate you, bro.
playing?
What'd you say?
I said, what you playing, cuz?
I can say that one more time. Oh, he said, "What you playing?" You talking to Kev? Yeah, what you playing, bro?
Tacky.
Tekken? Man, I ain't even gonna lie, man. I don't even remember the last time I played a video game, bro. No, matter of fact, I do remember the last time, and this is why it was the last time because I hadn't played a long time before that, and I used to be the gamer in the family, but my brother was beating the shit out of me so bad in a video game, and my hands hurt after playing the video game, and I realized I was like, damn, was my hand muscles was that strong back then? Because this shit it hurt, and I was like, yeah, I can't play this no more, bro. He was beating my shit in a first person shooter game. That was
Dang.
like 10 years ago. I was like, yeah, it's over. And he was just laughing through the whole
Wow.
shit, dog. And I hate losing.
That's
Oh,
crazy work.
Yeah, that was it for me. But all right, y'all. Y'all have a good rest of
For
y'all
sure.
night.
yeah. I play Apex, but like, it's such a crazy learning curve that if you don't play the game or you ain't been playing since it came out, that if you try to hop in right now, you probably get destroyed. It's really sad. But I work too hard to be playing the game. I just hop in a fucking group chat every now and then, be like, "Hey, you guys, I'm alive." Dip out. I appreciate you guys for having me. You guys have a good night. It's pretty late. I'm gonna sign off.
For sure.
Good night.
Where's Nora? Oh, this bitch. Oh my gosh. I ain't gonna do her like that.